These kiddos endured savage drills since they were in diapers. Today's test? A straight-up brawl. Zeke's up next, strolling in like he owns the joint. Couple taps later, dude's raging and eating dirt. Dude grabs him, but Zeke slips out, leaving Teach shook. Then our boy just faceplants, the guy. GG easy. Crowd goes dead silent. Floor guy was the class ace, while Zeke was basically the class clown. The secret sauce, he's playing New Game Plus. Meet Zeke. His fam has been slaying dragons for but his VIP status didn't last 5 minutes. Fam kicked him to the curb for being useless. They wanted a warrior, got a healer. 0 stars, would not recommend. While chasing insane gains, Zeke roamed the map and snagged loot. The king desperately wanted. Spoiler alert, he got ganked by the royal squad. Heals didn't work. He was toast. But plot twist, incoming, that stolen shiny thing booted up a cheat system that reset his age, but kept the OP skills unlocked. Now the real fun starts back at the Cradle Boot Camp. Before checking Zeke saga, let's spill tea on his family lore. The Drakers are top-tier royalty. Their OG grandpa Dorakin clapped a dragon boss a millennium ago. That epic dub put the family on the map forever. Thanks to those genes, every kid inherits the aura buff, making them instant night material. Then Zeke ruined the streak. He spawned with 0 aura, making him the total black sheep. Back in time, he's chilling when a pop-up jump scares him. He flips into ninja mode, straining to hear the weird noise. Room's empty, so he figures he's just hearing things. Then ding, more windows spam him. One notification brings the spicy info. It says his soul merged with the Elder Dragon's spirit. Boom, he gets partial admin rights too. Once the install finishes, his vision gets flooded with I spam. Main screen shows stats and a rare draconian skill tab. Lock tight until he gets 10 points, but he's broke right now. He plays around and masters the interface instantly. Checking out the admin dashboard, the thing that really grabs him is the class skill. He's curious cause class skills? Is old school dragon slang nobody uses now? His master used to yap about it constantly. She said ancient folks sorted themselves by their best talents. Each squad practiced special moves called skills. Since Zeke's a healer, his move is, well, healing. Post-awakening, his teacher total girl boss. BTW drilled him till he almost croaked. Her methods were nuts, and he still recalls the crazy pain she caused just to force him to fix himself. Anyway, Zeke decides to see if the system is lying about the healer bit. He fires up his powers, and boom, he's totally a medic. Weird though, last life, he didn't get this till his 20s. Post-ether unlock. Since he can't use magic without that unlock, his ether hall must be wide open already. This update is, honestly, the best. Back in time with memories plus skills. He's totally hacking the game now. Just as he goes to poke around for more hidden loot, someone yells his name and bangs on the door. He frantically swipes the screens away so he doesn't get busted. But the rude guest busts in without waiting for a come-in. It's Decker, Zeke's personal servant, dude. He's checking if the young boss is ready for the big event. Avi Zeke has 0 clue what's happening. This annoys the scary guy, who's fed up with Zeke's slack vibes. Thinking the kid, spaced on today, is driving the butler absolutely bonkers. Poor Zeke starts shaking like a leaf under that death stare. Come to think of it, he was always terrified of Decker in his past life. Even with a 32-year-old brain, his body's still programmed to panic. Suddenly, a skill called Composed Mind kicks in to save the day. Instantly, the shaking stops and his poker face returns. Turns out, this skill keeps you chill no matter what, locking in that Zen mindset. Zeke thinks it's pretty sweet that it works on autopilot. Meanwhile, the butler keeps nagging about how important today is. Zeke leaves him on read for a sec though. After enough badgering, Zeke finally tunes in and says, "Yeah, I know." He remembers the pancration test clearly. To get what that is, you need the backstory. Every Draker hits the Cradle Boot Camp starting at age 7. 5 years of absolute torture camp. Every year, the instructors run a vibe check via sword clashes and pancration, basically MMA with 0 chill. Usually, the teachers pick your punching bag, but sometimes students pick their own beefs. If both agree, it's savage, so getting wrecked or deleted happens often. But since this brawl decides their rank, these kids have to go full tryhard mode. The big day of the rumble hits, and everyone jams into the arena. Center stage, the teach reminds the squad this is the final boss battle for their grades. The students hype up the speech, and the professor is shook by their chaotic energy. This guy's the head boss Panmark, and he kicks off the mayhem instantly. Then the crowd spots Zeke chilling in the mix. Some giggle, cause Zeke got totally owned last year. First match starts, and this dude, named Aaron, ends it with a one-tap upper. Nap time. Everyone's hyped, but Zeke looks totally unimpressed. He recalls back when he was scared stiff of these fights as a noob, but compared to his past life trauma, this is child's play. while Zeke yawns. Leon, Conrad, is thirsting for a 1v1 with our boy. Finally, the time for Zeke's round drops, and surprise, it's Leon. Zeke's sleepy, but Leon jabs at him about last year's fail. Obviously, Zeke remembers begging Leon for mercy. Back then, cringe. Super painful memories. But that's ancient history. Leon's always his rival, literally every single year. Our boy knows Leon's a cheater from a garbage family. He knows Leon definitely rigged the bracket to fight him. Zeke would take a biting dog over a toxic cousin like him. In his past life, Zeke never met his 4 real siblings, but he had over 12 cousins ready to bully him. Suddenly, Leon starts yapping at Zeke again, trying to roast him about that miserable L from last year. He asks if getting clowned on wasn't enough to make him rage quit the tournament forever. Leon keeps trash talking, but Zeke stays ice cold, all thanks to his composed mind perk. Zeke's chill, but even he's about to lose it. No way he's letting some pest talk trash without paying the price. But fam, his clapback just made the jerk rage way harder. Then Leon totally loses it and grabs our dude's head like a maniac. Big mistake. He eats a fist and goes flying. Bye Felicia. That epic hit, all thanks to Zeke's critical strike skill. Massive damage, but if you miss, you get wrecked. High stakes. Lucky for Zeke, he nailed it. Perfectly bull. Zero chance to hit back. The creep is just rolling around, clutching his face in pain. Zeke's like, whoops, just wanted a KO, not a super move. Teach sprints over to save the crybaby and yells at our boy for starting too soon. My dude stays chill and asks why wait for a go signal when they're already in the ring, ready to scrap. First hit wins, right? He wasn't gonna miss that freebie. As he drops that logic, he looks so scary the poor teacher starts shaking in his boots. Meanwhile, Leon just tells the ref it's cool and says, let's get this fight popping. Backing down now? Nah, that'd be way too embarrassing for his ego. Bell rings, and Leon blindly rushes in like a total noob. And boom, FaceTime with a fist. So predictable. Weirdly enough, Zeke's hit didn't even hurt. Glitch. Leon was terrified of getting hit at first. Thought it'd hurt bad? But nope, now he's cocky again. Figures if he just guards, Zeke can't touch him. Easy peasy. Leon spots that lefty counter coming from a mile away. So he ducks. Sees an opening, grabs Zeke, and tries to slam him to the mat. But bam, a hit so fast. We missed it, leaving him shaking like crazy. Even Teach is totally confused. Can't believe a 12-year-old just pulled off that pro move. When Leon dodged, Teach thought GG, Leon wins. But Zeke smashed Leon's chin and slipped right out. Leon's fault for relaxing when he thought he secured the bag. But our guy, ice cold, even when his plan flopped. Hitting that spot perfectly takes mad skill. Respect. The teacher's legit, asking, is this the same Zeke? The jerk is totally wrecked after that face smash. Brain mush. Before he blinks, another hit lands. Tripping him, he recovers fast and throws a punch back. Right then, one of Zeke's skills. Auto trigger, heightened sense, spidey tingles engaged. 960 frames per sec, vision makes dodging easy. The punch whiffs. Zeke yanks line and dribbles his head off the floor. Impact was so up, the ground legit cracked open. Pop goes another skill. Precise stab, locking onto weak spots for max critical damage. With the brat floored, Zeke loads a fist to lead his face. Kid screams PLS no, but Zeke has zero chill and decks him anyway. That's savagery. Has Teach sweating buckets, and the crowd shook speechless. One last bop feels so good, and post-beat. After doubly keying his bully, Zeke is totally zen. Stoked that this little flex will make his cousins stay in their lane. Like he cares. If they chirp, he'll mute them. Guess these noob trolls still aren't scared enough. One cocky scrub, way too comfy, calls out our boy for a 1v1 duel. It's Jen Vardek, itching to throw hands and look cool, doing it. Zeke, he's vibing with it. Actually, a solo fight is mid. He dares Jen to bring the squad, so it's not a snoot. Bro specifically tags Liam Stone, telling him to third party for Jen. Since Liam is just Jen's NPC, Jen takes that as a major diss. Needing backup to fight a kid like Zeke, massive L to his ego. But Zeke keeps mashing his triggers, making this trash tier mob rage quit. Jen's tilting hard, ready to turn Zeke into paste. In the ring, Teach warns Zeke, no hacks before the countdown. Jen actually brought his pet minion, which just hyped Zeke up. See, in the previous run, Liam had huge clout as a goated fighter, aka the Mercenary King, back when he was maining Jen's servant class at school. But as a distant fam member, he got left on read. Begged to grind at Valhalla Academy, but got dumped in some tiny kingdom's night shift. When that map wiped, Liam went freelance. In chaos, Chads gets, he grinded XP to Red Knight and started the Stone Mercs clan. Merged the big three guilds and unlocked the Merc King title. When the Empire booked his crew, Liam joined the war server where Zeke and the North had to raid boss him. But this run, our boy is modding the timeline for a new ending. The millisecond teach says, "Go, Jen." He lunges, throwing a punch so hard it rips the air. No shocker, Zeke casually grabs it, blocks the hit like it's absolutely nothing. Jakan slaps the hand away and tries to big mistake for that loser. The second it hits, pain shoots through him, and he stumbles. Turns out, he kicked Zeke's elbow shield, which totally wrecked Jaken's leg. While Jakan stares at his leg, Zeke charges a skill-busted fist, ready to smash. Panic mode Jakan tries to save his face, covering up fast. Dude miscalculated though. Zeke wasn't aiming for the face. He smashed that busted leg instead, then follows up with a nasty rib shot. It makes Gaken cough up a river of blood. Dude hits the dirt hard. Humiliated, he screams at his goon to finish Zeke off. Now Zeke has to deal with Liam, who's walking up with major killer vibes. Liam's reach is annoying as heck, giving Zeke a disadvantage if he waits, so Zeke squares up to attack first. He pops, moving so fast, he's just a blurry silhouette, throwing hands. That skill lets him spam attacks and blind the enemy. The crowd is losing all hope. Watching this, seeing Zeke go full beast mode, they're shook. Never seen moves like this. In a world of sword nerds, a fistfighter is super rare. Cool skill, but it's wrecking his stamina. That ain't even the worst part. Liam is a tank. Just taking hits, no dodging, guard up, eating shots. Shows why he was the mercenary king. Since Zeke can't do any real damage, he preps one huge final hit. Gotta smash that guard open. Zeke swings, but Liam effortlessly redirects it. Zeke's mad cause the guy didn't even look while dodging. So disrespectful. Then suddenly, Liam grabs his chance. He lifts Zeke up for a slam, but Zeke ain't quitting. He bops Liam right on the head. Heightened sense kicks in, turning the tables. He locks Liam in a leg choke, cutting off his air. Muscles don't matter if your brain gets zero oxygen, but maybe Zeke got too cocky. Liam snaps, serving up a savage all-you-can-eat buffet of fists. The dude gets rocked so hard, he straight up yaks blood everywhere. Even after dealing that damage, Liam's gas tank hits empty. Lights out. No air means nap time, and he drops like a sack. The crowd is totally shook, just gasping at the absolute carnage they just witnessed. One kid isn't scared though. He's actually vibing with the violence. He's hype, itching for his turn to throw hands with Zeke. Match over. Our guy heads back to his room. His servants all worry. Word is, Zeke got wrecked out there. Or so, the rumor mill says. Zeke's like, chill, I'm good, brushing it off. But the butler is pushy, grabbing his wrist to check his pulse. Zeke knows the old geezer's just snooping for awakened aura. He hands it over, and the servant zaps blue energy right into him. That blue glow makes our boy think, yo, is this guy actually a blue knight? Usually, you just check the core to see if someone's leveled up. But this dude is doing a full-on system scan. Sharing aura is hard enough for normal folks. Controlling it like that? Yeah, Gramps is deaf, a blue knight. Knights have tiers based on how good they are at wrecking stuff. White swordsman is basic noob tier. Most kids start here before the blessing. Yellow is when you unlock your aura and core. Level 1. Trainees hit yellow status after the ritual stuff. Master aura control. Boom, now you're a knight. Purple knights can buff their swords with aura, but blue knights conjure whole energy, blades. Then there's the limit breakers. The top dogs, Red Knight where Liam and our boy were before the reset. And finally, the Black Knight, literal monsters. Barely in it exists on the map. So Zeke's wondering why a pro like his servant is playing nanny instead of leading armies somewhere. Still, no shot this guy can sniff out. His ETH, only 2 people alive can use that. The old man wraps up his checkup. Serious face on. He asks if the kid is hiding secrets. Zeke plays dumb. You know something I don't, old man? Awkward silence fills the room until our boy laughs it off. Like, just kidding. The butler pauses, but can't help asking why Zeke's acting so different lately. Zeke freezes. He spins around, eyes cold as ice. That butler's question, totally off base. Instead of asking why now, he should have asked, what took so long? He warns the guy. Brace yourself. Plenty more shocks coming, so stop dropping your jaw. Just shut up and follow orders. The loyal servant nods, bows deep, and prepares to obey blindly. Then the old guy says the training room Zeke wanted is all prepped and ready. Zeke vibes with that and tells the old man to go nap. Walking off solo, our boy gets a weird, creeping feeling. Like maybe the help was ordered to spy on him. So he decides to keep the geezer close and play him for info. Still gotta figure out who told the butler to play watchdog. Mom's side wouldn't dare. So it's gotta be his siblings. Once Zeke steps into the private gym, he is stunned by the bling. This family is loaded for real. Before kicking off his workout, he summons the system panel. Pop! It appears midair. He spots that his slash skill actually got decent. No clue how, but he bets spamming the move leveled it up. The skill just kinda triggers by itself. When he moves, no special input needed. He figures if he learns anything fresh, it'll probably get slapped onto this list too. Skill versus class skill. Who knows? Both work on autopilot though. Then there is the ability, but it's locked. Needs 10 points to view. He taps it. System says, kill monsters to earn karma points. Right now, his score is a big fat 0. Monsters are in dungeons, but he needs purple knight rank to enter. But honestly, he wonders why he time traveled and what this game UI is. He is also totally scratching his head over the skill types. Deep down, he has this nagging hunch that the old relic thingy is behind all this weirdness. Can't prove it yet though. Missing too many puzzle pieces. Whatever, he grabs his sword. Time to grind and get buff. Whether it is the system or the Draker blood, this world basically has 2 power hacks. Knight Aura and Mage Mana. Classic RPG stuff. Knights buff aura in dungeons. Mages tweak mana in circles. Totally opposite vibes. You get one, you can't get the other. But Zeke, he got zilch. No Danshin, no circle. Total bummer. Being useless got him kicked by the Draker crew, wandering like a hobo until he met his master. Master taught him tons, but the real MVP lesson was he studied healing in Ether Hall, a unique move his teach invented. That tech taught Zeke to grab nature's juice, only him and his teach rep, Ether worldwide, even now. After just 2 hours, Zeke feels like total garbage. But boom, healing syncs up with vigor recovery to save him. Healing's like a shiny super rare drop. Zeke had 0 clue it existed, till he met Bossman. If folks saw, they'd tag him a glitchy freak. So he ghosted it versus Liam, rushing to heal only in his room. HP full again. Zeke decides to keep grinding hard. Can't slack off, not even for a sec. Come, sunrise. Bro looks totally fried from training. The room's wrecked floor hacked up by his wild sword drills. Anyway, a week zips by, and we're chillin' in the cafeteria. Zeke hears peeps gossiping. They think he swapped vibes completely. Since he's trash, they bet he's using dark cheats. Elsewhere, the elite squad's grabbing chow in VI. Raina tons tearing into a steak first up. Then chill guy Owen Zimmons sits across from battered Leon, still acting salty and wild. Owen's like, eat up bro, need fuel for the sword fight. But Lan just snaps 4-0. Reason, slams the table, and drops his tasty meat on the floor. Thanks to that slam, even Raina's steak flies off. She is absolutely fuming. Her death stare humbles Leon real quick. Guess they're squating up, cause they all hate our boy. But honestly, they barely vibe together in that group. The only glue for their friendship is hating Zeke's guts. Owen admits Zeke was kinda lit in the brawl, but with swords, he bets Zeke's gonna flop hard. Think Zeke can't even grip a blade, so no danger there. Someone mocks Zeke's custom sword cause he's too weak for basics. Still, it bugs Leon that he lost to that loser scrub. He swears Zeke only won the brawl on pure luck. Well, seems Raina ain't buying that coat. Believe that junk. You lot aren't Draker Knight material. Mic drop delivered. She walks out. Before the duel hits, here's the tea on sword fights. Unlike brawls, real blades mean real messy drama here. It's also where the skill gap gets super painfully clear. Exams done. Next month, the blessing, right? Time for Drakers to get their glow up. Duel day is here. Teacher yells for Zeke to get his butt up there. Bro strolls onto the stage lugging a humongous blade like it is nothing. Thing is massive compared to him. Hard to miss. Crowd cracks up. They think he is compensating or something. Stepping up to face him is Raina. She is hype and ready to throw hands right now. Dude is totally down. Accepts the invite instantly. She gets kinda salty seeing him toss that heavy slab of metal around his up close. She realizes this isn't the old loser Zeke. Old version couldn't even grip a weapon, right? She gets spooked, then hates herself for fearing him. Quitting. Ain't happening. She started this beef, after all. Funny enough, Zeke is actually sweating bullets too. Can't cheese this win? Facing the Lightning Knight is brutal. Total stress fest. In his past life, Raina was famous. A total legend. She wrecked faces in the big wars. Top tier She is one of the rare prodigies who got powers before the ceremony. If he recalls, right, she leveled up years ago. But she keeps it hidden to grind her basic stats. Bell rings. Bell. Weapons collide instantly. She hops back, then rushes him again. One hit sends Zeke skidding across the floor. 2 hits in, he knows she is way stronger than predicted. She rushes him. Again, swinging fast enough to make literal sparks fly. Her squaw watches, getting annoyed and bored, yelling at her to quit toying and crush him already. But the smart friend knows she isn't playing. Zeke is the one controlling the pace. From her view, she sees gaps in his defense. But when she attacks, he blocks, like he is teasing her. Even worse, he blocks, then leaves a new spot open on purpose, like he isn't fighting to win, but to school her. Raina jumps back, totally gassed from the workout. Needs a second to breathe before round 2. Zeke, not even sweating, fresh as a daisy, actually looks bored, not impressed at all. She is fighting fair, no magic. Typical Since they're dancing, he decides to smash her shell to bits. He drops into a squat, looking ready to pounce in a flash. Retrusts her speed and totally blows it off. But snap, Zeke zooms in and is in her face instantly. He rips a sword swing so wild it basically splits the earth wide open with his mega blade's power. She figures if she keeps back, she can dodge whatever. Zeke slashes at air, but hitting her wasn't the plan. Instead, flying rocks smack her face and bust her nose. Right after, Zeke rushes her, gripping that giant slicer tight. Seeing steel inches from her neck, she thinks game over. Weirdly, his sword just yeets out of his hand and lands away. The mob instantly labels Zeke the big loser, hyping Raina for winning with zero magic. But the Teach spots the truth, and his mug looks totally shook, like he just saw a ghost. The noobs missed that when Zeke got close to she leaked a tiny bit of aura, barely visible. Making her break her no aura rule is totally nuts. While Raina stands there, looking super guilty about failing her promise, Zeke rushes and throat punches her, not over sit. Her knees give out instantly, and blood starts dripping from her lip. The peanut gallery rages, hating that cheap shot in a sword fight. Everybody points at Zeke in pure disgust, calling him trash for playing dirty. Zeke ignores the haters and coolly asks Ree if she wants more. Ree stubbornly thinks she hasn't, Losco claiming he only landed that cause she relaxed. But then the truth smacks her hard. If that fist was a knife, she'd be dead meat. Realizing that, she admits defeat like a boss. The crowd goes dead silent after talking all that smack. Zeke, the trash kid, actually beat the rich prodigy. Seeing Raina, the lightning pro, lose just blows their minds. Cut over to Abel's castle. Outside looks like a graveyard after a wild brawl. William freaks out while Abel just chills with his tea. Abel's glued to a note about Zeke beating the prodigy. He stands up and asks, how long till the ritual? Since the full moon is coming up, Abel figures it's time to pay the Drakers a visit. Will's totally shook that Zeke is riding solo, but the sore guy is dying to see the crazy power up the baby bro is hiding. While Zeke's W stunned the squad, he ignored the hype. No party, just the grind. 1 month later, the big blessing day hits. Zeke still can't figure out how he hit Red Knight status before, given his trash stats. Workout done. He yells menu. Mastery skill is expert tier, just as planned. Best part, every time a skill levels up, mastery resets. His D&E ranks prove it. Plus, he buffed his swift step the move that wrecked Raina. With senses on high, he spots the butler creeping. Decker says they bounce in 2 hours. Zeke gears up. Been forever since Zeke hit the main crib. He's headed to the Draker pad in Troy. Main house is central, but the right is at the Arg Dragon Slayer spot. Pulling up to his stop, Zeke hops out at the dragon's nest. Walking in, he has a big brain moment. The crowd is famous via he knows spies are watching him like hawks. Whatever, Zeke figures it. We'll be fine once he flexes his power. Until he sees him, guy makes Zeke rage. It's Abel. Dude's shaking hands, saying he didn't want to come, except for one, Persahez, baby bro. Second son's the Lion Blade, but Zeke knows him as the Butcher. Our boy tries to stay chill near big bro. Not much choice right now. Last life, this guy never bothered watching Zeke's right. Guess Zeke's tourney win changed the timeline. Fists clenched, Zeke realizes he's got a shot. Soon, the right starts. Aaron's up first. He dips his arm in the magic pool. Blue light explodes. Turns out, at every ritual, Draker kids unlock their hidden aura when leaving the cradle. Happens at 12. Aaron just proved it first. Regular knights awaken after 20 years. So, Drakers are insanely fast. Rare cases with aura can also get a Dragon Slayer trait. It's called mana inhibition. Yo! The mana lamps are totally glitching out with spicy red sparks. Catch that mana blockage bug, and you're suddenly throwing hands with top-tier knights. They call it the Pure Blood Awakening. But you gotta rock these custom gloves, or say goodbye to living a normal life. Just look at Raina. She's been through the ringer and never takes hers off. Prove your blood is legit, and you snag the Draker surname. Plus, they hook you up with a fat stack of cash and endless perks to get you going. The crowd's buzzing as the main event finally walks up to the stage. Everyone's betting this kid is gonna blow Reuse out of the water. Zeke steps up and is like, whoa, deja vu much? Last time he was here, it was a total nightmare. That blessing was his only ticket out of the cradle. But man, did he faceplant hard that day? Total cringe. But flip the script, things are different now. He's got heals, ether, hacks, and he's tough as nails. So, he's kind of hoping the bronze statue cuts him a break. He dunks his arm, and it reacts. It rattles, freezes, and the whole room gasps. That has literally never happened to any candidate. Even Abel's jaw is on the floor. He pulls his arm out. Yup, knew it was gonna be a flop. Abel hyped him up way too much, and he bought it. The crowd is stunned. The golden boy laid an egg. Now they're roasting him. Direct descendant. Yeah! They're even Sadayan his win against Raina, figuring he must have pulled a sneaky trick to beat her. But our guy doesn't give a rip. He's just grinding stats elsewhere. Then the system hits him with a sudden, oops, my bad. Zeke's confused. Missing class info? Say what? Then this specific part of the message really grabs his eyeballs. Input complete. Boom. Termal says his talent is healer. Class. Unlock. Oh, and here's a rare hidden class on the house. Zeke's Bugin as the statue glows red. Pure blood confirmed. Nobody saw that coming. He's starting straight at Red Knight tier. Insane. The system links up and drops the ancient dragon buff right into his soul. Meanwhile, Abel's just chillin', watching his bro work. Kin's talent pops, merges with his kit, and morphs into something wild. It's so chaotic that Zeke's lost until he spots a new unique class. Then this golden glow wraps around him and totally steals the show. They definitely saw the red signal, but the crowd is totally throwing shade. Zeke reads the room instantly. Clapping back right now is a waste of breath. Everyone is low-key, wondering if the statue is just glitching out. But if it's busted, why did the mana lamp verify the reading earlier? No mana jamming happened, so they refuse to believe it's a legit awakening. Then Abel starts slow clapping, roasting the crowd for the silence. He mocks them for ghosting the new purebloods big moment like that. Dude frames it as a missed party vibe instead of voicing suspicions. Scared to argue, the crowd forces a cringe round of applause. Abel snaps his fingers for a pair of gloves for his little bro. Zeke grabs the mitts, but honestly thinks they are absolute trash. Abel smirks as Zeke walks off, salty that he needed the assist. The blessing ceremony wraps up fast, leading into the time for the mandatory social mixer that everyone pretends to enjoy. Zeke stays on his Sigma grind and tries to ghost the function entirely, but he freezes dead when a familiar voice shouts his name. Total jumpscare. He didn't expect Abel to spawn right there. Abel asks where he's going and goes for a congrats handshake. Zeke hates his guts, but leaving him hanging here spells trouble. So he fakes a smile and reaches out to shake on it. That is until a gory flashback from his past life hits him hard. Zeke instinctively yanks his hand back and goes completely silent. Abel shows his toxic side, blaming the kid for the awkward vibe. Inside, Zeke just can't touch the dude he thinks is absolute garbage. Abel shrugs it off like it is whatever. He waves goodbye, planning to deal with him later, and bounces. Zeke watches him go, knowing a showdown is bound to happen one day. Jump cut to the party where everyone is spilling tea. The gossip is all about the two recent pure blood awakenings. Nobody gets Zeke's golden light. It's literally never happened before. They are scanning the room, but our boy is nowhere to be found. We find Zeke chilling in a spare room, dodging the social cringe. He is still confused why he is the only one not glitching out tech. Usually, purebloods have mana inhibition that kills signals. It is a trait showing the Draker family opposes dragons, the mana source. Basically, they are anti-dragon, which usually means anti-magic. But since machines run on mana these days, that is a huge problem. That is why purebloods gotta wear those special gloves, 24/7. If Zeke was the real deal, taking him off should have caused chaos. But right now, he looks totally unaffected. He pops his status menu and notices the stats look different. Instead of inhibition, he is rocking a trait called mana reflection. Intrigued, Zeke taps the icon to read the fine print on that skill. Turns out, reflection bends mana around him, canceling it out nearby. It is an active skill, not passive, so the lamps didn't trip earlier. Originally, Bro got flagged as a rare healer before the blessing, but now he's a unique immortal. Like what? Everyone's confused because the other grads just got basic blue auras. The only other person breaking the mold was Raina with her fancy red pure blood glow. Same vibe for our boy, except his aura leveled up to gold. The system claimed it was missing some critical info on his class. Zeke figures the bronze statue acted as the Wi-Fi router for the awakening. The second the system uploaded the data, the statue freaked out and flashed red. Now the puzzle pieces are clicking together. Zeke realizes the statue isn't just an awakened or not detector. Nah, it's actually a sorting hat for classes. Red means rare, gold means unique. Plus, that relic is ancient history, like from the OG Draker Founders era. Nobody really does class ID anymore, which explains why everyone thinks the statue is just for spotting awakened peeps. They totally misread the red light as some pure blood flex, when really it just means you hit a rare class. The kicker, not even the clan boss knows the truth. Twist. Zeke notices he snagged 100 karma points. Did he loot those during the ceremony? Whatever, he immediately blows them on the draconian skill set. Boom. System update. Info dump incoming. He unlocked noob skills, Dragon Eyes, Might of the Dragon, and Devore, first to sound sick, but Devara just helps digestion. Lame. My guy definitely doesn't. Wanna waste points on mystery skills? So he picks the cool ones. Might is kinda sketchy. It drains aura. So, he pops Dragon Eyes to see what's up. Honestly, kind of a letdown at first. Zeke doesn't see anything trippy or new around the room until he checks the garden statue through the window. Zoom enhance. He can see dissonant stuff super clearly now. Plus, he gets a HUD with stats on whatever he looks at. Data about the statue still just floods his brain. But wow, it drains him. He's totally wiped out after. Zeke thinks these powers are going to be pretty useless if they knock him out every time he uses them. Luckily, auto heal kicks in and fixes him. He didn't even cast it. It just happened. Like magic, checking the screen, he sees his skills went passive and leveled up. Now his healing factor can fix him up without active casting. Way better than the old version. It sounds OP, but it's not like he can spam it forever, or else it would have been total game over for him. Plus, his healing cheats are technically infinite. Time to test the stats. He slices his arm open. Bam! Fixed instantly. 0 scars left behind. School usually drags on 4-5 years. Zeke, speedrunning it in 2. Draker is the GOAT of night academies. Kids would sell a kidney just to get a spot. Situated in Troy, spring semester here is lit. Zeke peeps, the seniors they look like grown adults. Skills are cracked too. But honestly, just nippo babies, flex and cash. His own fam is total chaos. Though, backing the Drakers are 3 main clans that actually run the show. First, the Tunma, that's Ria's crew. Then Zemins for brains, Vardik for the bling. Their heirs are here. Zeke could care less. Cut to the platinum dorms. Pure boot, gyms, libraries. This place is stacked. Only the elites get to chill in this paradise. Purebloods get boss status, floormaster. Platinum level, maid escorts him up to meet the squad. Zeke arrives, instantly annoyed. Too many peeps for a VIP. Apparently, Decker's waiting next door. He bolts over to check the sitch. Butler reveals some austere gloves. Sweet loot. Gloves acquired. But Zeke's hunting a sword. Picks one. Butler approves. Troy is right by the mountains. Means tons of epic iron and pro. Smith's gearing up the grads. Decker wants to help, but Zeke goes solo. Wants a face to just book it. Galleon, halberd. Butler draws a blank. Gonna hit him up ASAP. Also tells Zeke to study. Ooh. Later, Zeke spots something cool in the notes. The VIP floor is his private gym to level up skills. Maid says Ray sent a dinner invite. Zeke's shook, but he goes. Rolls up and freezes Raina's playing games. She says, hey, and sorry for the weird dinner vibe. Zeke's chill and sits. They agreed to chow down before chatting. Peeping her across the table, he sees aura in her gut. Even here, is she trying to hit purple knight rank? That's why her skills capped out. Total waste of talent if you ask him. Meal done. Zeke's beat and shook Xiao Tatum. Full bellies, she cuts straight to the chase. Repledges the ton. Zeke thinks she's confused. We're both purebloods, right? She claps back. You're wrong. Yeah, we got platinum floor is cool, but 0 growth benefits there. Centuries of smarts and skills are locked in this school. Plus, private coaches to level you up. Miss those, and you're eating dust. Re insists, support fams are key. She points to Abel, youngest white knight ever. Dude's a top-tier black knight now. Even he had Zimmons backing. Terran Voss hasn't said why yet, but he strictly ordered support for Zeke. Re pushes, but our boy wants to mess with her head. He just says, nope. She's shook. How is this a bad deal? Zeke stands up. Not interested, just doing pureblood stuff? To repay the free grub, he drops 1 nugget of wisdom. Your blade's too heavy because of your backers. Your real perk is that flexible frame. Quit smashing enemies head on. Flow, deflect, then land 1 clean hit. Zeke bets if she pulls that off, she'll level up big time. He dips, leaving her steaming. She'd stuck to her family's power style till now. But Ree knows he's kinda right. Chasing family glory messed up her style. Zeke saw it. Everyone called her a prodigy. Nobody helped. This chat forces her to rethink who Zeke really is. Cut to Zeke, thinking how OP he is now. All-night grinding didn't even slow him down. Guy's got infinite stamina cheats on. Bro's stamina bar is literally infinite. Used to be a nightmare here. But now, totally chill. Zeke's vibing with that priceless piece. Just relaxing when a Zimmons goon rolls up. Owen, 3rd son, certified guy. Total bully to our boy back in the day. Tried inviting Zeke to dinner. Got roasted hard. Acting way too sus and friendly. Zeke clocks the invite and claps back. Why? No reply. Zeke didn't care. LO. That savage comeback triggers Owens, buddy big time. Zeke hits him with the new phone. Who dis? Vibe doesn't care. He turns to leave, realizing the guy is just a massive simp. Dude actually tries to sucker punch him. Blocks the aura boosted hit like it's nothing. Durbin yells his own name. Main character syndrome mutt. Yeah, mightiest mini fridge. Maybe. Zeke laughs. Bro's not even a rookie yet. Flashes in. Tyson style, hook to the gut. Face plants, the chump instantly. Zeke smiles and asks, who else wants the smoke? Owen steps up, acting all unimpressed. Squad dips. Zeke thinks they're clowns. Quick lore dump on the academy. 2 separate tracks here. Normie class for the talentless scrubs. Just pure grind and hard work there. Then the special class for the cool kids, where the elites and top dogs hang out. Zeke expected some real players here, but it's just the same old losers he knows. Calls it daycare instead of special class. Teach hypes up a special guest speaker. This mystery dude was the big boss 20 years back. Stopped an invasion with big brain plays. Dean Howard enters. The head honcho, war hero, legend, icon, or so they say. But real talk, he's actually super shady. Sold intel to save his own skin back then. Just a lucky traitor chasing clout. Zeke hates his guts. Blames him for the expulsion. Out of options, Zeke just drifted around Troy like a lost puppy. Got snagged by traffickers and sold down south. Just seeing this guy triggers major PTSD. He swears he'll wreck that old tub of lard soon. Dean finally zips it so class can actually start. Everyone's herded to the gym for drills. Zeke's bummed. He's stuck in slaying one. In his last life, he had 0 skills in blue. 2 years on stuff normies learn in 3 months. Teach walks in, Rose Knight, he's running the newbie slaying course. Class is dead silent. Nobody knows this dude, but the name rings a bell for Zeke. Not pure blood, but he aced the academy fast. He ain't even barely related by blood. Yet he was so cracked, he got the family name. Literal definition of Mr. Steal Your Girl. Teachers vary, but this guy's a known jerk. Andre yells for silence to kick things off. Tells everyone to whip out their blades. Then he spots Zeke's massive, oversized sword. Zeke swings it around like it weighs nothing. Andre's resting sour face twitches hard. Calls Zeke out, thinking he's just cocky. Classic teacher, power trip move, right there. But Zeke planned this drama from the start. He brags he could drop the teach right now. That definitely got under Andre's skin. Tension spikes, so high Zeke's system buffs him. Andre grins, ready to humble the kid? Exactly what Zeke was fishing for. Teach even sets the win conditions. If Zeke wins, he gets a free pass for class. Andre promises not to use his aura hacks, which makes this way easier for our boy. Zeke's totally sure he can take him. He knows all of Andre's glitchy spots. But bro is watching, so Zeke gotta play it cool. Plan just snip the uniform, then dip, take the fake loss after proving his point. Bell rings. Zeke swings straight for the neck. Andre blocks it instantly. Dude's legit. Okay, this won't be a total cakewalk. Zeke spams attacks, but Teach blocks all. The rest of the class is totally shook seeing the knights. Crazy skill, tanking Zeke's hits for 30 minutes. Weirdly, Andre's blade is wobbling. He's actually tired. He's confused. How's this kid got infinite energy? Holding back his power is totally backfiring. Just proves that Draker purebloods are basically built different. Comparing them to normies is unfair. Zeke sees Andre gasping and decides to exploit it. See, Draker aura training is weirdly specific. You gotta keep it on all day, even while it's supposed to be as natural as breathing air. Since Andre turned his off, he feels super weak. That is the one glitch, helping Zeke get an edge on his teacher. Andre blocks again, but Zeke's not quitting yet. His ego screams. Make him use magic or bust. Zeke switches gears, no more poking. He needs chaos. Like a do-or-die situation, he lands, then zooms forward like a human missile. Boom. Swift step. Skill activated. Andre's eyes can barely track the kid's speed. Zeke hits the blind spot, dumping everything into a crit. Andre's brain freezes a rookie using that. He spins around, panicking, and finally breaks. Pumps a tiny bit of aura to his feet to dodge. Instinct kicks and Sky Slice yeets Zeke away. It hit like a truck, honestly. Chipped his sword and triggered his auto. Even with hacks, Zeke passes out. Andre's annoyed. He declares Zeke passes, then asks, who is next? No one moves a muscle. Seeing Zeke get wrecked terrified everyone. Nobody dares challenge the grumpy knight now. Class goes on, but our boy is in the infirmary, vibing. His original plan flopped, but he forced Andre to use aura. Honestly, solid result. Teacher got humbled real quick. That finisher was just a basic move though. Sky Slice is basic, but a blue knight makes it nuke. Zeke's just stoked. He actually stood his ground. Infinite stamina is his cheat code. But having hacks isn't enough. Not if he wants to live life on his own terms. He needs OP strength for real freedom. Enough juice to tell the bosses to shove it. Mid-thought, a wino stumbles in and spots the Draker kid. Zeke jumps out of his skin, seeing the weirdo. Alcoholics aren't standard hospital decor. Usually, guy has ninja stealth and talks trash about Zeke's dad. Zeke asks for some. ID, but the drunk just chugs more liquid courage. Old guy's eyeing those Wolverine healing vibes. Since the kid just walked off massive organ damage, System O goes, nope, and throws up mental firewalls. Zeke plays dumb. That secret is on total lockdown. The I know nothing act triggers the man to get handsy, launching a surprise attack. Zeke ducks a slap that slices the bed. Is this guy a ninja hobo? He throws a sheet over the lunatic. Bad vibes ensue. Panic mode on. Zeke fires up every cheat code he has, even blindfolded. The old-timer grabs the blade and gives props for the quick reflex. Zeke backflips away. Did he just say mercenary? Creepy drunk might actually know his backstory. Ditching the sword to survive. Total merc move, not knightly. The kid gets the hint. His gut says, this guy is legit scary. Skill gap, infinite. Zeke is toast if he tries anything. Bet this guy ranks up there with a red knight. Dude points at the sword. You grab that from the bargain bin. Why waste god tier talent on trash tier gear? Guys, a monster. Suddenly, Andre barges in hunting for him. Zeke gasps. Andre yells at Dexter, the gardener. The gardener, Dexter's like, how'd you sniff me out? Saw you creeping at the gym earlier. Dude. He tells Zeke to scram if he's not dying anymore. Zeke awkward walks out, but Dexter halts him. Says swim by the west greenhouse, for real lessons. Dead silence. Then Zeke goes past and bounces. Dexter gets ticked off, but kinda nostalgic too. Kid's got his dad's ego, but Zeke isn't some naive brat. He connects the dots. If a gardener has the guts to casually name-drop dad, he's a legend who taught Andre Duke Drake, the Gale Knight himself. One of the few dudes who can wield martial force. The psycho who soloed an entire kingdom, became famous, then ghosted everyone. Never expected him to be chillin' at school like a normie. Bet Andre crashed here just for Dexter too. Did Dex bag that Duke title just by being super stubborn or what? Heard a rumor this, psycho turned Black Knight just cause he's emo for the color. Sounds totally fake though. Duke's creeping on him. Sure, but he wants the real deal, not basics. He's so power hungry he won't settle for less than the dude's ult move if he joins up. Zeke grins. Time to swap greed for straight-up grit. Back at magic school, Professor Phantom is cringe teaching and begging for questions. Everyone's passed out, bored. Total vibe killer. For teach, he keeps yapping, but our hero puts a hand up to ask about that mana transfer rule he just dropped. Phantom geeks out. Finally, someone actually asks something. He chills out and breaks it all down for Zeke. Class ends. Kids ask why. Learn theory. Others just call it prime nap hours. Zeke's got a totally different take since he actually breezed through the lesson. He thinks the professor actually knows his stuff. Phantom stops him to spill his guts. Stoked he finally got to teach a kid who cares. Been forever. Tells him to slide by anytime he's stuck or curious. No stress. He awkwardly admits he's an LM at Deloa Magic Uni, so he's got the insider info. Zeke's shook. Didn't peg the professor as a big shot from Deloa. The OG Magic Nation takes the deal. Can't hurt befriending a wizard pro. Mathwas mages are usually big brain. Thinkers way better allies than stiff knights. Hopes the professor comes in clutch later on. Zeke leaves and sees Dexter. Dude's losing it after just 1 week. Dex is like, finally done. Cuts him off asking why he ghosted the greenhouse meet. Dex hoped he'd catch the hint about learning the good stuff. But Zeke repeats himself. Zero interest. Bruh. Dex throws a fit. Zeke's like, you're cool, but I'm busy grinding solo. Dex gets it, then flips the script and teleports behind Zeke. No time to react. Gale Knight knocks him out cold. Easy. Later, he finally regains consciousness. Can't believe he got dropped so fast. Guess Dex snapped after waiting 7 days. Zeke sees he's at the greenhouse. Dex, you up yet? Zeke calls it kidnapping. Guy agrees. Smugly says he's just that into him. Since he ain't hide and squat now, Zeke figures dude has zero chill. But he keeps pushing, trying to bail with his swift steps, cause the timing's whack. Then Dexter pops up right in his face. Jump scare much. Zeke tries to bolt again, but flops hard cause Dexter's too fast. Zeke's tired of being played like a noob, so he sasses the guy, asking why he's so obsessed with him. Guy brings up his crazy healing hacks again. Zeke smirks. Finally gets it. He dares the dude to make him talk. And poof, Dexter vanishes. Zeke's like, what's the deal? When a blade nearly clips him, he grabs it, wondering what the endgame is. Zeke squares up and asks what Dexter's deal is. Mystery Man shows up. Says Zeke started it, but fighting's boring, so let's bet. Dexter dares him to scratch just one thread on his outfit to get his wish. But looking scary as heck, he says if Zeke loses, he spills all his secrets. 3 whole hours of brawling later, Dexter's wondering how the kid's still standing. Dude realizes Zeke's not just got crazy cardio, but he heals like a glitch. Basically, our boy drags himself up and without missing a beat, pops his healing and infinite energy to go all day. but he knows spamming heals won't get the dub. So he remembers his Might of the Dragon skill kinda sketchy to use. So he kept it vaulted. Zeke figures it's safe to unleash on a Black Knight though. His eyes lock in, ready to rush back into the fray. Dexter sees that icy stare and gets hyped finally, a real fight. Kid glows purple, hits the gas, and charges in to land a hit. But Dexter reads those basic moves like a book. He admits the kid's quicker, but still weak sauce compared to his old rivals. But he spots that crazy grudge in his eyes way more than just grit. The dude totally vibes with that and powers up. But suddenly, Zeke triggers the dragon skill, catching him slipping. Dexter manages to snap his blade and shove him back, but he's confused. Like what just happened? He hides in the dust cloud, wondering if Zeke blinded him with some hack. He doubts the kid can spot him through that thick smog, but using dragon eyes, the kid locks onto him and tries to gank him from behind. He finally connects, but the knight vanishes instantly. Reckons it's the Duke's secret move that lets him flash step, kicking up wind. Now he gets why they call Dexter the Gale Knight. But while he's thinking, the guy spawns right behind him, barely trying. He calls it a tie before totally crushing our hero. Game over. System alert. You spammed way too many skills. Stamina is cooked. So, it's forcing a hard reset on his brain so he doesn't die. Zeke's world goes dark. Tries to stand, but his body says, nope. Hours later, he wakes up in bed. Figures, the Duke called him back. Losing stings. But that night is total beast mode. Gave it 100%, still got clapped. He kept spamming the same combo, hoping to trick the guy. Then, the second he saw an opening, he flipped the script, dragon mode engaged to finally land a hit. Yet, it still wasn't enough to win. Bet that last move was Dexter's secret ult, hates passing out from skill spam, but glad he saw the secret sauce. That dude's speed was insane with that bod. Same hack Andre uses to rank up with 0 cardio. Zeke is salty, he missed out. Since he craved that skill, but still feels okay. That dragon power even made a Black Knight flinch. It'll totally wreck any scrubs he fights later. Ding! A system message pops up. Checked it, Swift Steps leveled up. Soul got buffed too. Plus, system menu is live. Karma points unlock the goodies. Whoa, he sees options. 2. Grab a minimap, inventory, and quest log. So much stuff. Zeke chills to read the fine print. Copped the inventory first. System says he can stash loot and grab it just by thinking. Makes sense? MC picks his sword to stash. Just needs a thought. He focuses while holding the blade. Poof! Claymore's gone. Sitting in the menu. Gets it now. Thinks of the sword to bring it back. Bam! Claymore's back in his hands. Way cooler than just a magic closet. Reminds him of hiding loot in his past life. Can buff storage space with Karma too? Easy. And this is just low-tier admin stuff. MC's hyped. Imagine the higher-rank God mode unlocks. He realizes Karma is gold. Wasting it would be totally dumb. Tweaking plans when Knock Knock Dexter wants in. Zeke is shook but opens up. Butler's got mail for him. Says Zeke gets it if he knows it's from Dexter. MC grins. Guess the grind wasn't for nothing. Dexter's note basically says, come catch these hands whenever you're ready. Bruh, calls it a draw just so he can wreck me later. Okay, I see you. But hey, I'm hyped. The door is still open for a rematch. Then my butler pipes up he actually tracked down that blacksmith I wouldn't shut up about. I'm like, when do we roll? But the butler just ... freezes. Turns out, the dude ghosted us. Refuses to see anyone. Rude much? Wait, what? Apparently, he quit the crafting game entirely. Next day, I pull up to his shop. Same spot I used to haunt in my past life. Name's still kinda goofy. I walk in yelling, yo, anybody home? Back in the day, I rocked this beast of a sword called the Radiance of Graham. Galleon made it. Absolute god-tier craftsman. Gave it to me for free cause I saved his bacon once. Fair trade. They call him the blacksmith of the soul for a reason. Rumor has it, he peeps your actual soul before hammering out your gear. Creepy, but cool. He didn't miss back then. Made exactly what I needed without me even asking. That sword was a cheat code. Swapping ether for aura like it was nothing. Dude was a legend now. I find him passed out drunk. Talk about a glowdown. He wakes up, grumpy Ellen Scram Kid. No playground here. I knew he was salty, but this is next level emo energy. What kind of drama went down? Before we became besties in my last life, splash, I dump a bucket of water on him. Rise and shine, sleep in beauty. Then I get serious. Why'd you reject my request, old man? He blinks, realizes I'm a Draker, and instantly hits the floor. My bad, my lord. Guy's shaken like a leaf. Stuttering. Sorry's claiming he's washed up and totally useless. Can't even make what I want, so how can I make stuff for you? He whines, so he just quit. Rage quit life. Basically, weird seeing a pro like him in his flop era. When I met him before, he was already the GOAT. Guess he kept his mouth shut about this mess cause he was Whatever. I don't have time for a therapy session. He starts spiraling, so I snap my fingers. Focus. Dude. He mumbles another apology for being a jerk, but I cut him off. Show me these so-called failures. Now, he walks me back, and I realize, I gotta fix this guy's mindset. If I want my gear, backyards, a disaster zone, he starts apologizing for the junk, but I'm like, chill, it's aesthetic. Then I start snooping. Galleon's panicking, like, careful, sharp objects. I ignore him and keep digging. And honestly, these trash swords are actually fire. Same top-tier quality as always. My dragon eyes see straight through the drama. He clocks something odd and asks, yo, that brayer giving you grief? Galleon's shook. But Zeke commands, just answer. He even calls out the dude's DIY smelting hacks. He totally notices how random metals to forge stuff that's light but beastly strong. Then Zeke snaps a dud sword like a twig. Weak sauce? He laughs. He explains the vibe is off because too much junk stayed in the metal. Galleon is literally flabbergasted that Zeke instantly downloaded his entire secret forging method. He roasted every flaw effortlessly. Galleon gets a lightbulb moment. This sounds cringe, he admits, but I gotta ask a favor. Back inside, Zeke's like, what's the play, my guy? Smithy whips out a blueprint, spilling the tea immediately. Deja vu. Zeke recognizes the legendary magic brayer prints from his past life. Since Zeke saved his bacon, Galleon ain't gatekeeping the goods. Just like before, he shows all his cards. Zeke figures, this makes the smelting game 100% perfect. Galleon knew he'd get it, but Zeke asks, why aren't you building this yet? Turns out, he's missing the MVP component. Major bummer. The Magic Tower wants 10,000 gold coins. Total robbery. Normal fams spend 10 gold a month. This is exponentially priced. Now Zeke gets why it took him 10 whole years to blow up. Yeah, that price tag is actually deranged. Galleon shoots his shot. You're a pure-blood Draker. Help me snag that brayer? If Zeke helps, he promises to craft everything for free until he literally kicks the bucket. Zeke thinks it over. It's nearly impossible since he ain't the main knight. Even with pure blood, getting that much cash is a pipe dream. He needs Graham. That shiny op sword? Brainstorm time. He realizes it's just some mana law mumbo-jumbo. Suddenly, big brain moment. He accepts the quest. Zeke grabs the prince, leaving Galleon totally stunned. I know a mage. Zeke lies. I'll hit you up if it works. Zeke says, quit the booze. But the dude latches onto his leg sobbing. Crying buckets. He swears to serve. RMC forever? If this actually pulls through? He keeps thanking him while Zeke awkwardly tries to bail. At the academy, Zeke wonders why those Mage Tower dirtbags charge so much for such an easy gig. Phantom majored in this stuff. So he hunts for the lab. While searching, he spots drama going down in an alley. Some kid is getting absolutely wrecked by bullies. Crying, the victim tries to say, sorry. Major throwback to his past life trauma. Furious, he investigates. Leon calls the kid trash and keeps throwing hands. Basically, venting his Zeke hate on this random victim. Leon refuses to take the L and calls hacks, while grinding his victim's face into the dirt. He swears he only lost cause of a cheap shot, so he calls it a fluke and says Zeke's skills are totally fake. But the second Zeke shows up, Leon's face screams up. Our MC smirks, then flips the switch to serious mode, giving them the death stare. He tells these clowns to kneel right now if they want to keep breathing. Leon tries to act tough, claiming Zeke's power-up is a lie, but Zeke shuts that down, demanding a bow before he ends him. That threat hits Leon harder than an ice bucket challenge. He starts sweating bullets, wondering why he's feeling Bosslyville presser from a guy who was a nobody last month. Leon grinds his teeth and calls Zeke trash one last time. He sends his minions to Zur Rush, but Zeke doesn't even blink. He gives M1 warning before casually sidestepping a fist. Then he drops player 1 and absolutely folds player 2. He catches a flying goon and tosses him like a sack of potatoes. The squad gets deleted instantly. Watching this train wreck, Leon's panic meter hits Maxi. Can't believe this is the same scrub. Mick walks up and tells the shivering loser, chill, bro, the pain only lasts a second. Leon Panicus draws his blade and screams, stay back. Zeke's like, did you really just pull steel outside the arena? The coward freezes, realizing he just messed up big time by flashing a weapon in a no PvP zone. Major foul. Zeke declares he's defending his honor now. He draws his sword. It's a death match till one drops. Since Leon drew first, he takes the heat for whatever messy ending comes next. No legal issues for Zeke. He grabs a witness and hits start. But the bully instantly folds and screams, I'm sorry. He basically waits himself, begging for a mercy pass. MC remembers this dude's a jerk from the past. Calls him Gorbish and Swishstakes. An ear as tax. Leon screeches like a banshee, but our savage Mick warns, glue that back on, and next time, I take the head. The guy Zeke saved asks why he bothered helping. Our boy shrugs it off. He wasn't being a hero. He was just grinding XP for himself. Leaving, he wonders if he's getting soft, almost saying something cringe. He finds the professor to ask if the plan works. Phantom says, yup. Zeke's about to dip, but the guy stops him and says, hold up, listen to the details. Phantom explains the build is easy, but the power core is tricky. They say the core is basically the machine's ticker. But this tiny beast is a total energy hog, thanks to its weird wiring. Plus, getting the output timing right is a total nightmare. Zeke nods, desperate. So, how do we actually build this thing? The professor sighs, well, kid, we've got two paths. Option 1. I tweak the design. Bad news. That'll take 10, maybe 15 years. Zeke freezes, jaw on the floor. The professor just shrugs. Yeah, forever. I know. Then he perks up. Or, we try option 2. We swap materials and skip the headache of redesigning entirely. Fast and easy, right? Except we need a high compression, mana stone. Zeke's jumping up, you've got to be kidding me. That stuff is ancient tech. Even our best geeks can't fake it today. Phantom chimes in. Bingo. Scavenging ruins for that junk is tough, and finding one that actually fits, basically impossible. Price tag, 3,000 gold. Zeke just stares, brain buffering. He's stressing. If they find out he has 0 aura, he is totally toast. 15 years is a joke, but 3,000 coins. He's broke. Man, he really doesn't want to. Throw in the towel on this whole blacksmith gate. Everyone thinks he's an aura whiz because of that blessing ceremony, right? Total scam. He faked it with ether and some flashy healing tricks. But facts are facts. The dude has 0 aura. Ether is weird stuff regular folks can't even touch. Aside from one soul skill, all those cool aura moves are off limits. Even then, he just buffs his sword and swings it like a club. Aura is way user-friendly. He needs Graham, the Sword of Radiance. Stat. Zeke stands there, fuming, brain looping on where to snag that stupid mana stone. Phantom whistles. Whoever drew these plans was a total genius. By the way, super efficient stuff, even back in the Golden Age. This was top-tier legendary gear. Zeke pauses, a light bulb basically explodes over his head. He grins. Professor, keep the blueprints ready. I'll be back. You want the 15-year wait? Prof asks. Nope. I'm fetching the stone. Zeke smirks, looking cocky. I know exactly where to dig one up. Flashback time. The Liberation War freed us from being dragon snacks. It ended when Turkendraker smacked down the evil dragon, Bama. Humans chilled out for a solid century after that. But the loot found in the dragon's lair, pure magic era gold. That stash was way better than anything we can build now. And guess what was hiding in the pile? The high compression mana stone. One rock packed enough juice to power a whole village. Great. Vintage loot time. Zeke hits the Draker Academy main archives. It's basically a ghost town now, but the place is still kept. Spotless since legend says Turkendraker built it personally. Years back, a reno project unearthed tons of Golden Age swag. The tower and the top wizard dove and ASAP to claim dibs. They found heaps of vintage gear, and the gossip went viral across the map instantly. Zeke recalls how it went down last life. He walks in, betting the goods are still totally unlooted. Searching blindly? Nah, that's a total waste of time. Time for cheats. He pups Dragon Eyes and scans the area. Spots a glitchy tile. He gives it a tap to check for secrets. He fires up Spirit so literally the one trick his teach showed him. Ether can turn solid, allowing the user to add effects like cut for whatever mess they're in. It's got massive nerfs though. You gotta burn a crazy amount of juice just to make it work. Instant exhaustion hits. He shakes it off and dives through the secret gap anyway. In the tunnel, he sparks a light. Recall says, the wiki never said it was this deep. Then, a noise echoes. Weird, this spot shouldn't be found for 10 years. Beaten to it, he peeks, just bony dudes holding mining gear. He scans with Dragon Eyes, no lich paw. Sweetie triggers, crit strike, and rushes in to smash. Score, he gets 2 karma points for the kill. Zeke grins. Totally forgot the point grind cause he was thirsty for the loot. His face goes full goblin mode. Prime farming opportunity right here. He pushes on and wrecks 20 more bone bags for the points. System menu pops up. Time to see what kind of upgrades he can snag. Checking the point cost. He realizes he's too broke for anything but a minimap. GPS is live, showing his spot. It's just like a magic chart. Then, something weird pops up. The map suddenly goes full 3D. Zeke's hyped, but notices only one room is highlighted in a diff color. System says it's storage. Click yes for auto. You bet. Crazy. The pros took days to find this in the past, and he just stumbled on it, effortless. The UI flashes him. The optimal path. No way, he's getting lost with this cheat code active. He hits the destination, A massive gate blocks the way. Now what? A simple shove definitely ain't opening this beast. Tries anyway. Weird magic swats his hand. Guess that's why the big shot wizards had to step in. Staring at his scorched glove, he reckons he almost lost a hand. Lock's jammed, so he pings the system. It chirps back, syncs in with the security tech instantly upon request. The digital hack fails, so it brute forces the manual override instead. Jolt of surprise hits Zeke. Wait, did you actually just talk to me? The system hits him with a positive response, leaving him totally floored. Seizing the chance, he uses it to demand, "Why'd I get sent back in time?" Radio silence. He pivots, asking about the admin setup instead. Still, nothing. Getting annoyed, he asks, "Who's the developer then?" Ghosted again. Frustrated, he throws his hands up and quits asking. Just open the door? System obeys. Unsealing the Dragon Slayer vault. Zeke's jaw hits the floor. The second, he spots the rows of loot chests inside the room. Just like the last run, every chest is stuffed with top-tier loot. Snagging even one of these in the ruins is basically a miracle. He digs through the pile, finally grabbing the compression mana stones. He scores 4, burns a karma point for bag space, and stashes 1. Inventory's full, so Zeke vows to come back when he can loot it all. Time to bounce. Suddenly, a creepy chill runs down his spine. He spins around just as magic circles flash into existence, warping him away instantly. The sudden warp circle catches Zeke off guard, making him stumble. Blinking open his eyes to a new scene, he panics. System, location, the interface pings back immediately. Current location, home of the Dragon Slayer. He never saw a coffin room mentioned in the forums in his past life. Checking the minimap, he sees he's actually close to the last room. But look as he might, there's no path connecting to this place, which means this has gotta be a hidden Easter egg area no one ever found or wikied before. Rolling with the weirdness, he rushes a coffin and shoves the lid off. Inside rests a dusty suit of medieval armor. System tags it as Dragon Slayer exclusive gear. Zeke grabs the set, noting the scratches and battle scars all over. Up close, it's clearly different from the usual Golden Age stuff. He finds a weird circular socket on the backplate. Brain blast, that socket definitely fits the loot he just grabbed. Zeke pops open his inventory and pulls a high compression mana stone. Can't pass up this test. The second he slots the ancient relic inside, the system chimes. Mana battery installed successfully. The whole suit flares to life, glowing bright. Zeke grins like an idiot. This find could be absolutely game. A second later, the armor starts twitching like it's having a seizure. His hype instantly turns to, "Oh crap, panic." The whole set blows up, choking the room with thick smoke. System went oops, overload, and totally crashed the startup. It flagged the boom, but the lag was real. System said, "My bad." Luckily, no major damage. Confirmed those fancy mana rocks juice up the retro gear. He wondered what kind of crazy specs this armor pack to need that much raw power. Zeke noted to grill Professor Fannin about it once he bounced. For now, time to creep around the weird room. Except for the creepy coffin zone, it was a ghost town. Finally, hit the boss room. Like the rest, just a massive, empty void. Until he spotted a glass cube chilling in the center. System pop-up hit. Eyes bugged out, sweat mode on. His only thought, Tarakan Draker was officially unhinged. The cube held the OG loot. Bahamut's cursed ticker. Who knew his ancestor would leave a slain dragon's heart as a parting gift? Wow. Explains the major bad vibes he got entering storage. But unlike the dark stuff before, this hit different. As soon as the system said, the heart clocked him. Dark vibes swarmed Zeke. Heard a voice in his head, totally toxic, saying he had zero choice. Screaming to unalive them all, like a total psycho. Before he went full dark side, his mental shield clutched up, snapped out of it, but got a massive brain freeze. Something hijacked his brain for a sec. It lingered, turning one of his eyes scoth black. Realizing the danger, that heart cube freaked him out. Still dizzy, the system drops a panic quest. Tarakan's test. Mission, beat the curse in Bahamut's heart. Darkness flared up, and when his mental guard tried to scrub it, the skill glitched for the first time. Just like that, heavy murder thoughts flooded in. The kill-in voice got loud. Both eyes went black. Voice demanded he let it in. It promised freedom if he just accepted. Using max willpower, Zeke grabbed some control and headbutted the glass cube as hard as possible. Pain rebooted his brain, smiled through the bloody mess. Zeke wasn't vibing with that edgy dumb voice offered freedom, but you gotta earn that stuff. Freedom is won. Cube shattered, curse broken, quest done. As a prize, he owns Tarakan Draker's final loot now. Brain fog hit him like a freight train. If he hadn't toughed it out, he'd be toast. Bodhi went panic mode, spamming heals and stamina. Time to absorb Bahamut's cursed heart. Here goes nothing. The glowing ticker floated to his chest, looked epic. A crazy power surged through his Guts hurt? Like absolutely heck. Thick mana, like he'd never seen, invaded every cell. Bad news since he didn't have a single magic circle to tank that surge. Nowhere to go, the mana just wrecked him. Total agony. Do something or die. Classic Zeke scenario. With slick fingers, he summoned the purple ether. Used Soul Spirit to make a mini black hole. Mana, Gale. With his trash skill set, the ether trick was his only Hail Mary. Teeth grit. He focused hard to keep the seal tight. Boom. Magic explosion time. He was ground zero for the smoke cloud. Huge crater, but Zeke was still in one piece. Every nerve screamed bloody murder. Pain faded, big sigh. Close one, but he's alive. Clothes shredded. Coal Bahamut on his chest. Glass cube smashed, heart gone. Dragon mana is legit. Miracle, he didn't go poof. Saw his new ink reflected in the broken glass. Sealing that rampage actually worked. Ping, system update. Dragonheart successfully gulped down. The mana gave him a total Stats went from meh to god mode. 2 OP, so the system nerfed 95% of it. Ancestor perks. Unlocked Draker's secret library. Got the noob quest book and admin tutorial. Zeke scratched his head. Divine bod. Library. Tutorial. Okay then. Confusing stuff. He swiped the notifications away. Old Dragon Slayer was feeling gifty before he croaked. Sisty asked if he wanted to pop open Draker's other loot box. Just when he thought it was over. Gift number 2. After nearly dying in that creepy room, he headed back to the mansion. Stashed the loot safely, eyes glued to the screen. New title. Ancient Dragons, Blessed Air. Sweet. He snagged some epic loot. Dragon boss powers, and a literal god bod. But the coolest toy, that incantation, shout. Locked for now, but it turned stock into ammo. Near death paid off, but he's too weak to use the perks. Draconic control. Exactly what it says on the tin. Summon scalies, and they obey like good. The god bod. Pure peak performance hacks. XP gain is boosted, and his energy flows crazy fast. The flavor text is super vague though. Totally useless. He needs a test drive. Beside the old dude's gift, another window popped. Secret library unlocked, but update required. The system, being a total bro, offered to ping the download spot on his Zeke groaned. More fetch quests. Lame. Wait, ... He knows that spot. Looks like Valhalla. Yano, that super elite night school? Unless you're an admin, you can't even peek inside, and he is definitely locked out. Even for Zeke, breaking in is a nightmare. The worst part? He planned to skip school this life. But for epic loot, Mike gotta change plans. Fate really wants him stuck with this chaotic Next up, reading the noob guide. Tutorial starting. Beat it to get swap. And quests means sweet loot. Basically, just adventurer guild errands. So, he asked, what's the mission? Rude. It just auto-started without answering. The world glitched out. Reality warped hard. Poof! He landed in some weird instance zone. Tron grid floor. Total void everywhere else. Our boy stayed chill though. Scanned the area. Teleported again. Classic. Kidnapped by magic twice today. Why odd, but this feels off. Less moved location, more reality shift. Like he loaded into a totally different server? Suddenly, his bad vibes raider pinged behind him. Spun around, bam. Orcs with spiky bonk sticks. Quest log. Kill him in 60 mins. Use 2 skills. If he wins, he gets points and unlocks the cash shop. While thinking, reflexes took over. Sword spawned. Looks like this tutorial wants him to cheese the system. This cheat code would have been clutched way earlier. 3 orcs tried jumping him, but Zeke ghosted him instantly. Their hits made the whole tutorial zone glitch out. He spammed swift steps and slashed to clap back hard. These trash mobs ain't scaring nobody now. Turning him into confetti is basically AFK work. His giant sword felt lighter than a pencil. Now, that divine body buff is seriously broken up. With these gains, soloing a purple knight sees. After deleting the orcs, the instance, dungeon fate. Was that whole boss fight just a glitch? Felt 4K Ultra HD. Tutorial cleared. Plus, he snagged speedrun bonuses. Total loot. 40 points, and the shop unlock. He was hyped to finally ball out in the shop. Zeke clicked the shop tab fast. Whoa, S-tier loot. Selling giants, flesh, flame breath, the works. IRL, this stuff costs a fortune. Rare drops only. Could he flip these items for mad profits? Not just buying, he could pawn his inventory too. Training sword, 0. Elven dagger, 4 points. Guess this shop only wants legendary vintage stuff. It's 100 gold IRL, but the system's low. So, he decided to hold on to his gear unless he's totally broke on points later. Logged out of the training room. Time to crash. Crazy 24 hours. He's gonna sleep like a rock. Next morning, Zeke rolled up to see Professor F. The magic geek was shook that this kid actually sniped a Hyder mana stone in just one day. Zeke wouldn't spill his secrets. It's complicated. Zeke barely sipped his tea before Fannin was done. That magic? Nerd is cracked, but Zeke could tell he was super sus. Usually, every high-level mana stone gets logged in the official database. Gotta track that expensive loot so nobody steals it. The serial number tells you who the current owner is and where they farmed it. But Zeke's stones, totally off the grid. Ghost items. Search the whole central server. You won't find M. Fannin, not buying the act. That's actually smart. Guy knows his stuff. No cap, wasting that talent here. Nah, he needs a better guild. Finally, he booted up the device. Back to Papner's breath. Designs done, they tossed the gizmo to Galleon, the soulsmith dude. Zeke and Professor Vanan just stared while the master got to work. His crib was glowing with super complex magic circles everywhere. Galleon looked so hyped now that he could finally make his dream gear come true. His vibe was totally catching. The boys were literally watching history go down. Demo ace, the professor dipped to catch his lecture. Galleon was super grateful to Zeke for the assist. Never thought he'd see the magic stove, but teaming with the kid was peak. Since Zeke actually kept his side of the deal, it was Galleon's turn to pay up. Smith's hyped to repay him. Zeke yanked some loot from his bag. One glance and the dude knew exactly what that was. In the fancy box sat a legitic dragon's fang. Part of Turkin's loot was Bahamut's sharpest chomper. The crafting nut drooled over that huge mint condition. Fang, Turk's dying gift was seriously the ultimate prize. Heart to Fang's, his ancestor was a total rare item. Suddenly, Galleon started shaking like crazy. Snot and tears everywhere, leaving Zeke totally lost. He built the heater. Now he gets to smith the dragon tooth. While Galleon swore to make a weapon that blows his mind. The soulsmith swore his rep to craft a blade worthy of Zeke, or die trying. Sounded familiar? Same vow he made in the last life. Even in round 2, Galleon is still that sincere dummy that actually hit Zeke right in the feels. Leaving it to the pro, Zeke was pumped for his new sword. With the topsmith on the continent cooking, the result is going to be insane. After the forge visit, Zeke headed to his room in the mansion. Did so much for that weapon, now he can finally vibe. A week post-duel, he got a note for round 2 with Duke. Just as he figured, the crazy gardener would act up. He felt a creep in his room. Standing right behind him was Duke, and he looked salty that Zeke ghosted his invite. The weirdo knight raged, demanding answers and oozing bloodlust. Looks like he legit wants to end Zeke right now. Trolling the old guy, he swore he wasn't gonna fight him again. Duke Draker closed the gap between them instantly, demanding truth. Zeke tried to wiggle free. Before he could act, the psycho yeeted him out the window. Totally shocked, Zeke felt gravity taking over. His room's super high up, so falling was definitely bad news. That drops a total rip before his regen powers can even boot up. Freaking out, he clawed desperately at the rail. Too slow, Duke Smits crushed his windpipe first. Gramps wasn't buying the act. That the kid missed the letters, obvious vibe. Dude's been dodging him, medbay. Here, total ghosting. It's like he's trolling the old guy on purpose. Duke quit playing. Gave him 5 seconds to spill the tea. Zeke grinned, clapping back that Duke hadn't even come clean, still claiming he's just the plant guy. But he wants truth. Talk about double standards. Seeing zero panic despite the countdown, Dexter chilled out and smirked. He yeeted him inside like a cheap rat. Room got trashed, but Zeke's tanky, he's totally fine. Dexter had to admit the kid had a point. Helping him up, he dropped the bomb. I was a black knight. Zeke faked a massive gasp. Even though he already figured it out ages ago from the clues, he went Falaska mode, totally overacting, apologizing for dissing such a legendary VIP. Duke squinted. This was your master plan. Zeke kept playing the innocent card. Zero shame. Seizing the moment, Zeke asked, why former knight? Gramps shut it down. I just don't claim it anymore. Ranking up is normal, but demote, that's news to him. Totally not vibing with his 20 questions. Duke cut him off. New topic. Saw the handshake. Okay, time to back off. Since Gramps kept it real, Zeke decided to come clean. He dropped to his knees. Okay, boss, I knew who you were. I just trolled you to become your student. Shockingly, the old guy actually grinned, digging the kid's crazy audacity. So the Gale Knight was like, you're my apprentice? That easy. Zeke expected way more drama to snag a pro. Better say yes before Moody Grandpa flips the script. Bowing like a total pro, he made it official. Train me, Knight of Knights. Swore to represent, follow orders, and get Duke blinked. How'd the kid know the old school vow? Most Zoomers forgot that stuff. Class is key. Zeke smirked. But one question? Duke hates the master title, but let him speak. Why me? You're famous for rejecting literally everyone. Only Andre. After begging like a toddler for years, the self-proclaimed prodigy finally wore the old man down. Zeke kinda knew why he got picked, but he really wanted to hear the geezer admit it out loud. He figured the old knight realized he was way cooler than Andre during their little showdown. Duke just grinned and told him to take a wild guess. Zeke didn't hum. He straight up said, "'Cause I'm the family genius." Obviously, the old man cracked up at how confidently wrong the kid was. "Kid, if I wanted raw talent, I'd have picked that girl from the Tun clan." Nope, he picked Zeke purely because the kid was stubborn as a mule. You need more than fancy tricks to hit red or black knight status. Real talk. Gifted kids usually cruise through life without a scratch. So when things actually get tough, they fold like cheap lawn chairs. Their talent poofs, and they usually end up dead. Bummer? Having lived a whole gritty life already, Zeke nodded so hard his neck hurt. Those future red knights, everyone hypes up. Total flops, usually. They crash and burn, getting stuck at blue rank forever. Mediocre. Dropping that truth bomb, Duke stood up. "Chat's over," he signaled. "Time for the newbie's first torture session. A lesson?" They strolled over to this creepy empty gym under the western greenhouse. Zeke had zero clue. A secret gym was hiding under the plants. Duke just said run, so Zeke's been doing laps while thinking, is this it? He was trying to 4D chess the situation, wondering what the master's plan was. 3 hours later, Duke was still just staring at him like a creepy statue. Finally, the old man barked, "Stop," and tossed a question at him. Zeke happily slammed the brakes, panting, "What's up? Teach." Before he could blink, Duke's massive frame teleported right behind him. The geezer swiped at Zeke's arm, but Zeke's ninja reflexes kicked in, battle mode engaged, and he noped out of there to a safe zone instantly. Duke missed the grab completely, but that split-second touch almost shredded Zeke's fancy glove. "Got a problem with a doctor's checkup?" The old knight smirked. "Yeah, right." Zeke knew this crafty fossil wasn't playing doctor. Duke had smelled something fishy about the kid since day one. The infirmary brawl, the greenhouse duel, everything. Even after 500 laps, the kid leaked zero aura. Like, none. Plus, he acted super shady whenever Duke aimed for his wrist. So the ex-Black Knight just point-blank asked, "You can't use aura, can you?" That question hit the bullseye of Zeke's biggest secret. Panic time? The old man did his homework. He saw the bronze statue incident. He knew about the crazy golden light show everyone was freaking out about. "If I'm wrong," Duke challenged, "let me check your pulse right now." Zeke stared back. No evil vibes, just a bored old guy's curiosity. Even though a monolith Draco would be a massive scandal, it seemed Duke cared more about solving the puzzle than the drama. Thank God the old man was a total weirdo. Zeke still figured he needed his sword, Graham, to fake his way through this. Major wake-up call. Gotta be way more careful till then. He hyped himself up. No point spinning fairy tales now. Old life, total flop. This time, totally different vibe. Zeke ditched the fancy gloves. The whole pure flashed his mana reflection to prove he's the real deal. He's legit, but hope and truth bombs hide the lies. Still, he apologized. If they find he has zero aura, he gets yeet. Broken make himself cry. Q, looking like a sad puppy. Give this man an Oscar. Zeke offered his wrist. Duke pushed aura in to check the vibes. Seeing Zeke ballin' and acting totally shook, Duke figured a kid, even if he acts way too grown. Just as he guessed, zero aura juice in the kid's body. He awakened, but Duke was totally stumped. Tried to figure it out, but his brain drew a blank. Zeke knew the old man would still be kinda sus. That blessing ritual is basically the law for his family. Duke would twist logic into a pretzel to deny what he saw. So, the old guy stamped him as an erect. Duh, of course, that's what he came up with. Folks who don't get character classes always think that. Played dumb. What's that? Master said it's for weird powers, like using aura and mana at the same time. Total cheat codes. Or crazy hacks, like peeking at future spoilers. So yeah, irregulars get treated like total trash. At all. So they better keep this strictly on the down low. Duke guessed his power was crazy stamina and Normally, healing internal wounds takes forever. But those rules don't apply to our boy Zeke. He bounced back from wreck states instantly before. Duke figured speed healing burns insane energy. And that energy, straight up aura. He thinks Zeke burns aura on regen, so the tank's empty. Zeke was shook. The old guy actually made some sense. Staying in character, he innocently asked, "So, no aura ever." Acting scared to be a letdown. Duke just laughed it off and told him to chill out, cause his Gale arts are up and needs zero aura. Said it's a custom tech made by a top-tier knight. Usually, it's an upgrade of dragon slaying stuff, so it needs aura. But Gale arts are all about raw gains. Time to show off. He told Zeke, "Watch this closely." Bam! He just jumped and the floor totally cracked. Zeke's eyes practically bugged out trying to track Duke's insane speed. In seconds, the Gale Knight zoomed around so fast, even his ghosts were invisible. He then just chilled back at the start. Totally. Asked if he saw it, Zeke goes, "Cool if I give it a shot." Shook. Duke's like, "Don't you want to replay first?" The weird old guy cracked up at Zeke's Got totally Black Knight style, and said, "Go for it." Zeke rolled up and struck a pose. He replayed the master's moves in his brain. First step smashed a crater right on the knight's print. One look and he cloned Duke's moves perfectly. Now that he's master's flow, he's spotting stuff he missed earlier. It's obvious these steps were for fighting an invisible foe. Patterns for hitting, ducking, rushing, and bailing. Every single step had a job to do. Finishing up, Zeke slowed down. Duke's jaw dropped. Knew the kid had skills a week ago, but not this level. What on earth happened in 7 days to level up this hard? It's literally night and day. Duke never saw this. Never met such a perfect noob. But Zeke had to ruin the vibe by acting cocky. If he chilled out, he'd be total perfection. Duke put him in a headlock, roasting him for crying, then nailing it. Time flew since training began. Today, Zeke's chilling in the cafeteria. His plate's a mountain of meat, fish, bread every. Been a month since he joined the Gale Knights. Non-stop training made his stomach a bottomless pit. But Andre crashed his lunch, asking for a chat. Being super busy, he told Andre to just spill it right there. Andre just had one simple question. How'd Zeke charm Sir Dexter? Since Andre wasn't a disciple yet, Zeke's news probably freaked him out. Still, face stuffing. Zeke said he did zip. Dexter just picked him. Andre was clearly salty about that, glaring with pure gross out and hate. He assumed Zeke got picked just cause he's a pureblood. Our guy wasn't vibing with that trash talk at all. Meal done. He gave the genius a harsh reality check. Zeke called out Andre's massive inferiority complex, which the teacher totally despised. His arms started shaking from rage. He tried checking Zeke with the cadet label, but homeboy wasn't done roasting him yet. He asked if Andre really thought Sir Dexter picked students for such lame reasons. Zeke made it crystal clear that using his family name as a stepping stone just proves he's got skills. Then he dropped some harsh truths on Andre. Quit soothing your massive insecurity and actually grind if you want to get picked. As salty as he was, Andre knew the kid was spitting facts. Later at the West Arena, the usual duo became a trio. Someone beat them there and was sprinting like a zombie, was chasing him. Zeke asked what was up, but even the knight looked lost. He had no clue what bug bit instructor Andre, but dude begged to stay and learn, even if he had to work as a servant. The old knight jokingly said sure. He ran 300 laps with 0 aura, which explains ... This Duke was actually shook by Andre's sudden grit. Zeke was also hyped to see the guy wasn't just a stuck-up nerd. Turns out, the genius of the century actually has a spine. Every student got summoned to line up on the field. Big day today. The patriarch is pulling up. Hooves thundered outside as a fancy carriage with the family logo rolled in. The lookout panicked and told everyone the boss had arrived. The tubby dean, Howard Draker, ordered his crew to get ready for the big boss. He camped by the gate so he'd be the first face the VIP saw. The second the patriarch stepped out, Howard's chubby face was there. The dean bowed low to respect the Draker master. Knights dropped to their knees with raised blades to show respect. The patriarch showed up at exactly 12 noon, and the school bell went crazy for the occasion. Master Draker walked with unmatched swag and aura. Just him being there made everyone fall in line. He grabbed Howard's shoulder, towering over him, and said, "Good job. This absolute unit is Arthur, head of the Dragonslayer Draker clan." Howard suggested they head inside, 'cause of the heat, but Arthur moves at his own speed. Students near the gate saw his shadow and totally froze up. Finally, Arthur Draker stepped into the light so the students could see his face. He spoke to the young slayers, the clan's future hope. He told them to grind harder for themselves and the family. Hyped by his speech and intense vibes, the students took it to heart and shouted back loudly. As the sun got brighter, Arthur turned and told Howard to lead the way. Behind closed doors, someone called for Zeke, saluting the knight leader, Dragon Guardian, and my dad. Arthur cracked up. "Why so stiff? Kid, relax." He grabbed 2 mugs. "Park it, son. Heard you're a tea-snub now. Got the rare stuff. Hope it doesn't suck." Might look like a sweet move from dear old dad, but Zeke knew better. His spies report everything. Creepy. People say the Emperor might miss stuff, but a Draker, they know everything. Zero privacy here. Zeke felt that truth slap him in the face. "So, Arthur started. Heard Duke took you in. Not bad. Classic dad. No small talk, just straight for the jugular." Zeke shrugged. "Hey, Duke's just doing me a solid. No big E. Whatever your plan is." Arthur mused. "Stick with him. You'll go far." Zeke cut in, eyes blazing. "My plan, to be the strongest guy on this entire continent." Arthur's gaze sharpened. Big words. Stronger than everyone. Zeke grinned. "So I can live however I want. That's the dream." And he'd wreck anyone to grab it. He scanned his dad's face. Blank. Totally unreadable. Suddenly, Arthur let his killer aura leak out. Just a drop. Strongest means beating him. The old man wasn't laughing now. Crap. Zeke thought. Asterisk got too excited. Me and my big mouth. Asterisk. An icy shiver shot down his back. The room grew heavy. Astral sword pressure. Yikes. It dominates everything nearby. Like kneel or die vibes. Top tier aura stuff. Only the blackest of black knights pull this off. Arthur stared him down, a tiny smirk playing on his lips. Zeke didn't flinch. He planted his feet. No backing down. Fighting the crush. He gritted out. Yeah? Even stronger than you. The old man's eyes sparkled. He liked that gutsy answer. Poof! Presh gone. Arthur sipped his tea like nothing happened. He leaned back. What you just said, that's the wildest thing I've heard in years. I came to check on the school. And you, obviously. But seeing you now, just checking in feels cheap. He dug into his fancy suit pocket. Zeke thought Duke was the peak, a monster. But Dad, different league. He slid a sleek card over. It had the family crest on it, a little reward for impressing Duke. Zeke froze. Is that? He stammered, sweating bullets. Arthur grinned. I see you know what this plastic does. It's the VIP credit card. Only for the elite of the elite. Zeke never thought he'd even smell one of these. Insane perks everywhere. And the limit, infinity. Bro, it's literally a cash cheat code. Art grinned, saying, it's a joint account so Zeke can swipe freely. Zeke, totally shook, promised to only swipe for emergencies. Dad's chill, but the hidden agenda here is way too loud. Swiping that plastic leaves a trail, basically stalking his moves. If Art's creeping this way versus sending goons, means boss doesn't think he's sus yet. Art waved him off, super chill, and told him to grind XP and get Swall to be top player. Zeke dipped with a quick bow, thanking the clan boss. He bounced quietly, head spinning with random stuff. Art shut his peepers, replaying his kid's chat. Duke popped up, roasting Art as a gross geezer. Boss man just asked why he's so salty. Luckily, only Duke has guts to call Art on his crap. Dude's larping his dad after ghosting the kid forever. Art claimed hands were tied. Leader tax, ya no. Plus, Duke's words were total slander against the boss. Duke flopped on the sofa, daring Art to cuff him. Draker's boss smirked and got real. Duke's the only homie he can vibe with. Honestly, he pulled something else from his fancy. Duds, a bottle of top-tier booze called Dragon Breath. Duke's mood spiked at the free drink, hyping the choice. Bossman mentioned the weird vibes everywhere, but Duke played dumb, claiming he just chilled. Art knows way better than anyone that Duke's got spies everywhere. Duke asked, why ask stuff he already knows? Emperor's obsessed with living forever, hunting for clues. Duke thinks that's total nonsense. Magic fakes, youth, but true immortality, never happening. Boss totally agrees, but he's stressing the king wants an elder dragon relic. That totally flips the script. Art kept sipping and yapping about eternal youth with Duke. Neither knew Zeke had been eavesdropping next door, chillin', on the wall, kids grinding aura like a maniac. Used soul skill to hear every word, crystal clear. Boss guess king wants dragon loot. Duke agreed it's possible. When asked if maybe king found the loot, Art said it's totally possible. His goon squad, the Order of Black, the knight spilled the tea. That creepy antique is definitely chilling in the northern continent. Duke sipped his drink, ears perking up the second they dropped the northern continent bomb. Looks like this, super pricey. Intel slipped right past the Empire's nosy spies. Knowing those pros, it's just a matter of time before they catch on. This whole Live Forever quest gave Duke major flashbacks. That psycho emperor started a total war to rule everything the second he got the crown. He only hit the brakes after conquering half the central continent. Back then, Duke figured the Najab would eventually ditch such a dumb, impossible dream. But nope, total fail on that guess. If that jerk actually snags an immortality cheat code, the whole continent is gonna burn in a war way bigger than anything we've ever seen. Since it's a huge deal, Arthur decided to boss up, handle it personally, and head north solo. Hearing the big boss was ditching his central post totally freaked Duke out. If Arthur dips, that Emperor Wako will definitely go wild with nobody to check him. But that's exactly why Arthur popped by today. Besides giving a lame speech to the noobs, he came to loop Duke in, realizing he had zero choice. To say yes, Duke sighed and clinked glasses with his bud. The grumpy old gardener complained, but Arthur knew he'd hold down the fort. Next door, Zeke was starting to fry his brain from listening in too long. Finally, the exhaustion hit him like a truck, face-planting him on the floor, eyes totally bloodshot. He felt the nasty side, effects of spamming soul manifestation, way too hard. Even with Bahamut's heart, you can't dodge the penalty for such a heavy skill. Still, he snagged some juicy intel from his little spy session. Now he's sure that statue he grabbed before respawning was the Elder Dragon's loot. From the voice he heard right before kicking the bucket to the system alerts he saw waking up in his younger bod. It's all starting to click now. Zeke had no clue. He swiped the exact artifact the crazy emperor was drooling over. That dictator even sent his personal squad, the hunting dogs, to chase him to the ends of the earth. Back then, Zeke was so thirsty for revenge, he didn't care why they were hunting him. But eavesdropping on his dad and master just gave him a huge clue about his time travel. The admin system that sent him back. That was the Elder Dragon artifact's real power, which just leaves the question. Who built this thing? How OP are they? And why? Taking a deep breath on the floor, Zeke tried to get a grip. He got a few answers, but ended up with even bigger questions. Finally, the Draker family, big shots, finished their drinks and said later. Duke swore he'd act soon, and the patriarch trusted him to get stuff done. 3 steps out, Arthur froze, totally killing the hallway vibes. He had Zeke's hideout door like he had built-in X-ray specs. While Dad played detective, Zeke was cracking immortality codes. If he actually snatched the Emperor's shiny toy, why'd they assume it, granted eternal life or whatever? Finally, hearing heavy boots stomping way too close to the door, his guts screamed, time to dip. Arthur kicked the door wide. Game face, amba zip. Empty room. Lucky for Zeke, he vanished before Daddy caught him, lurking. Pops relaxed, clueless his kid just yeeted out the window. Later, the grind didn't stop. Zeke hit the Western Greenhouse Gym, breaking the Do Not Disturb rule. Old Decker apologized big time. My bad, but some random student is here for you. Zeke blinked, wondering who'd actually bother visiting since his friend count was basically 0. Curiosity piqued, he told Decker. Fine, let him in. Didn't expect Liam Stone to walk in and bow like a servant? Before Zeke could say, Liam begged to join the squad. Totally annoyed, Zeke regretted not ignoring this soap opera while schooling the boss. Asked if he was really down to be a minion. Liam bowed low, swearing loyalty to the rising star. Zeke asked, what happened to Servi? Jen. Liam got mad, admitting he got dumped. Without a Draker Kosane, his Valhalla dreams were toast. Zeke recalled Liam was this desperate in his past life too. Never figured out why the big guy was so Dude would literally beg just to get a foot in the door. Calling him dumb, Zeke said, go bug Tran, or Zip. He waved the brood off. I'm not a charity case. Bruh, so, I can't even get you into Valhalla anyway. Plus, why should he trust a single word, Liam said. This dude could be a spy sent by Jen for payback. Hearing the skepticism in the young lord's voice, Liam whipped out a knife, radiating intense vibes. Instead of attacking, the dummy aimed at his own ear. Slice! He hacked his ear off, bleeding all over the gym. Liam was like, yeah, makes sense. You don't trust me, but I'll do anything to prove I'm legit. Want me silent? I'll chop my tongue right now. Want me walking funny? I'll slice off my own foot. Ear splatting on the floor, Liam looked totally unhinged. Talk about a hardcore statement. If Zeke accepts, Liam's signing over his life and soul. Seeing Liam self-destruct, Zeke had a gruesome flashback. Honestly, total nightmare vibes. Drooling, teeth, grinding, ignoring the hurt. From his leaking ear, Liam begged to join Zeke's squad. Watching the giant tryhard, desperate for a team, Zeke flashed back to begging his old master for max power stats. Back then, he was a scarred, angry mess of a vet. Liam's voice shook, begging to be Zeke's minion. Sick of the whining, Zeke chucked a practice blade at him. Grab it, the boss said. Survive, 1 hit. Survive a single smack, and he's on the team. Promise. Woozy, from blood loss? Liam actually grinned. Eyes lighting up, he thanked Zeke for the shot. To be fair, Zeke let him patch up that dumb ear first. Liam figured tanking 1 hit would be a breeze, since he had some Draker mojo too. But checking Zeke's stance, like staring down a beast. Were they even in the same league? Nope. Before Zeke moved, the vibes alone choked him out. Big guy tried to chill, Bug got wheezy and barely kept a grip on his weapon. Zeke launched, muscles popping with insane speed. Going purely on gut instinct, Liam hefted his blade. Panicked. Zeke stabbed straight. Liam tried a clumsy chop. Metal screeched, sparks flying everywhere. One sword went airborne, spinning out of reach. Obviously, Liam got wrecked, disarmed instantly. Real fight, he'd be toast already. That it? Zeke asked, sounding super bored. Seeing the huge doofus sprawled on his butt, Zeke actually felt bad for him. Liam flopped fast, but the guy had guts. So Zeke said, quit Valhalla, go solo. Liam wouldn't quit. Jen probably dumped him after Zeke. Humbled that brat. Liam came from such a minor family branch, he only got in as Jason's gopher. Since his school kicked out a main Draker like Zeke before, they wouldn't blink at tossing a nobody. Zeke walked off. Done. Then felt giant arms hug his leg. Why was this kid so thirsty for approval? Original timeline. Liam got booted from the academy and his crew totally crashed. But he grinded his way up to Red Knight status, becoming the mercenary king. Legend. Liam was totally balling. begging for one shot to prove he wasn't total trash. Seeing the big guy's stubbornness, the young lord got salty, so he agreed to one last, twisted vibe check. Zeke would mentor him, but there was a major catch, since the guy swore he'd chop his own tongue or feet off. Just to serve, the lord gave him a literally insane task. Grabbing Liam, Zeke grimly ordered him to hack off his arm. Hearing that brutal demand made Liam totally freeze up. Zeke taunted him. "Love your limb more than serving me." Zeke knew this was a savage request, asking the kid to basically quit being a swordsman forever. He figured any sane person would just bail immediately. So Zeke turned to keep training, ignoring the big guy. While Zeke prepped, Liam stood up with a zoned out look. Zeke didn't get why he was so thirsty to enter Valhalla. Honestly, no biggie. If Liam got kicked out right now, even if he flops out of Draker's elite school, he's destined to be a famous Red Knight regardless. But Liam didn't bounce. He walked straight to the sword. Spooked, Zeke watched the desperate dude aim at his own arm. As the crazy maniac swung the weapon down, Zeke launched himself, sprinting over with gritted teeth. Lucky save before the future king ruined his career. Zeke smashed through Liam's blade. Clanging metal echoed everywhere. That nutjob really tried it. He stared at his hand, confused, totally furious at Liam for being so reckless. Zeke snatched his collar and hoisted the big guy up. He yelled, asking if the fool had lost his mind. Despite the dare, it wasn't a blood oath or anything. What if Zeke was a jerk who just bailed on his word? Liam would have been totally wrecked right there. But Liam did the crazy deed to save something bigger than an arm. Zeke dropped him. "If you ever pull that stupid stunt again, you're out cold. Don't care how loyal you act." He'd better memorize that now that he's hired. The big guy's misery vanished the second he heard that. Also, they needed to sprint to the infirmary. Can't have a minion running around missing an ear. Ear fixed. Liam went to Zeke's fancy hall to grub. Liam touched his ear, amazed it was back on so fast. Turns out, Zeke wasted a legit healing potion to fix it. Liam felt guilty. His new boss used the good stuff, wasting rare loot on him on literally day one. Zeke was like, "Chill, I'm just leveling up my new hire." Once the drama died, Zeke grilled the giant about his deal. He asked what Liam loved more than his biceps, or breathing. Liam's reply was quick and actually made sense. He was totally freaking out because of his mom. Right after Jen dumped him, his mom crashed with a fever. Luckily, she cooled down pretty fast. But that was just the start of the nightmare. Weird rose marks covered her, draining her HP daily. Zeke got totally creeped out hearing the symptoms. His mom's sickness made Liam go full desperate mode. The docs were clueless, no name, no cure, nothing. His only play was getting into Val. Students there get the sickest healthcare perks ever. Zeke sighed. Totally got why Liam went nuts. Now, he snagged a pen and dunked it in ink. The dude started jotting down those creepy symptoms. Red rose spots everywhere and crazy hot fevers. Zeke knew this bug way too well. In 5 years, this rose plagued zombies. Everyone. It spreads fast and kills, like everybody. Tons of people get wiped out by this gross sickness. But a crazy cure shows up and nukes the disease. Done scribbling, Zeke tossed the note to Liam. It had the cheat code to cure his mom. Super easy craft. Mats are common too. Even newbie docs can brew it. Liam took it, baffled. If the pro-medics were total noobs about it, how'd this sword guy fix it in 2 seconds? Later, the alchemist brothers, Al and Jeff, invent the fix. The greedy alchemist guild rips off desperate folks for big bucks. Seeing this gross scam, the brothers leaked the recipe online. It went viral across the sick continent so fast that even a fighter like Zeke memorized it. Can't tell Liam that? Just said he knows a pro mixer. Zeke basically fixed Liam's drama instantly. No school needed now. Hearing that, Liam jumped out of his chair. He keeps promises and swore to serve Zeke forever. Fist clenched, looking all heroic. Liam kneeled and pledged loyalty to Zeke Drake, even though he tried dodging the big guy, hearing the future. Merc King swear fealty felt pretty awesome for Zeke. Zeke took the oath but warned Liam, keep up or get ghosted. Bruh. Later, some spicy tea was spilled in Dean Dryker's office. Cadet Owen Zimmons went looking for the big boss man to pitch a wild idea. He said, let's crank the exam difficulty to nightmare mode. The dean was shook. Students usually want easy A's, not death traps. Owen was like, my bad for flexing. But the freshies are OP this year. All the big shot families sent their best players. Plus, we've got 2 legit top-tier mages in the mix. Owen thinks, if they keep it on easy mode like last year, it's gonna be a snooze fest for these geniuses. Howard mulled it over and thought, kid's actually spitting facts. Owen dipped with a classy ball. The chonky dean stared out the window, thinking the apple didn't roll far at all. Owen schemes just like his pops. Already playing 40 chess to squash drama before it starts. Exam day rolled up. Dungeon diving time. The noob squad huddled by the creepy ruins. The rule: pair up, escape the dungeon, beat the clock. Some levels are chill, others are rage quit hard. RNG picks your fate. Zeke and Liam teamed up. Obviously, they were geared up, but Liam was sweating bullets. Zeke was like, nerves are normal, just don't choke, but don't panic and mess up. Also, don't get cocky and lazy. Stay frosty, but loose. Balance, my guy. Some kids vibed, others looked ready to puke. Suddenly a guard hollered, Zeke and Liam, you're up. The duo strutted toward the closest door. Blocked, some shady guy in black gloves stopped them. An armed rent-a-cop pointed at another door. Across the room, nah, you to go in that one. Zeke sided the guard, immediately sensing the sus vibes. Stone-faced guard barked, move it, kid, listen up. Zeke sighed, accepting the BS coming his way, but he knew he'd crush it anyway. So they walked to the trapdoor that screamed ambush. Dungeons vary, but they're all school-sanctioned zones. Shouldn't be too lethal? Main quest: escape before the timer hits 0. They got auto-timers that start when they enter. 96 hours to bounce. Tick tick. Plus, they're grading combat skills for extra credit. Snagging monster heads boosts your score. Technically, bonus points are cool, but escaping is the main quest. Time runs out, and it is an instant. After a super chill start, Liam and Zeke ate a ton and were ready to pass out. Boss man cooked, so he told Liam to sleep first. Zeke told the new hire to seriously chill out. He can go for days with 0 sleep. Built different, kinda shameless. But Liam was not gonna argue. Big guy dragged himself to the tent to snooze. Liam is out, so Zeke is riding solo now. 16 hours in, just vibing by the fire. Awake for 90 hours straight. Dude is running on fumes. Infinite stamina fixes the body. Aches but his brain is total mush right now. Dungeons are sketchy, so he has to stay sharp. The slow creep of the quiet dark was messing with his head. Brain fried, he wished he could tag Liam in. Then Zeke made a total rookie mistake. He accidentally fell asleep, dreamt of the icy north and that tyrant's red flag. Saw a dead woman in his mind. Red blood soaking into the white snow everywhere. Woke up sweating buckets, like he saw a ghost. Basically did, honestly. Luckily, the nap did not get him killed. Still by the fire. Coast was clear. Rather fight a beast than dream. That again, locked in. Swore he heard a trap belting. Yup, something creeping up from behind. Yeeted water on the fire. Lights out. Stat. Screamed at Liam to wake the hell up. Zeke went to check the vibes first. Liam hugged the wall while Zeke planned the play. Dragon eyes on a 4-day test. Way too risky. Better to just let his night vision adjust. Then, it hit him. That rotten egg smell, sulfur. Only one pack hunting monster smells that gross. Rank 3, Batty, the Hellhound. Last life Raina hunted an orc here. Zeke never heard of hellhounds in this room. He waited a few seconds. No monster appeared. Then, it got even weirder. A hellhound alpha shouldn't weigh more than a few hundred kilos. But this cavern echo sounds like a multi-ton chunker incoming. Probably some glitchy mutant. Zeke used his blade too. Corner peek, holding his breath. Big brain move let him spot the freight train of a beast crashing through walls like a wrecking ball just in time. Zeke got yeeted but nailed the superhero landing. Liam rushed over. Zeke totally cursed the He'd peeped a Zeman trinket on a guard's gear earlier. Never thought they had the guts or beef to pull a dirty prank this huge. Not just a survival run. It's an intel mission now. That hellhound Zeke expected. Headless now. The butcher was flexing. It's severe noggin gross. Green skin, white beard, thick bod, and majorly aggro. Whoever planned this skipped right to troll assassins. One look and Liam froze, like a lagging screen. Zeke though, ran going a mile a minute. See, trolls are rank 1 bosses. They snack on orcs for fun. Their blood is basically liquid health potion. Makes sense, cause their regen stats are Liam rebooted, went full loyal knight mode, and stepped up. Blade out, play and bait, so Zeke could bail. Zeke smirked and nudged his buddy aside. Told him to quit the emo martyr vibes. He's not the type to ghost his crew in a pinch. Dropping some truth bombs in the danger zone, Zeke said. Don't trust me, trust your own grind. Zeke switched to support class to let Liam cook. Grinning like a huge weight. Got deleted, Liam thanked him and locked on. Sensing up, they rushed angles to cheese the aggro. Left that troll standing there, like a noob, open for a merciless combo slice. Zeke was smurfing, matching Liam's speed. Kid's got potential. Impressive that the gentle giant scratched that tough hide. But his aim, that's the real MVP move. He's spamming hits right on the joints. Means he's been nerding out on monster wiggies, offline. Best minion ever, but he's still missing skills. Like almost getting pancaked by that spiked club just now. Luckily, Zeke can hit the turbo and dash in to block the scrub instantly. Flexing his true power. He cut the weapon without looking. This kid is an S tier or a farmer. Liam swah my bad for the carry, but Zeke's like, chill, rookie, you crushed it. While the troll turns tomato red with rage, Zeke drops some pro tips. Targeting the joints, solid but ignoring the Wolverine healing factor, total death wish. Remember, this guy heals cuts like they're nothing. If your DPS doesn't beat his regen, it's game over. Weaponless, the monster squares up. Looks like he wants a fistfight. Liam's overwhelmed. So Zeke readies his blade. Time to wrap this, up. Zeke unleashes a blitz. Giant troll, more like giant pile of mincemeat. Boom. Subjugation complete. 30 karma points richer. Besides the cash, that kill is gonna pad their exam score nicely. Your turn, Liam loot duty. While the big guy carves it up, Zeke checks a new system surprise quest. Hunt 100 mobs, 10 species, 72 hours. The prize? Double karma. Points per kill and to loot boxers. Dubba made his eyes turn to dollar signs. Roughly 79 hours left on the clock. Smashing 100 monsters. Easy peasy for Zeke. The real headache is finding 10 different species. Even big dungeons usually cap at 4 types for exams, but since those Zimmon jerks definitely rigged up. Trap. There's gotta be 10 nasty types here if Zeke digs deep. Juggling a side hustle while passing the exam. A lot to manage. But the young lord can clutch it. Perfect timing. Liam finishes dismantling the troll corpse. They got these goofy head collection bags for the test. Not as cool as a subspace pocket, but it hauls the drops. First, boss down. Time to push deeper into the dungeon. Time zoomed by. They wrecked a pack of firewolves with 56 hours to spare. Halfway point goblins, kill count skyrocketed instantly. That loot bag is getting seriously heavy. 39 hours left. Enter giant bat with the sonic screams. Tough fight, but the boys are tougher. 2 days of straight grinding. Kill, camp, nap, final day. They've farmed enough mobs to ace the exam. Zeke asks, you vibing with real combat yet? Not really, Liam mumbles. Humble guy. Bloodshed takes getting used to. Zeke starts sweating. The timer. 1 hour left. 99 kills, 9 species, 1 short. He's been hunting. Everywhere for that final kill. But not even tried squishing bugs and leeches. Didn't move the needle? He curses the useless setup. Those losers rigged the exam with OP mobs but totally botched the setup. Suddenly, Zeke felt that I'm about to die. His gut screamed, big trouble incoming. The floor quaked, freaking out Liam by the fire before splitting wide open. Zeke whipped out his sword and bolted toward Liam, yelling, drop the loot and book it. Bro. Sadly, the big lug's brain buffered a bit too long. Zeke tackled him out of the way just as blood sprayed everywhere. The surprise hit painted the floor totally red. Liam froze, brain short-circuiting at the gory sight. Zeke's sleeve was confetti, his left arm looking straight up gnarly. Liam rushed over, panicking, but Zeke was like, I'm chill. That nasty red stuff, just monster juice, not his. Even with the jump scare, Zeke saved his homie and landed a counter hit. He told Liam, sit back and enjoy the show. Can't babysit a noob while a giant beast tries to snack on them? One glance confirmed it. A nasty dungeon worm. Basically, a walking nightmare scenario. That usually takes 8 pro purple knights to take down. Turns out those Zimmon jerks saved a trap card for the finale. Liam stood uselessly on the sidelines as the worm zoomed by like a subway train from hell. He wanted to help but knew he'd just be dead weight. Didn't stop him from digging through their stash for anything useful. Meanwhile, Zeke's dodging a million teeth trying to turn him into mulch. His pro gamer moves really shined with every slap. He bet even a fancy blue knight would. Hate fighting a worm in this cramped dump. Thing is, these creeps eat dirt to tunnel around. So Zeke is totally racing against the clock. Too slow, they get buried alive or turned into lunch. The worm popped up, and Zeke locked in. He barely sidestepped the charge, buying a split second to prep. The young boss raised his steel, saw an opening, and shoved his sword deep into its gross gut. Solid hit, but definitely not a Kaio yet. Gritting his teeth, he ripped the blade through its skin. Purple puke and goo sprayed from the worm's mouth. It's taking major damage. Getting gutted? We'll do that to you. Amidst the blood spray, Zeke went full tryhard mode. He was ready to slice this oversized noodle in half. Just his luck, the floor crumbled, wrecking his balance. The ground collapsed, letting the worm recover while Zeke dangled there. The giant bug seized the chance to flip the script. The massive beast yeeted itself out of the dirt. In a sec, it wrapped Zeke like a burrito, squeezing the life out of him. The death grip got way tighter, making Zeke cough up red stuff as his insides turned to jelly. That's when his scaredy-cat sidekick finally manned up, pulled a blade, and poked the worm to get noticed. Liam ignored the statement order and jumped into the mess. That poke saved Zeke, distracting the worm and loosening the squeeze. His auto-heal ability kicked in super clutch, fixing his wrecked guts in a literal heartbeat. He slipped out of the cuddle zone, parkering to a safe spot. Zeke asked Liam why the worm freaked out so bad. Liam said he dipped his sword in numbing juice for extra damage. Zeke instantly clicked with the strategy. That stuff is basically liquid belladonna. Humans just get dizzy, but for worms, it's straight up game over. Under crazy pressure, Liam actually remembered the weakness and improvised like a pro. That quick thinking proves the kid has mad skills. He's already giving off major mercenary king vibes from the past. Recruiting him was definitely a big brain move. Giving Liam props, Zeke looped him into the next combo attack. Fully healed, Zeke went full speedster mode along the worm's back. He grabbed his sword and yanked it out of the nasty gash. Weapon ready, he signaled Liam to synchronize. The gentle giant gritted his teeth, ending his 3-day hunt with a stab. Another hit of belladonna fried its nerves, making the worm crash out. While the beast lagged, Zeke went boss mode, lighting his blade purple. Just like he said, Zeke delivered a buttery smooth slash, cutting that underscore in two. Boom, worm down for the count. Zeke stuck the superhero landing as notifications pinged his brain. Surprise quest, totally crushed it. Reward time, his karma points just got doubled. Plus 2 random loot boxers to pop open later. That puts a massive 790 points in the bank. While Zeke enjoyed his loot, other students were getting graded outside. Standing at the front was Retun Squad. Base pass is 30 points. She hauled out 20 goblin heads, 2 hobgoblins, and an orc body. Grand total, 180 points. Near the 200-point record, everyone gaped at her op bloodline. The pass mark is 130, and she totally smashed it. Up next, that shady snake, Owen. Dude bagged 120 points. 70 is passing, so he's okay, but Raina smoked him. Mr. Insecure was turning green with envy. He'd scheme again just to kick her out, so he's the main character, plotting a Zeke-style takedown already. Speak of the devil, he heard that smug voice. Spun around and saw Zeke just vibing. His boy Liam moved, lugging a dead giant worm. People whispered like crazy. Usually, orcs were supposed to be the top dogs. Liam dropped the head. Bam! Huge thud. Zeke asked why the shock. Knowing this jerk set the trap. Zeke gave him major Owen just shut his trap. Loving it, Zeke told the snake to fix his face. Actually, looking dead inside suits him. Unable to handle the roast, Owen hated purebloods even more now. He vowed revenge. Zeke loved the salt. Anyway, the grading teacher grabbed a sheet. It was Andre. Stone-faced. He started tallying. Zeke stressed, cause they only had the worm. But Andre doesn't miss a beat. That worm ate their loot bag. Total buzz. Still, Andre dug into that gross head. Not a pretty sight. Honestly, Zeke was hyped, Andre was grading. Lost the loot, but couldn't fail. The head was his Hail Mary. Andre's likely the only teach who'd check the gunk in the worm's teeth. Done checking, he tossed the bloody gloves. Found bits of goblin, hound, orc, and troll inside. Trolls weren't even on the roster for this dungeon. Judging by the gore, it ate tons of heads. But he couldn't count them all without proof. He just tallied one of each type. Since the troll and worm were bonus bosses, Andre did the math. 94 troll, 184 worm. That meant 368 points. Teachers were boomers never even counted hellhounds back in the day. Salty noobs cried unfair cause Zeke only snagged 1 worm head. Like seriously. Roasting him when they'd get wrecked by that troll? Never mind the worm. Real talk though, Zeke Draker is just straight up built different. Zeke hates the whispers. But hey, beats being the class punchline. Still, he's low-key stressed. He flexed too hard and put a target on his back. Owen Zimmons ain't got the juice to rig a dungeon solo. Kid's a coward. Bet his whole shady clan schemed this death trap. Zeke's got way more stalkers than he realized. Playing weak now. Yeah, total bad move. Gotta stay chill, pivot fast, and watch his 6. He tried to bounce, but reblocked the exit. Looking all intense, she admitted she took the L today. Bro had zero clue what she was yapping about. Never noticed the kid. Later, he zoned out at the greenhouse arena, sitting on a fat stack of 780 karma points. Time for a shopping spree. Draconian level 1 has gluttony for 50. He ignored it cause it sounded super lame. But dropping 50 points is pocket change now. So he hit the button, add to cart, baby. Boom. Suddenly, the skill description morphed. Gluttony lets him scarf down literally anything for pure energy. Plus, munching on special monsters steals their powers. Feistbaum should have copped this before the exam. Time for a taste test. He grabbed some meat to check the vibes. Activated gluttony and blacklight snatched a snack. His shadow got all huge and void-like. Inhaling the food, one thought, and that jerky got yeeted into the darkness. Digested instantly. The energy hit him like an energy drink. Brain fog. Gone felicky. Just mental battery recharged instantly. Totally refreshed. Body and mind back to 100%. Even topped off his ether tank. Okay, gluttony is totally worth the 50 points. This skill makes surviving way less sketchy. Add infinite stamina. Zeke just unlocked a broken cheat code. He can grind 24 hours straight, no sleep, no lunch breaks. Right as he was starting his insane grind set, Decker knocked on the door, interrupting the vibe. Butler said, "My bad." But he had some major news drop. Get this, Zeke's new sword is finally ready. Hype, he rushed to Galleon's shop to peep the new gear. In his OG life, Galleon hooked him up with a mithril and iron mix. Graham, the Sword of Radiance, was his ride or die till the end. That blade was viral, any fighter worth their salt knew it instantly. This run he tossed Galleon a dragon fang to spice things up. He figured one extra mat would just make a Graham look-alike. Yeah, no. Big nope on that one. Staring back from the box was this massive, goth black greatsword, oozing dark vibes. Totally not the shiny hero sword he expected. He gripped the handle and hefted that bad boy one. Gotta be real, Zeke knew this thing wasn't winning beauty pageants. He asked Galleon if he forgot to sharpen it or what. The Smithubi was like, "Nah, the rugged look is the point." Zeke felt sus, but he blindly trusts Galleon's crafting skills. If Galleon says it fits him, then that's the gospel truth. No cap. Luckily, it looks like Galleon totally hit the bullseye regarding the sword's insane stats. Only issue, this beast is still nameless. Galleon fried his brain trying, but nothing sounded cool enough. So, naming this monster is now Zeke's problem alone. Galleon actually named Graham, the shiny sword, himself. Guess, that dragon fang really messed with the timeline big time. Zeke silently sliced his wrist, totally freaking Galleon out. Zero, chill. He had to pause his auto-heal hacks to keep the blood flowing freely. Thank goodness he nailed the settings. First try. Blood dripping, eyes shut. He let the red stuff hit the blade. Suddenly, Galleon clicked on what Zeke was plotting. It's the rare lost sword naming ritual. An old-school dwarf cheat to unlock a weapon's true name. You mix blood, aura, and mana. Then stain the blade to start the show. Then, you dive deep into your own subconscious. Inception style, you stay down there until the perfect name finally pops up. This ancient dwarf hack was basically lost to history. Ignored by modern smiths because it's way too sketchy. Zeke sank deep into his mind, sensing with the sword in a sea of floating text. Out of the zillion names spinning around, he had to grab the fated one. He opened his mental eyes and Yahello dived into the abyss for his gear. After eons of lag, the text tornado finally vanished. He grabbed one droplet. Boom, dragon vibes. The Stygian blade behind. Just like that, his new toy was registered with a sick name. Zeke woke up, his blade system locking onto his brain really picked an evil dragon's name. Galleon immediately hyped him up for knowing that deleted ritual. After patching his wrist up and losing buckets of blood, he lied that he saw it in a history book. Galleon grinned like a goof and begged Zeke to hang tight so he could snag a present for the boss. Zeke scored a beastly weapon today. Plus, he learned to mute his passive skills. Now he can totally stop strong guys from spying on his hidden stats. Unlike that mess with Duke. Major win for keeping his secrets on the down low. Gotta keep the bandages on for now, even if he's healed up underneath. But real talk, his new blade just hit god tier status. The Stygian blade Bahamut is unbreakable and swaps energy for aura. Plus, it's got locked perks that are sealed till it levels up. Zeke never saw loot this crazy, even in his past life. The invincibility vibe. Be from that dragon fang. He's hyped about the aura swap tech. He busted his butt making magic. Loops for Galleon just to snag this broken op skill. Graham's core power turns Zeke into a total unit. Just like it says, he can swap mana, ether, whatever, straight into aura. Since he was born with zero talent for that crucial warrior juice, this swap hack lets him rival Black Knights. Galleon finally pops out, looking sorry after digging through his junk. Seeing Zeke flex that scary power with the new sword, he nearly dropped the box. He could totally spot the thick aura vibing around the blade. Even Purple Knights struggle to pull that off. But yo, Galleon's holding something to buff the sword even more. Zeke peeked at it. A black and gold sheath. Galleon's master made it himself. Zeke never heard of the smithing legend in his old life. Look at the markings. And Zeke almost tripped. It said Golan Jobert, the literal goat of smith. Golan is the undisputed king on this continent, beating even the dwarf. His gear is flawless and packed with special hacks. Rich folks drop insane cash just to touch this stuff. Makes sense. Galleon learned from the absolute boss. If it's the legend himself, this sheath ain't just a cover. Galleon spun a dial, and boom, it morphed into a mega shield. It's crafted from mithril and wyvern bone, so it can take a serious beating. Galleon gladly handed over the legendary loot to thank the young boss. Honestly, Galleon could have pawned it when broke, but couldn't sell his master's work to randoms. When Zeke dropped the market price on him, Galleon freaked out. Anyway, Zeke snagged the gift happily. but it looked tiny for back. But if Jobbert made it, size totally won't matter. Totally called it. The sheath vibed with, baha, morphin to hug that big sword. Sheath up, his new toy looked insanely cool. He hived. The smith was stoked, he dug it. Later, our boy hit base. Now he's ogling his meteor iron MIT. Sad part, its full perks only kick in when rockin' the whole meteor set. Snagged the glove from a random loot crate. Stoked on loot 1. Zeke-eyed box. Number 2. Cracking it open, he looked totally lost. Pulled out old paper. Unrolled a beat-up map. System says it tracks Grandmaster Kaiser. Zeke knows just one dude like that? King Kaiser. Everyone knows the lore on his clock tower crew. With his squad, Kaiser built the flashy Kronos kingdom, but the tailies were so wild. Nobody bought him. Over time, those epic yarns were seen as pure fairy tailies. Zeke's holding proof. The dude was real. Better yet, his system fixed the ripped map. Done it pinged a spot on his HUD. Zooming in, Zeke spotted the layout of peaks near barbarian lands. If that's the spot, the trip's a breeze. Loot grabbed, the system said. Tutorial. That map counted as a quest key. Quest started for Kaiser's secret moves. No timer. Get the loot, get admin rights. Since the tutorial is done, admin quests will start popping up. Training wheels off. Game time, baby. Higher admin levels means sweeter loot. Zeke's dying to grab everything available. First, gotta spend those saved points. Dropped 50 points on level 2 dragon skills. Unlocked 2 boss moves. Scale armor and claw. Armor gives magic-proof scales for 80 karma. Flip side, the dragon. Claw summons a hand to one-shot bait. Like the armor, it's 80 points. Currently, he can snag both. But points are scarce, so saving is smart. Hungry for power. He bought him, saving 400. 0. Chill. He immediately fired up. That dragon claw, whipping up a straight-up energy ghost. One smooth swipe and the floor just got deleted. Zeke was pumped. The damage, way gnarlier than he thought. Time to test the armor. He snagged that Stygian blade, Bahamut, and scaled up his arm for a savage swing. Went full sand on his own arm, but the sword just bounced. No aura hacks, but he seriously swung to slice. Scales are like wearing a tank, even with 0 gear on. Dragon Claw brings the pain. Arma takes the hit. Simple, smart, and totally works. Zeke spent days grinding XP until exams finally dropped. The whole squad lined up at Dricker Hall while Teach droned on about rules. The test, beat up these dummies built to tank hits. The only hack to hurt these things is juicing weapons. With aura, smash M. Yeah, right. Don't leave a mark. You flop the class. Fail this. You're toast. Back to square one, losers. Before they could panic, Teach started shouting names. First kids up were sweating bullets. Owen Zimmons eyed the noobs like they were dirt. He grinded this at home. His aura game is strong. Easy since his dad literally bought the program. He bets even the pureblood freaks can't touch his aura control skills. Name called, Owen smirked and whipped his blade out. Center stage, he flexed hard with that sword resonance. Even the profs were shook by his mad skills. With smooth moves and perfect form, Owen sliced everything in sight. Deadly accurate, ripping those dummies apart. Nobody else even came close to that level of Owen. Done deal. Owen posed to flex his aura. Cloak flowing. Teachers were hyping up the Zimmons kid big time, saying he'll beat Sir Al soon. Crazy talk. Owen hates pure blood comps. Like Major, stomped off like a baby, leaving the profs clueless. After that show, the other kids choked hard from the pressure. Big yikes. Totally spooked by his epic run, obviously. Still, nobody actually failed yet. Everyone got a little juice into their swords. Standard stuff for the special class. Really. But even among brains, the real MVPs stand out. Raina hopped on stage, bowed, then hit the Teach with a wild request. Eyes fierce. She asked to be graded on legit dragonslaying skills. She knows that's usually just for the top-tier seniors. Back in the crowd, Owen's hating on Raina's pure blood hype. Charging a blade and actual dragon arts. Totally different vibes. Just holding an aura blade takes crazy focus. But for dragon, slay and tech, you need micro-adjust. It's hard mode. Owen bet she'd swing once and crash hard. He was manifesting her. Fail, thinking she just wanted to flex on him. Teach said failing would be brutal, but she was like, let's go. Finally, she raised her sword and lit it up with aura. Everyone stared. She looked absolutely terrifying. Bam! She sliced the first dummy into confetti. Second, third, last one, all turned to dust. By the final target, Raina's aura was still blazing. Total power move. One look, and yeah, Owen's run looked like amateur hour. Even the newbies caught on. She's in a different galaxy. Her skills roasted Owen's ego. The loser couldn't even look up at the stage. Bit his lip until it nearly bled. Flex over. Raina pointed her sword at the crowd. Owen, being extra, thought she was mocking him. Then he realized she didn't even see him. he's an NPC. She was staring at the guy in the back. She doesn't duel irrelevant extras. She wants the main character, Smoke. Zeke scratched his head. Ooh-ha, so much drama. Can't ghost her when she's death staring him. Since it's like that, he figured he'd play along. Hand up, he asked for the Dragon Slayer grading too. The JR teach looked salty. Thought the kid was clout chasing after Raina's win? Luckily, the lead teach stepped in and gave the thumbs up. Smirking, Zeke strolled onto the stage. Junior teach wanted to yell since Zeke never shows up. Didn't know Zeke won a bet to skip class forever? Plus, Zeke's a total prodigy. Golden light, pure blood. He just smashed a Bull's dungeon escape record too. Guys earned his VIP pass. Juicing his ether, Zeke's emo blade Bahammed went full aura mode. Going tryhard was actually tough since he had to hold back. Once he hit max power, he posed with the black sword. He lifted the blade, and Raina's eyes popped. She knew it. That's Dragon Slaying 1. Chapter 1, Verse 1. The classic Sky Slide. Ree saw he was cracked at this. Way better than her skills. Dude was rivaling instructor Andre's mastery. Makes sense. He grinded this tech for ages before his sword totally glitched out. Perfect. Feet moving like he is on autopilot. Swift and sharp. Muscle memory so deep, he does not even think about the aura flow. He could do this junk in his sleep. He got bored of this in his last life, but smurfing the basics is chill. After slicing his way through the dummies, like butter, he sheathed it and dipped. Heard peeps whispering about his sick aura-opping skills. Oops. Zeke might have flexed a little too hard there. Raina went wild, but Zeke went surgical and deadly. Tried to match Raina's level, but accidentally owned the lobby. Even the teachers knew. He was purple knight tier. Owen looked absolutely cooked. Bro really tried to beef with a boss character. Ree, though, she was totally fired up inside. Post-show, Zeke got summoned to the principal's office. The bigwigs heard about his high score. Played humble, but purple knight skills at his age, not luck. So, the dean asked if he wanted to speedrun the grades. Ace it, and he skips a few levels instantly. A cheat code for OPA students like him. Speeds things up nicely. He grinned, said yes, and bounced. Since that tubby creep is plotting something, best to play along, but stay sharp. Back in the office, Lumpy ordered his goon to prep special measures. Ray and Zeke, both pure bloods, taking the test. The drama is heating up. Days later, the top two noobs got called to the senior gym. Zeke and Raina, awkwardly, loitered together, waiting for the test to kick off. Felt her staring daggers. She has got zero chill. Finally, the big test proctor showed up. Sir Aldrich, big shot family night. Zeke blinked. He knew this guy as D-back blade. Saw him hauling boaties in a war zone in his past life. Back then, seeing that uni made Zeke go full defense. Right as he prepped to square up with that Empire he felt zero bad vibes. Just pure, crushing sadness. Dude didn't come to slay or conquer. He was digging graves for the fallen. His muddy uniform and the tons of graves told the whole story. Zeke snagged a couple of shovels to pitch in. Even if the guy said no, Zeke was helping, so why not team up? He dropped his name Zeke Murray, Northern Forces Squad. Asked if he was a Draker. The guy was like, heck no. He'd totally ditched that cursed family tag. Twinsies. That day, Al Draker became the legendary Debak Blade. Seeing him now, Zeke finally clocked that D-Back's real name is Al. Total Amaches, his grumpy vibe. The cadets bowed, acting all polite and stuff. Zeke never guessed a top-tier knight would run their level-up test. Truth is, these guys are the Draker clan's MVP. Big shots with serious clout. Another professor said the exam was basic. A sword fight. Brawl, until you pass out or tap out. Simple. Ree grabbed her rapier to solo it, but I'll shut that down fast. No taking turns. Al wanted them to jump him together. He wanted all the smoke. Ree got salty, but Zeke talked sense into her. She had to know, Owl was way out of their league. Plus, the test started the second he opened his mouth. Ree would have tanked her score if she raged and charged and blind. She took a breath and chilled out. Putting ego aside, she asked Zeke for the game plan. Typical genius behavior, pausing the beef to snag the dub. Luckily, Zeke already had a galaxy brain strat ready. They just needed one solid hit. After Zeke briefed Raina, she snuck behind Al. Zeke eyed Al's blade, a weird single-edged thing from the east called Owando. It's the exact same gear Debak rocked before the reset. Raina's ego was bruised. But weaklings can't be picky about honor. Gotta ditch the feelings and focus on the W. On the signal, Zeke and Raina rushed Al simultaneously. Even 2-on-1 they couldn't touch the knight's crazy defense. He blocked Raina's sneak attacks like he had eyes in his mullet. He wasn't just turtling though, parrying like a boss. Round 1 ended with 0 hits, landed. Ree got humbled fast, seeing a pro knight in action. She stuck to Zeke's plan, aiming for Owl's blind spots. Even moving perfectly, she couldn't crack his armor. Losing her cool, she whipped out the dragon slaying skipped to chapter 3, verse 1, and went full aggro mode. Maxing her stats, she tried a fancy moonswing and totally whipped. Rookie mistake. Al punished her with a savage boot to the neck. She got yeeted into the wall, kicking up dust and scaring her. Tanked it like a boss though, and bounced right back up after a quick system reboot. Meanwhile, Zeke was stuck soloing the mini. With Raina's current level, landing a hit is basically impossible. But Zeke, he's trading blows with a pro knight, smiling like a maniac. Before this, Raina was all ooh, dirty tactics are so cringe. She wanted a fair duel, but Zeke dropped truth bombs. Honor doesn't pay the bills. This isn't a friendly sparf, it's a killer exam. The school wants to see body counts. She hated the vibe but bit her tongue and agreed to get carried. Odds are trash, but they gotta force a situation to snag the dub. Zeke asked what she lacked back in the cradle when he wrecked her with a simple rock throw. Readmitted, she wasn't ready for cheese strats. Classic noble fail. Just gotta bait Al into the same blunder. Zeke needs one opening. Then it's GG. Time to get sweaty Gale. Arts on. Go steps active. Clones everywhere surrounding Al. The pro knight paused. Wait, he knows that move. After some sick jukes, Zeke attacked, forcing Al to actually block. Suddenly, the arena lights completely died, plunging the gym into total darkness. Reused her mana hacks to cut the power and nerf visibility. The only light came from sparks flying off clashing blades. Al decided camp and limit his moves, focusing on Zeke's spam attack. The knight thought this trick was pretty childish. Blinding a pro won't work, but that ego was gonna cost him big time. He felt like an NPC being hunted by an invisible beast. Al's using sound, but Zeke moves like he has wall hacks on. Actually, he's fighting better than when the lights were on. Zeke's been dying to test his new dragon ult in a real fight. Perfect timing. Sheathing his sword at range, his hand morphed into a nasty claw. Al ain't a snitch, so using secret tech is low risk. Zeke popped Dragon Claw, lighting up the gym with energy as Owen raised his sword to tank it. He couldn't believe a freshman hit that hard. Didn't feel like a sword, felt like a raid boss sat on him. Safe to say, Zeke Drake is way past cadet level. He's built different. Since Raina was totally struggling in the dark, Al focused only on the dude. But ignoring the weak link only works if you're matched evenly. Spoiler, they weren't. Al finally clocked Zeke's spot and charged it. They traded like 50 blows in 2 seconds. Shockingly, Zeke actually kept up the pace. But Zeke noticed Al was getting used to the gloom. Like his night vision just toggled on. Al gripped his blade and swung for the fence. Zeke ghosted him. Al sensed him behind and slashed again fast. Another swing, another missed, and he realized the lights were glitching out, falling from the ceiling like heavy rain. Zeke used the crash noise to mask his steps. While Al stared at the roof, he almost got sliced. Seeing the knight dazed, Zeke signaled Raina. He also tossed a little present, a gift from his magic nerd pal. Super simple build. A one-time gadget that holds a spell. Inside, a fake explodes, just blinding light and noise. Zeke shut his eyes and plugged his ears, leaving the big play to Raina. Al didn't see the cheap shot and got flat. Felt like a total noob falling for that. He admitted ignoring Raina was a huge mistake. While he was stunned, the duo rushed for the win. Can't lose to literal kids, so Al busted out Dragon Art. Chapter 4, Verse 1. A blind full moon slash, just to back him off. Using a pro move on brats made him feel like trash. Test over. Both kids ended up on Al did okay though. Wrapping up, he heard a familiar gravelly voice. He bowed to Duke, the Gale Knight, who came to troll him. Asked about Zeke, Al got quiet. At the end, the kid dropped his guard instead of countering. Owl figured Slick Kid didn't want a total win, just a pass. He only showed exactly enough skill to get by, so he told Duke. Zeke is still way out of his league. Later, the test results were hashed out by the Academy bigwigs. Seems like they'd already made up their minds. The next day, news dropped. Raina hit 3rd grade, while Zeke skipped straight to 5th. After that, Zeke went totally under the radar, keeping a low profile. He kept grinding Gale arts with Duke, while Andre stayed hustling hard. He stayed on solid terms with Prof. Fennon, at least till the Royal Magic Lab in Deloa snatched him up. Zeke dodged a big family, heirs like the plague. No drama wanted. Also, Al popped up every few months begging to fight, so Zeke indulged him. A few rounds in, Al had some kind of epiphany, dropped out, and locked himself away to train solo. Just like that, 2 years zoomed by, and Zeke was out of the academy. Decker is vibing hard today, totally pumped. His boss just became the youngest legend ever to get into Val. The old butler knew the big boss would be hyped on 15-year-old Zeke's gains. Even the dean penned a personal hype letter for Zeke. Big deal. Snagging the title of youngest genius in Valhalla totally erased is 2 years of laying low as a nobody. The big welcome bash is in 3 months. Zeke told Decker to head home while he chills solo.
Yeah, right.
When he said don't bug me, Decker knew exactly what was up. Honestly, Zeke is just dying to hit the giant mountains where Kaiser's bones are stashed. He's using this 3-month break to raid Argos Kingdom via the guild. Zeke wanted to play it super safe and keep his ID secret while trekking through new turf. Before dipping, he had to check on his loyal sidekick, Liam. For 2 years, he told the big dude to chill, but Liam kept it stiff. Word was, Liam got bumped to the special class for being a beast. Boss movie. He couldn't let that win slide without a gift. So, he set up everything Liam could possibly need for school. Test prep, workout, guides and must-haves are all prepped and waiting. Liam just has to grab his loot over at Fafnir's breath. Easy. Plus, for year 4 gear, Zeke already hooked it up with Gale. Tab is fully paid, so zero stress there. He bets Liam will chase him to Valhalla sooner or later anyway. Seeing the epic setup, his boss mate got the big guy crying. All fired up, he dropped to a knee and swore to crush it and make his boss proud, no doubt. Liam sorted, Zeke focused on Argos, that beast of a kingdom up north. It is one of the big 4 powers with Deloa, Dea, and Alencia. Crazy dungeons are scattered all over the mountains, splitting the land. Those spots pull in thrill seekers, hoping to strike gold. Argos's first king saw the cash flow and built the economy on raids. Backed by the royals, those giant peaks have split into tons of zones with special paths and forts. Soon enough, Argos Guild took over the whole map. Our boys chilling at one of their spots. Aaron used his old tag Zeke Murray and donned a killer look. Rocked a thick brown wig and green contacts. Just wants a chill life, so staying incognito is key. Dropping the Draker name brings way too much drama. Back outside, time to flex and hunt for some loot. Hopped on a ride to the giant mountains. Lucky catch, since it's peak season for Inside, some chatty run. Tried chatting him up, asking if he's new. Their blonde boss tried to recruit Zeke with a grin. Claimed they were pros and said solo equals monster snap. Took one look to see their vibe. Total trash humans. They use noobs as bait or sell them. Sketchy. So Zeke just ghosted him. Felt a bad vibe, shoosh Blondie, and went to the driver. Warned him there were baddies 500 meters left. Orc mob vibes. Driver swore the route was totally safe. Blondie heard and called him a scared noob. Claimed guild routes are always safe. Monsters? Nah. Even animals avoid the safe zone. Oh yeah, look behind you. Boom. Orcs smashed the ride. Ambush was fast and brutal. Wrecked the horses and totaled the carriage. Picked off passengers one by one. Crew got wrecked while Blondie got stuck under debris. Screamed aloud. Orc heard him. Game over. But Zeke already bailed from that safe spot. Orcs in the safe zone. The base is totally broken. Being a pro tracker, it took no time to find the base. Total bloodbath. Night bodies everywhere. With this many troops, monsters shouldn't have won. So Zeke checked the bodies closer. Wasn't a monster kill? He could tell. A human did this. Killer left. Big cuts to fake a monster attack. But monsters don't cut that clean. Plus, 0 signs, they fought back. Ambush by a purple knight level pro. No doubt. Stick around longer. Nah. Zeke would just get pinned for this nastiness. No time for side quests. Sniffing out Kaiser is the main mission right now. Pushing into the woods, he spotted tons of creepy barbarian graffiti. His minimap says he's basically at the drop point. But the Empire's little lapdogs are creeping around, trying to stalk him like he's clueless. These dudes are the sweaty tryhards from night school. Emperor's private squad, leveled up in stalking and deleting people. Right now, there's super secret VIP access only. But they'll be flexing hard once the big war kicks off. While Zeke pushes further into the forest, he's keeping tabs on their sneaky moves. Their strats are so basic. Same moves that killed him in his past life. Zeke overheard Duke chatting with his pops. Finding out the Emperor is thirsty for immortality and will wreck everything for it. Even back then, that Cycle Eater was a total loot goblin for artifacts. Dude wanted to conquer whole map and play king forever. So, the Empire's probably camping King Kaiser's ruins too. Zeke's gotta check. Boom, he dashed away from the stalkers. Guy tries to pop a flare, but Zeke slices his hand off. Golden flare guy. Definitely the squad leader. As Bossman leaks HP, Zeke asks if they're just scouts, cause a full team usually has 12 dudes, not 3. Busted a dog started yapping when he called them out. Zeke chopped the leader's head to quiet them down. Message received. He ain't the loot, he's the player farming them. He sees 2 talking heads left. Better spill the tea before they're gone. After some persuasion, Zeke got their base coordinates. Found a cave swarming with dozens of these imperial pests. Bet they're the ones who griefed the Argos camp earlier. Since they're going this far, they might have actually found Kaiser's loot cave. Before raiding, Zeke posed the dead body artistically and painted creepy signs on a tree with their blood. For a temp camp, these dogs set up a pretty chill spot. but guard duty has them bored out of their minds. They think no sane person would crash barbarian turf. Went from bored to dead real quick. One by one, they got clapped by a pro. Silent take. The guys inside didn't suspect a thing. Too late. The Reaper was inside. Zeke was in full tryhard mode. One shot, one kill. Every time. Guy tried to yell, so Zeke face-bombed him and slashed his throat. Gripping a blade covered in Empire blood gave Zeke major throwback vibes. Missed being the blade ending, that 5-year drama. Like when Boss sent him to raid Pabella and he got mobbed, the head honcho totally clocked Zeke's moves as some southern hitman nonsense. Only McCain or Pabella Cruz fight that dirty. Whatever, gotta squash him. Zeke took one look and ranked the squad captain as a total noob. Way lamer than the elites he used to wreck. Zeke talked smack to the survivors after flattening their buddies. Then he went beast mode on dozens of these dogs at once. They tried everything, but his knife game was too glitchy. Mid-fight, he wondered why these guys were such squishy marshmallows. Was he OP, or were they just trash? Whatever. Speedrun time. Zeke used mana hacks to kill the lights. Captain Obvious guessed it was Dragoon Slayer magic, but this guy used 0 swords or fancy aura stuff. So, the blackout was just random bad luck. Mr. Bossman yelled at his crew to chill until the lights reboot. Just camp and defend. Seconds later, power's back on. Lights up, bam. Dozens of goons laid out flat on the floor. Only the dummy captain was left, and Zeke stared him down. Hearing Kaiser's ruins made the guy grab his sword, shaking. Zeke knew getting useful info out of this guy was a long shot. Easier to just go find the spots solo. Captain tried lying about the ruins, but Zeke was already bored. One last swipe, and the dog pound was officially closed. Since he used that blade and left those sketchy symbols, the McCain crew is going to take the heat for this mess. In his past life, Zeke built that southern gang with pure grit. Once the Cusco kingdom collapsed, thanks to civil war, the McCains split the land and grabbed power. Zeke could have ghosted perfectly using his dragon skills, but framing the cartel was way funnier. The Empire will totally suspect the gang now. If the Emperor rages war on McCain, that's a win for Zeke. Anyway, looting the base, Zeke snagged a letter showing the Emperor has officially lost his marbles. The order, find ruins. The map included was the real shocker. Sweeping the central continent is standard, but searching the east during a ceasefire, that's bold. Every single goon is out there, even past the dark seas. They're digging up any spot that might be an ancient ruin, meaning these dogs are operating on a massive global scale. Luckily, they haven't touched Kaiser's turf yet. Zeke had to scoot, cause bad vibes were incoming. He glanced. Up yep, red flare, blazing. The hunting dogs pop that firework when they want total chaos. Zeke yanked his mask up and booked it out of there. Festus he was. The dogs were practically sniffing his heels. That 5-piece red flare signals the trap. It's a total kill order. They use the light as a bullseye to hunt, trap, and flatline the target. It's their signature move. Basically, a guaranteed game over. Back when Zeke swiped that relic, the Emperor was drooling over. Even he got caught in this trap. But now he's got system hacks. Suddenly, the dogs cornered him. Sharp blades everywhere, aiming for the jugular. Zeke stayed chill. Just him and a knife? He totally liked those odds. He danced out of the kill zone and checked out the squad. These dudes were way scarier than those noobs in the cave. He tried to back off, but they kept spawning like endless mobs. Surrounded by dozens of the Empire's top-tier goons, This easy trip just turned into a massive headache. He could ghost them, but that ruins his frame job on McCain. He still had one cheat code left. DID. Out came the tiny horn. He blew, and a nasty, deep roar shook the whole forest. The dogs froze, trying to figure out what was up. While they panicked, Zeke tossed smoke bombs to blind them. They figured the noise was fake and rushed him. Big mistake. Still, as long as that trap mode is active, nobody is outrunning these hounds. The boss switched gears in order to scan for movement. Zeke was invisible for now, but they'd sniff him out soon. While the boss was buffering, his dudes started dropping. A horde of bloodthirsty barbarians burst from the trees. The dogs had tried so hard to avoid triggering these guys. They could handle a few, but fighting the whole army? Suicide. Some dogs fought back, but their magic swords bounced off. Meanwhile, one barbarian punch equals a squashed melon. The dog leader had never seen these savages this ticked off. At this rate, they were all going to be worm food. So he popped the retreat. Flare and canceled the trap. They ran with their tails tucked, barbarians hot on their heels. Once the coast was clear, Zeke crawled out and exhaled. That horn worked way better than he thought it would. Barbarians use those horns to chat during crazy battles. It's strictly heavy-duty war gear. In his last life, he was tight with the Mohawk tribe. They taught him the signal he blew basically screamed, "Trespassers on your turf." Yeah, people think barbarians are just ... They look primitive and wild. But hey, they've got their own clear vibes and rules. That knockoff item, Zeke crafted barely. One round, but it saved his bacon. With the dogs gone, he can finally bounce. He zoomed over to the ancient ruins in record time. But of course, another problem popped up to ruin the mood. Just as luck today, he found a 9-headed dragon freak oozing with toxic sludge. Zeke's totally clueless about what a fallen dragonborn even is. The map says the loot door is smack right behind the beast. He tried hacking the door remotely first, and Binjuit worked. The hero, King Kaiser's crib, was wide open. But that just made the dragon freak go total aggro mode. There's no way to cheese this boss fight or sneak past. Forced to brawl, he pops dragon slaying arts and rushes the ugly giant. 2 sidestep 9 attacks at once. Zeke spammed Gale arts and shadowless steps. Plan A, mess with its vision, using speed hacks and yeet himself inside. For a hot second, it looked like the crazy Strahd might actually land. So close to pulling off the heist. But those teeth said nope and stopped him cold. Oh, whip out Bahamut, the Stygian blade. He instantly fired off dragon slaying. Arts 7. 1. Dragon head severance. Max power. Chopped ahead, but surprise, the blood is basically acid. Lucky for him, his auto-heal kicked in before his skin melted off. After that little scuffle, Zeke's memory finally jogged. His old master barely beat this thing back in the day. It's the Hydra. He was hyped. Blood pumping to test his skills against a legend. The fight dragged on. Zeke poking the Hydra like a glorified dentist. He'd handle one head while the others kept wrecking everything. He's seriously questioning his clans. Naming skills. Dragon slaying. Yeah, right. Since real dragons are toast, these knockoffs are the closest thing left. But seriously, nothing is scratching this beast. Slice and dice, all he wants. The Hydra just hits reset on its health. Soloing this raid boss might be above his pay grade right now. Beast is 30 meters from the goal. Zeke tried a hack. Asked the system to shut the door. System confirmed. Door slammed shut. Zeke got in stance, determined to cheese it one more time. He mashed up dragon slaying arts, with Gale arts form 5. Full send, he unleashed the wind. That speed boost should rocket him right through the gate. Hydra saw him coming, and threw 3 heads to block the lane. He got super close, but the Hydra snagged his arm in a nasty bite, dragging him back. He really thought he could juke this beast, but it takes its guard job way too seriously. Since it wants his arm that bad, Zeke happily let it keep the snack. Dude literally sliced his own arm off just to wiggle free. Losing a limb, Zeke's regeneration hacks fixed that fast. Beast got salty over the cheese draught and unleashed a fresh move. Barfed out a nasty poison cloud that swallowed him whole. Toxins hit fast, but Zeke clapped back with pure spite. Soul manifestation, go burst shredding. Heads like paper, most noggins chopped. The beast face planted hard. Intense stare down. Both of them running on fumes now. Monster lunged for the GG, while Zeke aimed for the last head. Accidental trigger. Dragon's dignity, skill just popped off. To the Hydra, Zeke suddenly looked like a legit dragon ghost. His trash talk about crushing it totally spooked the poor thing. Pure terror hit different, vibrating in its DNA and freezing the monster cold. Went from rage mode to obedient puppy real quick. Backed off whimpering to lick its wounds, sweating buck. Zeke knew iron stung and poison was still wrecking him. If he knew that fear aura worked on this guy, he'd have spammed it way sooner. Ashley felt tired for once, even with his infinite stamina cheat. Checking menus, he saw a prompt to straight up tame the beast. Who? Figured he'd scare the pants off a monster that almost ate him. Either way, this opens up some pretty sick possibilities. Bro might actually be able to collect monster pets. Tried to click it, but the system said, level too low. Scrub. Zeke figured that was fair. Would be way too broken without some nerfs. Honestly. Stood up slowly, body throbbing like crazy. That venom was critical. His passive heals were glitching out. Desperate, he remembered Gluttony's bonus perk. He can straight up snack on bloodline skills. Since the Hydra is toxic, it's gotta have resistance, right? While twitching in pain, Zeke's shadow stretched out hungrily. It gulped down a severed head, melting it into the void. Boom. Gluttony leveled up, from noob to expert. Energy bar refilled completely. And most importantly, he rolled the loot. Poison resistance constitution. Shadow came back, and Zeke dragged himself upright. The new resistance buff, completely. Nuked the pain coursing through his system. Before the ruins, he did a quick vibe check on his stats. Looking green. That resistance buff might unlock cool strats later. Plus, Gluttony, which had been stuck at level 1. Finally, major upgrades secured. Finally, Zeke and bail without that clingy 9-headed worm dragging him down. King Kaiser. Dude was literally the GOAT by every standard. Spawn of a genius sage and a fairy queen. Basically, classic hero vibes. His life was a hot mess from day one. Evil mage snatched him, then dumped the kid in a monster-filled forest. Luckily, this holy wolf stumbled upon the crying, lonely baby Kaiser and raised him like a pup. Because of that, the king grew up tough and totally safe. He saved everyone and built Kronos, the ultimate freedom kingdom. Literally everyone on the map knows Kaiser's rep. It's standard bedtime story material for kids. But real proof, these tall tales are true. Zero, not a. Zeke's chilling at the ruins right now though, proving it all real. Boom, the Hero King's tower is staring him right in the face. Way tinier than the storybooks hyped it up to be. Zeke never guessed the ruins he hunted were actually Kronos itself. Checking the gate, it totally gives off Dragon Slayer hideout vibes. Doors popped open, so Zeke just waltzed right in. Smack in the center sat this lonely, glowing blue rock. Betcha, the king's secret moves are hidden inside that thing. He tapped it, and the secret technique, quest auto, systems like, yo, you're stuck here till you beat the quest. The fancy gates slammed shut. Totally trapped. Gotta learn Kaiser's wisdom here to snag the fairy queen's tears. Pretty sure those tears came straight from Kaiser's mama. She was basically a living wish-granting machine. Bagging that reward would be a total game. Don't know how it works yet, but it's def a cheat code item. Hand over the crystal? He asks. Now what? And data starts loading. System queues up. Clip 546 from the archives. There's 12 vids total that match up with what Zeke asked. First one hits. Play automatically. Ancient core notion is dead af, so the system kindly auto-translated it to common speak for him. Suddenly, a hologram of a sword dude lights up the room. Sword. Lecture time. It's him, the myth, the legend, Kaiser. His take? A sword is just a sword. End of story. Or so say those senile old geezers. Total nonsense. The cam shakes, and Kaiser yells, chill out, Shelter. Shelter. That guy became Kaiser's Redord Knight. Watching this myth in HD felt like a total revelation to Zeke. Behind the lens, Shelter asks the boss how to fight. Kaiser draws his blade. Just practice and energy. Bro. He smirks, swings once and Zeke felt like he got sliced in two. Swear to God. He felt his body split apart for a sec. Woke up soaked in cold sweat. Nightmare alert. Only a practice clip, but the vibes, hauntin'. Gotta download that Hero King brain. Swinging a blade like that. Total goals. System, run it back. From the top, spammed replay for 4 days straight. Fast forward. Locked room came with 3 mystery doors. Door 1. Infinite snack hack. Food for months. Door 2. Chill zone. Bed and bath included. Last room. Nerd library and war toys. The ultimate VIP gym for Kaiser's heir. Zero distractions, just pure grind mode. Got super close to copying Kaiser's moves. But something was Finally, unlocked basic elemental sword skill. Level up. Advanced mode is now open. Cue boss music. Kaiser's ghost enters chat. OG Hero King Kaiser spawns in real life. Zeke was totally fit. A literal legend standing right there. Well, snap back to reality. Reflexes on point. Blocked that cheap shot. But the impact behind that strike yeeted me into the wall. Get up, new. Deja vu. Like facing my scary ex. Then, he roasts my skills. Pathetic form. Kaiser gave me 0 stars. Not impressed. Boomer King thinks we're all weak sauce. Zeke figured, okay, pop quiz time. No chill. Kaiser zoomed in instantly. Unleashed a slash that screamed game over. Yeah, these hits are strictly fatal. Ghost Grandpa actually wants to delete me. Hero, nah, dude's a straight up raid boss. Brain reset. Deep breath. Lock in. Ditch the toy sword. Full tryhard mode. Drew Bahamut buffed it with ether. Glow up. King's like, yo, you Sheltern's student. Vaguely recalls his knight mentioning this. Thinks the skill was called Aurora. Even at max power, I got swatted like a fly. He's trolling. Doesn't care about fancy tech. Just wants a fun brawl. Adrenaline junkie. Going all out bought me 2 seconds of life. Knew I was an NPC compared to this guy. Okay, this was officially totally bonkers. Did not expect to be this useless against a legit boss. Still, he's stubborn. He spammed every skill. Crit, speed, slash, and Dragon Claw. That image of the dragon arm looked 4K real and packed a massive punch. Yet Zeke's ult didn't even wrinkle the dude's drip. It just left Kaiser confused. Not a dragon, but flexing dragon hacks. While Kaiser lagged, Zeke maxed his ether for a back. Hero King spun around. Curious. Saw Zeke using that elemental stuff. Smoothly, the kid unleashed his ult soul manifestation. Lacerate. Kaiser smiled, blocking the hit that wrecked a dragon before. Moments later, Zeke woke up totally dazed. King waited for the noob to reboot. Kaiser admitted the kid had potential. Tapping Shellern's vibes. Dragon hacks and hints of elemental juice. Plus, he saw Zeke's soul glitching in the spirit realm. All this chatter just confused the guy. Kaiser explained. Human bod, but somehow cheated death. So tapping into elemental force makes sense. Salty. Zeke asked what all this nonsense meant. Kaiser grinned. And, waved it off. They had a bigger quest. Kid must now learn the king's wisdom and master the elemental sword. See, elemental force is the energy making up everything. Water, earth, fire, and wind. The lost elemental sword stacks all 4 in one move. Showing off, the king swung and summoned a crazy windstorm. The source must be that ether the kid mentioned. The king's explanation, raw stats, and playstyle felt more like magic than swordsmanship. Since elemental equals ether, there's a secret to swapping them. When he asked about the conversion, the king looked at him like he's dumb. He lit his sword and awkwardly said he just does it naturally. So he can't explain. Zeke had to watch and figure it out himself. Not that he can't feel the king's ether, he just couldn't. This guy's control is so perfect that it would take all Zeke's focus just to barely feel a thing. Summarizing what he learned. He tried the elemental sword. Kaiser did call his soul move elemental earlier. If so, just tweak the soul move to make it work. When he tried to feel the change, the king was surprised. After moments of forcing his soul, form shift boom, he whipped up a Gale sword. No kudos for the speedrun, just a Kaiser slap to the head. King said to use real juice, not that bootleg spell nonsense. Kaiser claims chanting spells is purely a dragon thing. Dragonkin might pull it off, but humans, hard pass. If Zeke leans on that, he'll redline and crash hard. Human and dragon souls are wildly different vibes. The kid might fake it, okay, for a sec, but he'll never unlock the full spell power. Kaiser's grossed out by the idiot who made this cheap knockoff. Wait, Zeke totally recalled seeing spell stuff before. Snagging Bahamut's heart gave him that dragon skill to chant, but he was too rookie to actually cast it. So, once he levels up, he can totally unleash the beast. Maybe even use soul forms without the nasty side effects. King yelled to train right or get another bonk on the noggin. Obviously, the practical stuff dragged on way longer than gym class, thanks to his godbod Kaiser's demos and constant fights. Zeke finally got the gist of how the elemental sword actually works. Magic runs on mana, like gas, but the sword burns ether to rev up spirit power. Once the logic clicked, Zeke jumped straight into using it. Now he can actually pull off some of Kaiser's scary moves. He's grinded hard, but to Kaiser, still a total newbie. The next level is going to be brutal, so he better sleep tight. During downtime, he grilled the hero king a bit. While chilling on his cloud, Kaiser humored the kid's cute. Zeke asked, "Why call me Sheltern student? 'Cause of my aura?" Then it clicked for the kingo, right? Aura. Shelton swore humans couldn't use spirit swords, so he DIY style. That brat Draker ditched the king's moves to teach his own homemade junk. Zeke was shook. He just learned the aura. Inventor and king's sidekick was a freaking Draker, meaning his fem's OG ancestor. Wasn't Terran, but that ancient dude Shelton. Perrin other questions, Zeke asked. What's the spirit realm? He's okay with the sword now but clueless about the realm stuff. Kaiser casually lifted his hand, ripping a crack in the air with pure wind pressure. Didn't even need a sword to pull that off. Kaiser said the spirit realm is like the afterlife, but kinda not. Ditch your physical body for the spirit world, and there's no reason. An unbreakable wall is stuck drifting between these two wild dimensions. Kaiser claims half my soul is ghost zoned, while he just vibes freely out here as a spirit. Gotta admit, this is the first time the king has met such a total weirdo like Zeke. Honestly, Hoppin' Dimensions has a few hacks. Kaiser hitched a ride with a dragon. Zeke was totally shook. No shot a god-tier beast helps a human. The king was so lost. Back then, dragons actually stand humans hard. News to Zeke, who thinks they just bring the apocalypse. If they loved us, why'd Bahamut try to wreck the whole planet? Zeke's brain is broken. He doesn't know what's real now. Kaiser claims Zeke is walking proof that dragons care. His heart and sword fang were legit gifts from Bahamut. Kaiser used to hang with that old lizard back in the day, though Bahamut is kinda sketch. That old bag of scales is a total softie for a real plea. Seems like the king and the dragon were actually brothers. Best to keep quiet that humans actually killed Bahamut for now. So Zeke lied, saying his heart and sword were Bahamut's gifts. Kaiser cracked up, obviously, missing the dragon's chill vibes. Said Bahamut and Kronos always beefed 'cause of the rage. King said Kronos guarded his turf and Kaiser was his partner. While King forgot the name, Kronos just sipped tea nearby, so he named the land after the dragon. Kronos barely blinked, like he knew it was coming. Kaiser just wanted the dragon to be famous later on. So back then, humans and dragons were totally chill together. But if some massively buff dragon helped a guy with no deal, the world would totally crash hard. These nice dragons Mustav nerved their power, morphed, 2 human looks, and signed contracts to help us. Kaiser is one of those dragon buddies. So ancient dudes were so up 'cause of dragon contracts. Still a mystery. What ruined the friendship between him? Zeke bets he'll solve it after hearing his weird master's full story. Anyway, nap time is over. and they prep to brawl. They've got a fun vibe now. The final test is a legit duel with the hero king, but keeping it basic would be just same old stuff. So Kaiser added a twist. No snacks or naps allowed. We fight till he says quit. Plus, Zeke has to copy whatever element Kaiser uses. Not wasting a second. The room exploded into a literal inferno, flames dancing everywhere. Kaiser smirked. Break rules if you want. Got extra lives? Try it. First up, Elemental Sword, Form 1. Let's burn. Zeke clashed with the king, sending spicy sparks flying instantly. Blades smashed together, blasting heat and wrecking the place. Zeke was actually cooking now, matching the heat to his eyes narrowed. He knew the vibe was about to shift hard. Round 2, Earth Element. Welcome to the heavy Kaiser yeeted himself into the air, ready to drop the hammer. Steelfield's all about mass, total defense, and crushing weight. You basically hack gravity and hardness. Total solidity control. Zeke clenched his jaw, tanking the hit and shoving the king back. Felt like a win, until his cheek stung. Whoops, got nicked. Kaiser didn't wait. Phase 3, Speed Mode engaged. Suddenly, he's dodging hundreds of air slices in mere seconds. Not as punchy as the fire stuff, sure, but the speed and aura, next level. Literally, Final boss phase. Water Element, the dreaded water field. Water's the ultimate flex-perfect attack and defense mixed. Great for support and keeping enemies totally locked down. Fighting those waves is a nightmare. It's super balanced and tricky. Stuck smack in the middle. Of two tsunamis. Zeke just plummeted. Free fall city. Covered in cuts, bleeding out, and zero threat to the king. Zeke leveled up, but Kaiser, dude is just built different. The skill gap was massive, like, actually impossible to span. Saw an opening. Zeke swung for the fences. Big mistake. Thought he landed a crit. Then Bonk's sword tap on his head. Kaiser roasted him. That's a waterfall. Bro, not water style. Zeke figured freestyling was cool if the element matched. King said, sure. Go wild with force on the other types. But waterfield, nah. That's gotta be pure fluidity. Flow isn't muscle. And flow beats brute force every single time. And boom, fight over. Zeke takes the L on a technicality. Honestly, Zeke was getting pretty salty about Kaiser's rules. In his mind, raw power is king, strength beats everything. Past life, he got wrecked. Because he was too weak to fight. Because of that, he lost everything he actually cared about. No muscles meant he couldn't protect his favorite people. Survival meant grinding for gains. 2 lives, 1 goal. Power? So when Kaiser says, go with the flow, it basically triggers Zeke's entire existence. Flow over power. No. While he was zoning out and raging mentally, Kaiser attacked. Zeke barely blocked with his water sword, but got tripped up. Let's be real though, he totally checked out. Stopped counting after day 15 of this endless brawl. Felt like a month of straight smashing sword 0, snack breaks, 0 naps. Just made him realize, one big bummer. His infinite stamina, cheat. Use this against this beast. His hacks looked weak. Kaiser kept cranking up the difficulty dial every single day. Lately, the vibe was all about going with the flow in this water arena. Zeke's noodle arms were totally shot, couldn't lift a thing. Plus, the floor turned into a slip and slide, wrecking his moves. One more hit from Kaiser and Zeke's knees said nope, no grip, insane pressure, he was absolutely cooked. But instead of crying about it, Zeke just grinned. Finally clicked what King Kaiser was yapping about all week. Flow beats, brute force, every time. Forget gripping the sword or standing like a statue. Once he ditched his ego, the old guy's weird advice made sense. Those textbook moves he memorized? Just useless mental baggage dragging him down. Cut those chains, and he can finally ride the wave. Like waterfalling, making his own rules as he goes. Eyes blazing, Zeke stopped blocking and went on the attack. Wait, he actually felt this vibe in his past life. That zone where the sword is basically just part of his arm. Vibing with the world wild like a tsunami, then chill like a stream. His crazy, unpredictable moves. And sudden rage mode finally got a grin out of the king. After what felt like forever, they were having a total blast. Rooms flooded, rains, pouring pure chaos everywhere. Zeke struck a weird pose, his blade Bahamut dripping wet. Kaiser held his sword high, bossing the water around. Boom, they unleashed their elemental attacks at once. Water blades slashed, making a perfect cutting line. Rain quit, and warm light hit the Sogi room. Hero King Kaiser beamed at his student. Seeing that epic level up, the legend officially named Zeke Draker is the heir to his throne of skills. Zeke woke up, eons later, staring at a cracked, sunny ceiling. Second blackout since he turned totally overpowered. Brain felt like it was splitting in two. First crash was that fight with Old Man Duke. Spammed too many skills for his energy bar to handle. System had to force quit him just to save his life. That was from abusing dragon powers way too hard. This time, He just physically hit a wall since dragged himself up to look for King Kaiser. New boss was gone. Probably ghosted back to the spirit world. Zeke barely clutched that Waterfield test right at the buzzer. Quest complete. You bet. Pop the menu and bam. Notification. Explosion. Smash that bell below and get spammed like this too. Zeke drowned in bonus loot. Finally, some respect for the grind. Bagged Fairy, Monarch Tears, 500 Karma, and 3 skill cards. Plus, that whole achievement quest, done deal. Got admin perms, 500 Karma, and mystery boxers. Since he's a mid-tier admin now, he unlocks way cooler toys to play with. Noob, quest, book, upgraded to intermediate. Unlocked hotkeys and map warping. Bro, gain fast travel. Also, his soul rebooted unsealing Bombit bits. Seal dropped to 90%. Long grind ahead, but look at all those upgrades. Zeke was grinning like an absolute idiot. Started at 95% sealed when he got the heart. Tried to hack the seal before got blocked hard. Too OP for him. He gets why the system said, nope, but 10%? Kinda stingy? Can't just buy those dragon spells with points. Gotta be tied to that seal level. Boring stuff over. Gotcha time with the boxers. Couldn't wait tripped all 3 open at once. Got meteor boots, pants, and earrings. Boosting mana regen by 15%. With stats that cracked, he's totally ripping off a mage for big bucks with these. The gear matches his old gauntlets perfectly. Full set coming soon at this pace. Gear was meh, but skill cards? Let's roll. Praying for OP skills. He popped all 3. Got static discharge, zap on touch, and flash. Another blind, peeps with light. Last one was dissonance. Makes a nasty noise to mess up hearing. Zeke pouted. Also rank trash. Whatever. It was free. Getting S-tier stuff for 0 effort is cheating anyway. Kills the grind. You know? Was bummed, but tested the zap. Hey, not bad. Honestly, scary strong for a C. Super versatile too. Plus, mix flashbang and dissonance for the ultimate crowd. Control, combo. Beats that exam artifact is skills sorted. Zeke checked his new system unlocks. Hotkeys let him spam items like skills. Not. This will definitely save my bacon in a pinch. Infinite health hacks make basic potions total trash. But wait, maybe I'm flexing too hard. 0 promise, I won't meet a boss. Like Kaiser, who ignores my infinite stamina cheats. Can't exactly fistank death to test limits, so I grab salvation, a god tier healing, juice for 350 points. It's so OP you only get 1 sip. Ever. Pricey, but I need a safety net for my safety net. Best loot, the Fairy Queen's Tear. Super rare drop, the shiny drop in. This fancy glass summons the queen. She's basically a genie. Infinite wishes unlocked. Also, a one-shot deal, cause it's broken. Def not wasting it on a test run. Stashing it in the inventory for a boss fight. Zeke had a hunch that day was coming fast. Leaving the ruins, Zeke wanted to test a feature. Magic whooshed him to a crusty old outpost. Okay, the new fast travel system is legit. Click the minimap. Boom. Instant teleport. From Kaiser's pad to Outpost 8. Cost 150 points. Kinda steep. But besides the price, no rules, got cash, the whole map is open. Speed is cool, but ghosting people is better. So many ways to cheese the system with this. Weirdly, flowers were blooming in dead winter. My guy lost track of time. Spent too long grinding XP with the Hero King. Meanwhile, classes at Valhalla were already hyped. In the dean's office, some kid was getting roasted by the boss. Dean's never seen a noob show up a month late. Zeke felt kinda guilty. He had a rec letter in his bag. Rule said, don't be late. Now he is toast. If he gets booted, his plans are screwed. Needs access to the secret library. ASAP. Time to activate Academy Award acting skills. Zeke was in a training trance. Valhalla's strict Dean Boars wasn't buying it. Dude's a legend. Ex-row guard from Thea. Super old school. Even big shot Arthur Draker had. Begged Flaubert 3 times to run Valhalla. The dude is obsessed with rules and honor. Sob stories fail here. So Zeke just owned it. No excuses. Seeing him humble himself. The dean chilled out a bit. Any other student? He would have expelled them instantly. But Zeke had a glowing reference, so Flaubert cut him some slack. He has to prove his solo training beat a month of school to get in. Sucks that he owes one too. That porker Howard, but whatever. Dean hit a button. Lackey enters. He demanded a gym be opened. ASAP and summoned the teaching squad. Orders followed. Zeke's suddenly on stage, staring down judgy. Looking around, Zeke saw famous knights with epic stats from everywhere. Stage set. It is. Time to prove he belongs at Valhalla. Despite skipping class, Dean's watching him like a hawk eyeing a snack. Eyes on him, Zeke grabbed his blade, thinking, how much to fake? Can't show these boomers his elemental sword? That stuff would fry their brains. Still, they do train the continent's best. Basic moves won't impress. He'll flex just a bit. Boom. Fiery aura, lights up his sword. Seeing that insane power, the profs gasped. No mistake, the kid is rocking an aura blade. That is Blue Knight tier only. Is hitting Blue Knight at 15 even real? Record was 19 by Sir Abel. Even for a Golden Awakener. This is bonkers. While they were their pants. Zeke recalled Kaiser calling this week's sauce. Fighting that beast for a month ruined his restraint. Glad he capped it at Blue Knight level though. He was this strong before meeting the Hero King. After elemental training, his levels skyrocketed. He figures he has already hit Red Knight status. The diff? How you use Aura Blade. It is actually simple. Wrap the weapon in sharp aura for max damage. Blue Knights, just keep it active. Red Knights shapeshift it while keeping the damage up. Luckily, he paused at just the blade part. Zeke was shocked by one dude's crazy reaction. Dean Flaubert jumped up, grinning like he'd just won the lottery. If a 15-year-old self-taught scrub can hit Blue Knight tier, he could skip years and still be golden. Zeke still apologized for playing hooky, just in case. Flaubert eyed the profs, waiting for the final word. He looked ready to rage quit if they didn't let Zeke slide. The guy is notorious for simping over talented students. MVP Dean for real. Obviously, everyone voted to chill. His aura blade was so crisp, even pro knights would get jealous. The whole faculty crew welcomed Zeke Draker aboard. Ease and clap for our boy. Middleland Atlas is huge cities, basically a kingdom in the center. It hosts Valhalla and the Draker clans for season's base. It's also the main crib for the big boss patriarch and the elite fam members at the castle. Zeke ditched Valhalla and hit the streets to find his giant pad. The whole massive estate is literally under his name. Being a genius definitely has sweet perks. Still rocking Dad's limitless black card. Totally spoiled. He cracked the gate and got blasted with confetti. Master Duke and Jimrat Andre were there in full clown paint. Looked like a straight-up nightmare-fueled horror flick. Duke hyped up his student for actually making it. First time he's seen a skipper miss a month and still get in. Since the VIP is here, time to get this party started. Zeke hasn't even settled into city life yet, and these trolls are already wrecking his vibe. Duke and Andre work at the school, so why are they here? Turns out Duke finally agreed to return to the fortress. He's crashed here for a month, acting like the housekeeper. And Andre? He snuck into Valhalla as a bro just wanted to stalk his workout partner. Zeke wanted chill solo time. But that dream is dead. They totally invaded his crib without asking first. Late night, Duke and Andre passed out from the food coma. Still wearing that creepy clown makeup too. But joke's on them, Zeke already slipped out. Hunting for nightlife, action. A hooded guy hit the bar, tossed a gold coin, ordered a beer, and asked for K. The second he dropped that name, the whole pub went dead silent. Everyone drew swords and crowded him. He just smirked. Zeke flashed the glove, hiding under his hood with his fam's crest, flexed his aura, and asked if they had a death wish. Every single person, instantly. Terrified. One glitch, and they were total toast. They zipped their lips and sat down like obedient puppies. Shaking. The bar guy apologized for the drama. He yanked a random bottle down from the shelf, triggered a hidden door, and led Zeke to the boss. That secret hall was way huger than it seemed. Besides the door, security magic buzzed everywhere. This screams K's whole vibe. Prayer wind. To spy crews ruled the world. First, the Draker's Order of the Black Knights. Then the Rome Empire's Intel Squad. But a secret third player rivaled them, the Syndicate. Started as just a bunch of shady crooks. K leveled them up, turning smugglers into spies. Kicked from school, Zeke did McCain's dirty jobs. Just to survive, he grinded his way to hit. Then the Syndicate manager, K, hired him to clear a key transport route. Back then, she was growing. Spyweb, to rival the big dogs in Rome. Being a total genius, she eventually became boss. Years later, when Zeke lost absolutely everything, crushed by the Empire, K showed up again. She leaked info on the artifact the king wanted. K was totally down for Zeke's revenge arc. Claimed it was payback for him blowing up her biz. Without her, he'd never have grabbed the time warp item. Info is deadly. Who knows how the future flips? Right now, Zeke's skills are pretty cracked, but he needs a bestie like K. She's essential. After a forever walk, Zeke entered an old shack. Inside, a lady sparked a match up. In that dim glow, Zeke grabbed a chair. Same old style. She slowly lit a cigarette. Her assets were totally popping out, both of them. Husky voice. She asked what the Draker star wanted. K is a certified baddie, legally and physically. She's perfect. No wasting time. She wants the deets, and she wants them ASAP. Zeke got real. He wants to trade with her crew. K was hooked. Now, she's listening. Why does Mr. Record Breaker need the underground? She casually dropped that she's fully clued in on the Valhalla drama. Total flex. Still, Zeke ain't here to play games. He tossed the loot on the table, waiting for her to stop staring and price it. Just some Rondo bling he'd scored from a mystery box. She just had to equip them and check the stats. K pegged them as mana boosters instantly. Expected a tiny buzz. But dropped her cancer stick. The second they clicked on her too cool for school vibe shattered instantly. Boom, mana regen jumped 15%. Store-bought trash usually sits at 1%. Even the wallet killers max out at 3%. A 15% buff, she'd totally know if that existed. Dudes either got a plug or grind solo. He holds all the cards. Zeke steered the chat to straight business, super fast. He snagged a ghost account with sealed docs. He'd already prepped an Atlas bank rep to handle his loot drops. The gang takes a 10% cut per sale, plus a bonus. Every 10,000, they flip. Somehow, this guy drafted a contract. Even K would envy. Plus, he strolled in. Knowing she's a mage, his intel is scary good. No hat. She just nodded and signed. Deal sealed. Now they just pray for luck. Before she bounced, Zeke had one last question. He smirked. So, how's your ghost ship doing? The vibe in the room turned toxic instantly. Goons popped from the shadows, ready to kill. Zeke just shrugged. Whoa, chill out everyone. Threaten me all you want, but don't cry when I bite back. K gagged on the pressure. He felt like a total monster. Her rage quit instantly. She backed up without thinking. Her goons froze up to frozen stiff. K felt stupid for raging at a mystery boss. Word is, Zeke Drakers, the youngest blue knight ever. That is wild. If her whole crew jumped him, they'd get absolutely Zeke quit asking. He ordered them to a private room. K folded and marched him to the manager's office. To save her own skin, she asked for a signed oath. It's a classic mage contract to stop anyone from snaking. You gotta sign in blood. Basic. But it definitely works. Sign it. Get a mark. Hurt the other guy. You drop dead. You can try to cheese it with assassins, but it's risky. That kind of stuff. Puts a permanent curse on the trader. K needs insurance. Duh. She saw him bare those fangs earlier. Dude could literally end her and loot the place if he felt like it. Zeke vibes with that. He jabs the pens, sharp end to draw blood. Signs of magic, packed fast. Boom. Spell is live. He's gotta earn her trust. Small price for a blood tats glow on their arms. Deal sealed. They're partners. Since they're blood-bound besties now, Zeke gets real. He drops the bomb that he knows. K's ghost ship is hauling Soma for the Marcon crew. She grabs her head, freaking out. How's Golden Boy know her dirt? Gig's up. She admits it. Yeah, we're moving to Soma. Somas that sketch drug the kingdom totally banned. Post-Civil War, the South turned into a giant farm. For that plant. Snoop Dogg would be their top buyer, for real. Illegal trade thriving right under the fancy nobles' noses. Only road connecting Central and South goes through. The desert ruled by the Ishtar big shots. Years ago, Ishtar slammed the gates shut. No entry. Trade with the South hit a wall. Total buzz. Only options to sea. But Pabella owns those choppy waves. K's basically the only one. Slick enough to ghost past those jerks. In her phantom ride. Clients pay major bank for it. South is lawless now. Markin and Pabella split it via the forest. Markin runs the north. Pabella bosses the south. Markin hogged the land routes to corner the Soma market. Pabella had to pivot and master the ocean routes. When Ishtar locked the border, Markin's road game died. They tried building their own. Sea lanes, but too slow. Pabella already owned the water. That's why K's ship is MVP. And Prince Cash. They slapped an Invispell on the boat. Peak stealth mode. Hides from pirates and navy. Hunting the One Piece? Yes, it's real. Thing's a cash cow for the syndicate. Zeke knew this lore from before. But can't exactly say, I'm from the future, right? To mess with her, Zeke brings up Pabella's offer. K shook again. How's he know Pabella offered 2 times? The cash, just to cut ties with Zeke's just like, nah, flush that trash offer. Syndicate is stalling, so the bosses are thirsty for a deal. But ghosting more. Massive L. He hints, Pabella, are just washed. Pirates beaten by the Silver Knight. K's not having it. Says Pabella has code, unlike those pirate morons. Zeke tossed in that. Those losers only pitched that deal to sniff out the syndicate's secret sea stash. Unlike Marcon, who has to keep the cash cow breathing, Pabella would trash the ghost ship the second they know. Even if K's having a hard time swallowing that Pabella went full pirate ages ago. Zeke told her to pay for the intel, but not with money. He wants a sit-down with Don Juan, the big cheese of Marha. Pull that off, and he'll make K the syndicate's top dog. Chateau Zeke slipped back into the Atlas streets. K's web is decent and strong, but honestly not cutting it yet. Back in the day, they blew up by gobbling every criminal crew in sight. It's just a matter of time before Zeke meets the infamous Don Juan. That ambition spark he lit will blaze up, roasting her boss and taking the continent. Night dipped, sun popped, a fresh day for the Valhalla cadets. Walking campus, Zeke saw Valhalla's way cooler than the stiff academy. Vibes, scream freedom. The dean sent a guide who's lagging. Finally, heard a super casual sup from behind. Spun around to see Dean Flobeer's pic. Tan dude, face tats, and some gnarly piercings. Zeke's inner boomer hated him instantly. Getting all touchy, the guide roasted him for looking like a fresh fish. Zeke swatted him off and asked if he's the legit guide. Bro mocked his serious tone, told Zeke to unclench and vibe a little. They're stuck touring every corner of Valhalla today. After all, Guide Bro finally dropped his name. Diego. Zeke froze, realizing who this TikTok wannabe was. Claims he's a fusion pioneer, Southern drums meets Central tunes. So basically, a SoundCloud rapper. Zeke hid his shock and replied nice Sir Diego via this time. Diego figured the kid was just warming up. Cringe intro aside, Zeke knew Diego as the legendary metered knight, destined to be one of the 5 divine knights, the squad that basically carried the Continental War. Bishop Cask, the Silent, Jeffrex, the Haze, Adele the plus Raina Draker, the Lightning, and Diego Villa, the metered. Thinking about it, all 5 divine knights were Valhalla alone. If that's the case, then boosting his clout might be way easier than he planned. Diego's starving, so he's dragging Zeke for Southern food. Sat down, grabbed a bite of a meat wrap. Whoa, flavor bomb totally caught him off guard. Diego knew the newbie would vibe with it. Diego, a total Southern boy, vouched for the legit shark, eats. They bonded over Southern tea, while munching. Zeke eventually got nosy. How does Southern dude even land in Valhalla to begin with? Short version, Diego's rents run a mini kingdom down south. Turns out, bro's a literal prince. Southern lands are a mashup of kingdoms, Cusco being the main hub. You stew it anyway, then war hit, and everyone yeeted to the central zone. Dude was super chipper for a refugee royal. Zeke was shook. A royal, this uncool. No way. His stiff-necked fam basically forced him to grind the family's twin blade style. Bro was so OP with swords, they mailed him to Val. He gives 0 flips about swords or the high hopes back home. He's all about the tunes. He asked Zeke to join his niche music club. Hard pass from Zeke. Diego yanked Zeke into a senior class after eating. He said Valhalla's chill, you can crash any class you want. Rumor had it, this specific class was going to be lit today. As they walked up into the room, everyone stared at Zeke. His rep was crazy. Baby Blue Knight. Air genius still works. Dude's basically famous. Once they sat, Diego finally clocked the whispers. He'd just seen a regular frosh, totally missing the Draker crest Zeke wore all day. That's the pure blood flex. Whole school knows, but this idiot. No wonder Zeke kept them on during lunch. Diego figured he was just trying to look edgy. Maybe this reveal shuts Diego up for a sec. Finally, Zeke could catch a break. He thought he'd get the standard pureblood treatment. Wrong. Diego realized he was grumpy, cause he's a pure blood. Slung an arm around Zeke, joking the rich kid should have paid. Dude wouldn't quit talking. Honestly, he got way more chaotic. Shockingly, the dean marched up to grab the mic. Every kid shut up and locked in, ASAP. Zeke was confused by the crowd. Dean showing up explained it. While the dean droned on with the intro, Diego was pestering Zeke, whispering freestyle rap lyrics. Intro done. The dean called up the main act. Dean Flaubert bragged it was tough, booking this guest. I mean, he is a black knight. Zeke nearly cracked up seeing the guest. Beside him, Diego was busy crafting his next doodle art. Sir Duke Draker, that ancient fossil, actually up decent and agreed to speak. The vibe started chaotic. Everyone knows the Gale Knight, one of the fam's rare black knights. Scratch that. The whole continent. Duke grabbed the mic, thanking us for remembering a retired vet like him. Just begged us to burn this speech into our brains. Spilled the tea on hitting Black Knight, ranked despite starting as a total normie. Kicked off strong, super inspiring stuff. Initially, but minutes later, we realized this wasn't going to teach us squat. As minutes dragged into agonizing hours, most kids were literally unconscious from boredom. Duke freaking Draker just used the mic to flex his stats for 2 straight hours. Weirdly impressive stamina. Finally, fed up with this rambling, the dean swooped in and snatched the mic back. Had to cut him off. Next speaker's a total legend who needs no intro. Even though she's swamped as a guardian knight, she cleared her shade to drop knowledge on us. See, Draker ranks go. Normal, mid, advanced, then top-tier guardian. At the absolute peak of the food chain, there aren't even 10 guardians in the clan. Reaching that level means you're a certified beast. Dean eyed his watch, praying for 4 o'clock sharp. A lady with flowing platinum blonde hair strutted in. Clang, clang, clang went her boots. Zeke just eyed the hype with mild interest. Full plate armor definitely made a statement. But he couldn't place her face or where they'd met. Peeping the other cadets, they seemed way more stoked. Ogle, a gorgeous lady, then actually listened to her talk. They were just geeking out over the white silver knight. Hearing that tag, Zeke's brain finally buffered the info. The mental pic of that legend clicked with the girl on stage. First, direct air, the white silver knight. Herself Zeke's big sis Carly, Now, Einport is huge for travel. Links trade for Dalta, the South, and even the East. But decades back, total pirate nest. Ein was lawless, basically a criminal convention center, until Carly got knighted and decided to scrub the scum. For 5 years, she went on a rampage until every rum-chugging thief was gone. With Draker protection, Ein blew up into the top port city. Surviving pirates fled to the deadly waters of Dalta. That win made Carly the youngest guardian in fam history. A flex even Abel couldn't pull off. Now, that ruthless boss is addressing us. Valhalla knew. Zeke totally didn't expect his big sis to crash the party. Right now, she's beefing with that demon owl for the crown. In his past run, he never even vibed with her. Makes sense, he didn't clock her mug instantly. Carly heard the chatter, paused, then absolutely yeeted the podium. Her boss lady voice echoed everywhere. Instant mute. The noobs were shaking, nearly peeing themselves. Pretty standard reaction, honestly. I mean, a guardian knight is yelling. You gonna chill? Carly roasted the kids for yapping during her intro. She dragged them for shaming their ancestors. Total cringe. The white silver knight kept yapping about the blood and grind of the OG warriors. Hearing her rant about the old days, Zeke realized something. She acts hardcore, but she's low-key, a young boomer at heart. After that parade of boring guests, speakers, the cadets argued, who sucked the most. Despite the cringe, Zeke actually got some solid tips from her. Diego literally ghosted Zeke the second it finished, said he was hyped up and ran off to spit some fire bars. Honestly, vibing with Diego isn't a bad move. He's got a scout for cracked players here anyway. Annoying guy gone. Time to find Terran's hidden library. Just as he dipped, that boomer voice yelled his name. Carly was camping outside, asking for a sec of his time. Classic move. She dragged him straight to a training room. 0 words. Just pulled out her blade. Perfect posture. Zeke eyed her, mithril sword. Total, tier 1 loot. The Holy Kingdom was basically next door. They loved it when the pirates got deleted. Stinks, they gifted Carly a pure mithril set. Max stats. That gear is why she's dubbed the White Silver Knight. She got serious and told Zeke to go all out. No holding back. Heard he hit Blue Knight rank and wants to see the receipts. Zeke loves a 1v1, so he whipped out his blade bump. She wanted to see his full tryhard mode. He wanted to flex, but that creates too much drama later. Carly isn't the only one snooping on his stats. Leaking his build is bad. The Draker fam is savage. A Blue Knight of 15 puts a massive target on his back. If his real power level leaks, his haters would probably do whatever to spawn camp him. Zimmons would send hitmen, and the boss would leash him. Can't flex until he gaps the server's top player. His dad just needs the family clout right now, not the baggage. Zeke barely managed to whip out his blade before Carly got up in his face to test his vibes. She swatted his weak block like a fly, looking totally unimpressed. His guard broke instantly, leaving him wide open for a She nicked his nose, so he quickly turned off his auto-heal cheats. This lady is a legit guardian knight. After all, she'd totally spot his weirdly fast Wolverine healing factor. Can't mess up like that time he fought Duke. Big nope, he went full turtle mode, just trying to block her crazy combo. Spotted a tiny gap and swung down hard, hoping for a miracle. Too bad basic noob moves don't work on a boss like Carly. He whiffed hard and got sliced again for his trouble. Nerfing himself to Blue Knight level meant getting absolutely wrecked. Carly had 0 chill. She launched him sky high, then jumped after him. She came down like a meteor. Zeke barely blocked in time. He took the main hit of the smash, but the impact was seriously way too OP to handle. While crushing him, Carly was like, nice sword durability. Bro, any other blade would have snapped in half 5 minutes ago. Zeke wanted to win, but that meant revealing his secret power levels. The second he got space, he hopped away like a scared bunny. He guessed Carly is definitely a top-tier Red Knight pro. Blue Knights are basically NOOBS to her. She told him, stay alert. Zeke had totally blanked on Carly Draker's signature move. Big mistake. Before her shiny new title, people called her the Giant's Blade. Her sword suddenly stretched out, threatening to slice him in two. Zeke felt that insane power and started leaking blood. Yikes. He got yeeted back, and the training ground got totally trashed. It was a ridiculous display of skill and raw muscle. Zeke's blade was stuck in the dirt while dust clouded everything. Carly got way too into the fight and forgot to chill out. Golden Boy crawled out of his crater, standing up but looking wobbly. Zeke even grabbed some roble to hold himself up. Oscar-worthy performance as the loser, bro, the White Silver Knight. Sighed with relief, hyping up Zeke's hidden talent. She couldn't believe her little bro crushed her crazy high hopes. Zeke kept acting. Seeing his potential, Carly started pitching an idea. Before she could finish, he pulled the final stunt, faking a blackout and face-planting hard. Carly instantly freaked out and sprinted over to him. She grabbed him and ran a mana scan, looking for internal damage. Looked like aura burnout. She snagged a vial and popped the top. That little glass held the family's most expensive recovery juice. She tipped the fancy juice right into his trap. Little punk guzzled the good stuff while playing dead. Flipped his regen switch and boom, good as new. Good thing she wasted that pricey potion on him so he could keep his cheat skills secret. Earlier, he barely dodged that huge sword just to eat damage. It helped that the blade whiffed a bit, keeping his axe smooth. Zeke just fist killer vibes, which wrecked his auraless guts. All part of the con to convince her. He just went to hardcore and broke himself. Total big brain move, executed in seconds. Then, he sat up, clutching his head like OW. My brain gave a polite thanks for the save. Carly just nodded, then told him to drop the formalities. Just sis is fine. Acting done, he hopped in her shady alleyway ride. Armor off, Carly poured her lil bro some fancy tea. Gave him flashbacks to the old man doing the exact same thing. Does the whole fam think he's a tea addict or something? Zeke looked around. Wagon was TARDIS level big inside. Carly cloaked it with magic, Pro Knight's ride screams. Look at me. First, a sword fight. Now a secret spy van meeting. She clearly had some risky gossip to spill. Carly dropped a name. The Butchering Knight. Straight up, admitted she needs muscle to stop Abel Draker. Zeke played dumb, acting all shocked. She was actually beefing with Abel. She said despite the stay neutral rule, she knows on good authority. Abel trashed the code to meddle in wars. Dude's backing the Rome Empire against Valencia. Zeke knew, obviously, but didn't think Abel would start this fast. Plus, Carly bets the fortress knows and just doesn't care. Place is split down the middle politically. Empire fanboys in the council are hyping Abel up. Other elders are just sitting on the fence, staying quiet. Only a matter of time before they pick a side. Carly's scrambling for any pawns she can play. Leave Abel alone. He gets buff. World goes to war. She nailed it. Zeke literally saw this happen already. Been 3 years since he took 7 more to war. Total body count is gonna be insane. Skies go black. Ground gets painted red. Real gloomy stuff. That's why Carly stepped up to clean this hot mess. She needs major clout to wreck Abel's climb. Right now, she is totally taking the L. Since Abel owns the suits, he assumes the grunt simp for Carly. The White Silver Knight thinks bending is for losers. She is all about that justice vibe. Sticking to her guns, she wants to squad up with knights at the fortress. She won't guilt trip peeps into joining, especially Zeke, given his youth and cracked potential as a pure blood. Just like that, Zeke totally downloaded Carly's personality. She is stubborn but can pivot if things get sticky. Pure-hearted and kinda basic. She only glitched her attack cause she was stressing over her bro. She is a beast like a Draker, but also a total softie for the weak. Carly listed the red flags of teaming up like being called a snitch. Zeke did not care. He stood up and took a knee like a pro. Knowing her for 2 seconds was enough to decide. Zeke acted like a noob, wanting to be a hero, and Carly loved it. After deciding to squad up with Big Sis, Zeke wandered the Valhalla Labs. Can I believe the fam was this toxic before the war even started? His original plan was to ghost the family after looting all the perks he could grab, dodge Abel, grind XP, and build an army to stop the war. But if someone else is on the same mission, staying might work. It could be the meta strat. Staying inside lets him spy on the drama while Carly acts as the tank, taking all the aggro. The second Zeke becomes an official knight, he can hype up their alliance and sway the NP. Carly is the heir, but lacks that pure blood clout the big families love. In that lane, she was getting owned by Abel, but Zeke's golden boy status evens the odds. For now, he is LARPing as a knight, even if he hates it. My guy prefers the criminal life, for real. Anyway, that is later. He is near the map ping. Inside the library is the loot he came for, Taken's secret stash. The name was not clickbait. The setup was incredibly clean. After the maze run, he arrived. It was super underwhelming. Looked just like the rest of the boring books. He scanned the Era Zero, epic loot or glowing items. Since the system hyped it, he expected boss-level rewards. Just as he was gonna rage quit, the system found the save point. Boom! A ghostly bookshelf just glitched into existence. System pinged. Found the secret stash of admin Terracon Draker jackpot. So, the clan founder was a system user too. What? Super sneaky spot. No wonder it stayed hidden. Autosync, with Taken's library complete. Zeke's got 24/7 access. Now even sorted neatly. Management guides, dragon slaying, and random quotes. Titles looked totally basic though. Too lazy to read all that, he asked for the meta. An old tome with a dragon slaying cover spawned. Title, The Secret. Technique of True Dragon Sword Play. Fancy. Who wrote it? Checked the author, tag, and it's King Kaiser's bestie. 0 time to read. Zeke hits play audio. Before the how-to, the author spills the tea on Why this technique even needs to exist. Context: humans and dragons. Started with Kaiser. First dude to sign a pact with the big dragons helped out for literally no reason. They just pitied us normies with zero powers. Soon, contract numbers blew up, civs popped up everywhere like magic. This speedrun vibe gave Shelton bad anxiety. Real talk, he was terrified of OP beings helping cause they feel bad. Sketchy. They could flip the switch instantly. If they turn, it's game over. Zero defense. We'd get wiped in like one day flat. Scared stiff, he looked for an anti-dragon hack. Tried magic first. The OG gift from dragons, they put magic circles in our weak hearts. Can't make mana solo? Fighting M is dumb. Next, Kaiser's elemental sword. Dragons fear it, but it's locked. 2. Fairy monarch bloodlines, only bummer. So he went deep into research mode for a buff. Tried northern sword styles. Weird. Eastern powers, searched everywhere. Ironically, Kaiser's dragon Kronos helped him. Big guy said he was just helping. For the lulz, but Sheltarn sensed a vibe. Kept grinding and found aura. First farmer ever. It wasn't magic or elements, just pure human grit. Even after the hero king kicked the bucket, the research paid off. Shelton gave the theory a spin and mashed up his aura with some sword skills. Then he dropped the true dragon sword style for everyone to use, but in a world full of op dragon cheat items, nobody bothered grinding to learn the actual skill. Old man Shelton was glad his dragon paranoia seemed wrong back then, but that nagging gut feeling that we'd eventually need this skill never left him. He hoped whoever found his life's work would actually learn it. So, the system popped up and achievement quest, become Shelton's heir in 3 months. Reward, the map to the Kronos Kingdom's treasure vault. That place must be loaded with epic gear. Only catch is the time limit. 3 months. It's gonna be tough. Zeke, living in the now, knew Shelton was actually spot on. He didn't know exactly how long it took, but those dragons definitely backstabbed us. It kicked off a massive liberation war. Zeke asked the system if there were any cheat sheets left. It scanned and played a magic clip from Terracon's diary. The library faded, pulling Zeke into a totally different zone. Just like when his tutorial started, not a void this time, but a cold, creepy desert. Using dragon eyes, Zeke saw this wasn't the real world. Still, feeling a giant apex predator stare at him was freaky. He stiffened up as an ancient dragon woke up and stretched its legs. Without his mental defense skill, he'd be on the floor crying. Right there was a hologram, the so-called king of creation, A_dragon. Then some dude strolled in and called the beast crazy that Zeke gets to see the OG owner of his gear. As for the guy talking, Zeke didn't even notice him until he spoke up. Zeke is pretty clueless about a lot of stuff. But this guy, he's a monster too, just different from Bahamut. The guy walked right through Zeke. Ghost mode confirmed. Since this was saved, in Terracon's diary, this had to be the final showdown between Bahamut and Terracon. The beast lunged, and Zeke grinned like a fanboy. He was seeing the fight every kid hears about, live in HD, but Bahamut didn't strike. Dude just stepped up and started drama while the other guy stood firm. Bahamut actually spoke up, like, "Ticken? Why you stallin'?" Silence. The dragon looked totally disappointed in his partner. Hearing that, Zeke's whole worldview just shattered. Tegan had a contract with Bahamut, just like Kaiser and Chrono. Then why's the legend? All hero versus monster, good guy stuff. Zeke wanted the scoop, but nope. Universe said, forget it. The recording started glitching hard, blocking the chat. He tried to snoop closer, but it was just static garbage. Desperate, he begged the system to fix the dang video, but got a request denied. Confused, he kept eyes on Taken as the dude finally moved. He once asked Kaiser if a dragon pal would ever off its human. The hero king just laughed and called him crazy. Kaiser said a dragon could technically betray a human, but honestly, it's usually the human doing the backstabbing. Seeing Bahamut's body get it dusted by the wind. Yeah, looks like a betrayal to me. After a glitchy fight, only the heart and fang Zeke's, he wondered if a dragon always turns to dust and drops loot when it dies. Can't be. Pureblood gloves are made of dragon leather. Duh. Maybe Bahamut was weird, but who knows now. Video ended, and poof, Zeke was back in the quiet library. He sighed, totally confused and desperate for answers. Useless asking stuff with no answers. Though, better dip for now. He's got Taken's secret library, downloaded, anyway. Zeke replayed that mysterious clip on loop. Predictably, the best parts were just glitchy noise. The final chat between Beast and Hero, still a mystery. After digging through the files, he did learn some stuff. Turns out, the OG swordplay birthed the Draker family arts. Taken dumbed down the complex moves, watered them down, and branded it as his own style. It's so diluted it can't even kill a dragon newbie, let alone a real boss. This scam art only works because the users have natural talent. Less power, sure, but Taken made it easier for everyone to use. Still, the huge gap between the legend he knew and Taken's diary was super annoying. Legend says, Taken slew Bamut to bring world peace. Classic story. The outcome matches, but the details? Totally different. Nobody mentioned they were actually partners. Not just forgetting it, was literally deleted from history. Been grinding research for days, but getting zilch. Leaving the library. Brain dead. A pigeon dropped, urgent mail. Straight from his new partner in crime. She thought his myth obsession was sus, but checked everything. They even dug up the raw, untranslated versions. 0 books on human dragon contracts exist. Nada? Then K spotted something totally weird. Every story repeated the same lines. Total copy-paste conspiracy. She dug deeper but got a scary warning from the Once that went down, the gang had to bail, ASA. Can't mess with a god-tier family. Report was useless, but proves the fam is censoring the OG hero. The fam clearly built their hype on Terracon, the legendary first lair. Super sketchy. Smells like a 1,000-year scam. Zeke knows he's missing a key piece. Maybe one last look at the secret library helps. Was gonna study, but his spidey senses tingled. Intruder. Zeke played it cool. Walked in, ready to throw hands. Everyone, even Decker, has the day off. Boys are working, so who the heck is creeping around? Zeke checked his mini-map to spot the creep. Whoa, 2 enemies. One outside, one camping the stairs. Thought, maybe hunting. Dogs from the mountains found him. Nah, he was too slick. Didn't use dragon arts, or even his main sword. No way they connected the dots. So, gotta find out what these losers want. Listing potential haters. Zeke strolled into his room. Seconds later, he popped up right behind the masked guy. Bet his tryhard brother, Abel, hired these goons. Jerk probably figured out his team up with big sis Carly. Pulled out a smaller blade than usual. Totally fine if the assassin stays quiet. He's got ways to make tough guys spill the tea. Assassin panicked, seeing 0 fear in Zeke's eyes. Turned into a super fast knife fight. Pure blurb. Swapped 12 lethal moves every single second. Looks like Zeke's winning with pure aggression, but he stayed light, knowing when to dodge the pro. After clashing with Killer, Zeke pretty much guessed who it was. Masks hide faces, but you can't fake your moves. Zeke was 100% sure this assassin was rocking the Northern Gorka knife style. Those Gorka Rangers are tough cookies, basically the North's VIP bouncers. They swing kukris, those funky curved blades that look scary, cool. Since they're pro-fraggers, the Central Continent hires them as deluxe mercenaries. But hey, if the Rangers are here, Abel's off the hook. These guys don't do shady hit jobs that cause drama. Plus, this guy's fighting way too safe for a killer. Zeke even trolled him with a massive opening. But the Ranger didn't take the bait. Burn. Dude has the skills to wreck him but isn't striking. So it's a kidnapping gig, not a hit. Just then, Zeke spotted a weird ball flying in the window. $10, says that's some knockout gas to put him to sleep. Pop. Smoke everywhere. Smelled like mandriora, Roots Classic, sleepy time herbs. Since he was totally bored anyway, he decided to roleplay and dropped his sword. System flagged the gas, but his poison resistance just laughed and deleted it. Still, Zeke activated his Oscar-worthy acting mode and flopped face first onto the floor. The Rangers scooped up his fake napping body and hauled him out. Check this guy. Trolling kidnappers for the lols. If not able, who wants him and why? He was clueless. Faster to just ride the wave and solve the puzzle, ASAP. They dragged him to some farm near Atlas and slapped chains on him. He totally didn't expect the boss to be some random outsider. Enter Patchy, the Biara Taka, Cliff Reinhardt, big shot merchant boss. Zeke knew the guy, so this chat was gonna be a breeze. They were kinda buddies in his previous life. Reinhardt's crew is top 10 in the trading game. Their main HQ was smack in the Alencia Kingdom. If history repeats, Alencia and these guys get wiped out in a few years. Zeke and Cliff used to team up to stick it to the Empire. Last meet, Cliff leaked him some juicy info to wreck the Empire. Then he bounced to the Burning Kingdom and ghosted everyone. Maybe patriotism struck, but Zeke thought it was a dumb move. Starting off, Cliff said sorry for the aggressive invite. He had his goons unchain Zeke and promised to make it right. Cliff was doing the corporate waffle, so Zeke told him to spit it out. Since he was loose from the chains, he made it clear he wasn't trapped with them. They were trapped with him. Cliff gulped, totally shook. Kid or not, a Draker is still a beast. Even pro knights would be sweating buckets right now. But dude didn't flinch even a little bit. Cliff wasted mad cash, trying to set the stage, but Zeke totally flipped the script in seconds. Before talking shop, Cliff slid over a stack of boring paperwork for Zeke to read. It was all about some nasty plague wrecking the southern continent. Zeke skimmed the pages like last-minute homework until one sheet caught his eye. Boom. That one page gave the whole game away. Liam's mom, Ellen, was on the list of infected people. She had that rose disease, and Zeke had already hooked Liam up with the cure. Everyone thinks that sickness is a straight-up death sentence with a 100% fail rate. The only person who cheated death was Ellen Stone. She bounced back like nothing ever happened. Even her doctor was clueless. Now Cliff suspects Zeke pulled some strings. Honestly, Zeke was low-key impressed by the detective work. Cliff smelled something fishy and chased down the clues. This greedy merchant probably wants to hoard the cure for himself. Since the disease kills everyone, that medicine is worth insane money. But Zeke knew Cliff wasn't just chasing the bag. The guy actually had a brain. He wouldn't risk crossing a powerful noble family just to make a quick buck. Betting on that, Zeke just admitted he was the one who saved Ellen. Cliff completely lost his chill. He was basically begging on his knees for the secret recipe. He promised to pay literally any amount Zeke wanted. Seeing him drooling over the cure, Zeke told him to sit down and act like a professional. It was obvious, this wasn't just about the profit. He needed to save a specific life, like right now. And that gave Zeke all the leverage. He offered the recipe in exchange for 3 favors. Sounds easy, right? Oh, Cliff is about to get played so hard. Zeke plans to save those favors for a rainy day when he needs them most. He promised not to ask for the impossible, but that is super vague. Who knows what impossible even means for a rich merchant group? Still, Cliff had zero choice but to say yes. Zeke scribbled the instructions on a scrap of paper and teased him with it. But before handing over the gold mine, he had to satisfy his curiosity. He just had to know who Cliff was so desperate to save. The guy tried to lie and say there wasn't anyone special, claiming he just wanted to make stupid amounts of cash. But kidnapping a noble heir and freaking out over meds? That's way too much drama for a simple cash grab. He's gambling everything. Those aren't the moves of a chill businessman trying to get rich. Realizing he was totally busted, Cliff gave up the act. He sat down and spilled the tea. It's for someone in the Alencia royal family, but he wouldn't drop the specific name. Zeke wasn't happy with that half answer and wanted more gossip. Then he flashed back to their last chat before the time rewind. Back in his edgy assassin era, Zeke told Cliff to ghost Alencia, or he's toast. With his cash, the dude could have easily chilled safely up north. The smart aleck knew that ob's butt. Honestly, he was totally over it. Looking dead inside, he just wanted to clock out in his hometown. But the guy staring at Zeke right now still got that spark in his eyes. Whoever he's healing must mean the absolute world to him. Anyway, the Alencia kingdom is basically moments away from a total meltdown right now. Place is a hot mess cause nobody can agree on ruling different races. Royal drama isn't helping, but hey, there's a tiny glimmer of hope. Schmoozing Alencian royals now might score big points later. So Zeke vibed with Cliff's answer and handed over the secret sauce. Deal sealed and miracle in hand. Cliff started shaking like a leaf. Like a massive boulder just rolled off his back. Zeke cut the sap short though. He just thought of his first ask. Keeping it real, Cliff listened up and promised on his company's rep that they'd handle it. No sweat. First payment. Zeke wants a gig at the Reinhardt Group. Economies, so trash. Even dragon slayers need a paycheck. Okay, technically he wants a burner identity and a fake job title. If that's it, Cliff could probably swing that for free, honestly. See, Zeke's trying to set up shop in the sketchy southern zones. Can't be weak. He knows Reinhardt's got ties with the cartels there. Cliff offered to let Zeke borrow his cousin's name, keeping the heat off Draker's new M. Zeke also wants a solid ride down south, plus a crib. Gonna stash loot there, so he needs a pretty big place. Plus, he needs a lift home since he was literally kidnapped here. This dude is seriously milking his first wish. Still, Cliff said yes, and they swapped info to stay in the loop. Zeke was kinda shook that the stubborn Reinhardt folded so fast. Dude must be insanely desperate. Meeting over, the 2 rangers who snatched Zeke walked him out. Hooked him up with a sweet horse for the ride back. He strolled past the giant rangers and walked up to his new ride. Once he was geared up, the rangers finished up and signaled to dip. Zeke got curious and asked if their gig with Reinhardt was done. They totally bugged out cause he spoke flawless Gork. When they asked how he knew their native lingo, he just shrugged it off as a weird hobby. Anyway, he wants to hire them for a new gig. Super simple stuff. Just gotta bust out a prisoner held by McCain. The rangers eyed each other nervously. Job's fine. Pay is awesome. They're only stalling cause of who Zeke actually is. The Gorkali king refuses to deal with those fancy noble families. Chill, no drama there. Zeke snagged a fake ID from the merchant crew. That's the alias Gorka is gonna see on the report. We're Gucci, as long as nobody's job done. But Zeke had one last bone to pick. He reached in and yeeted 2 blades on the floor. Ranger, not your average kitchen knives. You gotta be a top-tier warrior to earn one. To them, it's basically their life. Every ranger treats their cookery like a soulmate. Getting it stolen, unnoticed. Total reputation, death. Before dipping, Zeke had deflexed his aura on the noobs. Those rangers were absolutely shook, just to peek at how OP their new boss is. Zeke's hyped to catch them later. Met Reinhardt, then went scouting for obviously gunning for the 5 Divine Knights. Befriending them now would be a massive power move. Thankfully, Dean Flower is totally on his team. Confirmed they're alums, but the timing is trash. Bishop, the quiet dude, already graduated and ... is working for the B Kingdom's order. Now, Jeffrey's a senior dealing with on-site training stuff. Astaz on leave, cause the poor guy can't sleep. Raina's probably not joining till next year. They're fam, so Zeke can hang with her whenever. So, Diego Villa is the only option left to nag. Next thing, Zeke's on drums, jamming with Diego. He has zero clue how he ended up there. He went to recruit Diego, then blanked out. Diego yoinked him, cause they needed a drummer, ASA. Accidental member of the weirdest music club ever. Gotta give the kid props. He's a beast on drums. Freestyle, jammed all day. Zeke was shocked he actually vibed with it. Adrenaline crashed, and Diego's pace wrecked him. Went home to Decker with arms like jelly. Time to grind training. Been studying Sheltern's wild techniques, full of orbit talk and confusing mumbo-jumbo. Read it all, and got why Tarahan simplified it. The OG Dragon Sword style needs crazy ... or a squeeze it. The simple version is weak sauce. Makes total sense. Now, this style isn't for dueling dudes. It's for slaying dragons. Hits almost as hard as the elemental blade. Mimicking the page, Zeke hit the first pose. Key 1. Hype the sword, shape, squeeze that aura max tight. Nail that, and you're one-shotting giant dragons. Decker crept into the viewing area silently, watching his boss go absolutely nuts swinging. Zeke realized his divine bot is built for this. He's running at peak performance levels here. XP gain and ether flow through the roof. Like a cheat sheet appeared, just gotta trace the lines. The more he spammed those boss level moves, the more he vibed with the whole technique. Slashed until click. Something snapped in his brain. He just broke the blue turret knight barrier. Stepped into a totally new league back then. Now, he's denting the Black Knight wall already. They say, leveling too fast makes the grind harder. But Bahamut's heart, inside him, it's loving this. Scared to lose the vibe, Zeke went full beast mode. He dashed and smashed until he got abruptly halted by Bahamut's crest glowing on his chest. Dragon eye forced open. Alien powers surged inside. System says, Bahamut's heart digs Sheltern's moves. Evil dragon memory files are autoplaying now. Vision back. Zeke's floating, in total pitch black. In the void, a cuisine started rolling. Heard steps, hooded old dude approaches by. His voice sounded scratchy and super. Ancient had an ask. Bahamut woke up choosing violence. Old guy pulled something from his robes. Boom. The true dragon sword play manual. Create a Sheltern wanted the dragon to guard it. Bahamut scoffed. New Sheltern was sus, but crazy. Giving a dragon slaying skill, wild. The absolute guts on this guy. Sheltern picked this crazy path cause of Chrono. Name drop triggered. Hates that traitor. He totally quit being a chill mediator ages ago. Dragon got aggressive, so Sheltern grabbed his hilt. Bahamut spawned hundreds of black spears instantly. He hates rambling prophecy. Junk, zero, chill. Bahamut launched everything. Shelton drew and parried the massive nukes. Swung hard, deflecting everything. Dude is a legend. That custom dragon sword style, fully on display. Those spears were total kingdom wreckers, but he swatted them like flies. Still, one dude versus infinite projectile spam. The math looks bad. Zeke was totally geeking out seeing top-tier dragon magic for the first time. The power levels were actually insane. If Zeke swapped spots with Shelton, he'd block maybe 1 or 2 before becoming a kabal. But this guy, he was dodging hundreds, like physics was just a suggestion. Total beast mode. Bahamut was ticked off, roaring at Shelton to get the heck out of his cave, or he'd aim the next volley at the Kronos Kingdom instead. Shelton knew the big lizard was totally faking it. Pulling a stunt like that would trigger some massive cosmic bad vibes. Bahamut stood his ground, claiming he couldn't care less about the karma police. Like, puny humans shouldn't even know that stuff exists. Anyway, he thinks squashing bugs is Shelton's talk no jutsu failed hard. It was all going exactly how Kronos said it would. So, he whipped out a cheat item. A pocket watch from the Hero King's buddy. Bahamut hated that. He spammed more black spears, refusing to bow to some trinket. But that watch was seriously broken. Shelton triggered the hidden juice, spawning a huge magic circle underneath him. It blasted an aura that froze Bahamut's attack instantly. Kronos' gear was tough enough to put the dragon in a timeout. Zeke was super curious about that insane clockwork magic. If a gadget with Kronos' power is this wild, how buff was the dragon itself? While Zeke was creeping in ghost mode, a screeching noise wrecked his ears. Bahamut was struggling hard to bust out of the time lock. He thrashed around until he was drooling and out of breath. Unseen by Zeke, Shelton flashed the grumpy dragon, a spoiler of the future. Best way to DM Kronos' prophecy to that stubborn lizard. That clip explained why only Bahamut could handle the true dragon sword style. Bahamut finally chilled out and raged about dragons signing deals with humans. If humans want power, they should grind for it themselves. Just like that, Bahamut agreed to guard the dragon-slaying cheat codes. He speed-read the magic book and downloaded the info instantly. He even gave Shelton props for designing something so genius to save the world, which Bahamut found hilarious. Shelton wants to save humanity, not the rock they live on. Anyway, he took the gig, swearing to hide that book unless the prophecy hits. Shelton reckons that even without the manual, humans will eventually figure out aura powers. Bahamut scoffed, saying if that happens, he'll wipe out humanity himself, because aura isn't for little weaklings to mess with. Shelton invented the move because he was terrified of dragons. Ironically, the only dudes he trusts are Bahamut and Before bouncing, he dropped one last prediction. The grumpy dragon would eventually find a bestie, a contractor, he can actually trust. Bahamut was like, yeah, right, not happening. He's 100% convinced that scenario is bogus. Snap. Zeke jolted back to reality in the training room. The Legends chat went over his head, but Bahamut's I hate humans vibe, crystal clear. Since he's the lucky host of the Big Bad Dragons ticker, he kinda gets where the beast is coming from, which makes the pact with Terracon even weirder. Like, why bother? After that memory trip and the timeline holes, Zeke dove back into the history books. Shocker. Every single word about Terracon, Bahamut got scrubbed or twisted by the Drager crew. Zero proof of any deal between the dragon and the OG boss. Between hunting for breadcrumbs of info and practicing true dragon sword moves, Cliff Reinhardt finally hit him up about the gig. He asked for a cover that screams, "Don't touch me." So now, he's the deputy boss of Reinhardt's southern branch. Fancy, maybe a smidge over the top though. His phone's blowing up today. Guess Kay finally made up her mind. He checked her SOS text and bolted to the syndicate spot at the Secret Garden Hotel. Staff led him to a room locked down with legit magic. Kay was lounging on a sofa in the super secure VIP bar. Zeke rocked his brown wig tonight. Gotta stay undercover. It cracked him up that she calls him partner now, but the skyline view distracted him. He's been living in town for a bit, but everything looks different from the nosebleeds. Honestly, he's used to seeing Atlas as a pile of rubble from the big war. He snapped out of it when Kay started pouring drinks. Nice view, Zeke said. Kay beamed. She loves this place. The hotel is just one of the syndicate's side hustles. Perfect spot to handle shady business without nosy neighbors. He passed on the booze. Kay rolled her eyes, teasing him for being a good. She thought it was adorable, but she's got the wrong idea. Day one in Atlas, Duke and Andre dragged him to a massive raid. Turns out, his poison-resistant skill treats booze like actual poison and nukes it instantly. Back in the day, he'd knock a few back just for the buzz. Can't even do that now. So, Tia did, cutting the chit-chat. Kay dug through her bag. She pulled out a stack of dirt on Pabella's pirate games. Once she knew where to dig, the evidence practically rained down. Crazy, she missed it until Zeke pointed it out. It was right there. While the knights were busy crushing pirates, Pabella somehow got huge. Whole thing was funded by dirty off-the-books cash. And guess whose name is all over the sketchy details? Wayne Elko Fernandez. McCain's VP is playing double agent with their rival, Pabella. Kay is keeping quiet for now. Snitching would set the underworld on fire. She tried to talk shop about Zeke's next sale, but she totally choked. Vibe switch? Zeke starts as make a boss bitch. After yapping for hours, Zeke finally started the grind. He spammed system hacks to drop portals via He mashed that button. Set in the stage for absolute mayhem. Portals eat karma, points, but it's worth the hype. Zeke's keeping his record clean. Zero sus activity. Even in Nirvana, those fancy magic barely anyone can teleport. It's rare, plus, city hopping usually needs big, clunky towers. Skipping the drama, he's faking a freak accident. Zeke would pay bank to see the boomers panic. Come sundown, Don Juan's getting roasted. Literally. Boom. City goes chaotic. Fire everywhere. With these flames raging, mages are gonna be way too slow to clutch the save. Kay's in her office, stress smoking like a chimney. She knew the kid had guts, classic Draker style. But he ain't just bold. Dude is completely unhinged. The plan? Torch every McCain and Soma stash on the map. He just needs the chords. Kay was like, only the big bosses know that stuff. They'd trace the leak fast. But Zeke didn't care. He's framing Almeno anyway. Perfect scapegoat. The guy already stabbing backs. Plus, Kay sat on the piracy intel. Receipts? They got him gathered. Don't even gotta try to start the drama. Kay snitches on the squad too, Don Juan. Wraps it up. Nice. She knows this plan is gonna break the underworld. Terrified she'll get toasted. Traitors get wrecked. He chilled her out saying, snitching won't matter if the bosses are all deleted. Step up or stay a grunt forever. Her fast track to CEO. Take it or leave it. No folding now. she's gotta go all in. Kay's smart. She knows Zeke's crazy plan actually slaps. Besides, she didn't sign up to be a Zeke's brain is massive. He clocked Pabella's scheme when everyone else slept, brought mad loot to sell for crazy cash to seeing his spooky skill. To always win, Kay decided she's riding with the young king. As if a little danger would freak her out, seeing Zeke's skills, she just snagged the wine and chugged it straight. Dude was shoot. She can hold her booze, cause if this flops, she's toast anyway. Kay's betting everything on this mystery guy. No limits here. She's going all in. MVP secured. Zeke swore she won't regret this gamble. Burn night hit. Sobered up. And Kay started shaking. Totally clueless. At this point, she's trusting Zeke with her life. Far away, cartel boss Don Juan is raging over fires that would wreck his biz. He swore whoever did this mess gets a super painful ending. Underground torched Zeke's Bacter stressing over cadet drama. Terms ending. Been months since he hit Blue Knight level. Staring at a box with an invite to his promo party. It's for the new draggers who leveled up to official fam nights. Usually, you get invited at 20, just hitting purple level. Plus, hasn't seen his dad, the big boss, in 3 years. Would be cool if things stayed chill, but change happens. That afternoon, the Fortress Garden Hall was packed with bougie nobles and knights. Papa Draker was busy schmoozing the guests. Abel showed up to say hi, and the crowd parted ways. Abel noted the banquet pulled so many dads like Zeke's, the youngest genius around. Abel felt that burn. He used to hold that record. Dad knows it. Dad dipped telling Abel to go prep for the right. Abel was fuming but couldn't diss the guy on the throne. Doesn't mean he ain't mad enough to explode. Meanwhile, the star guest arrives in a suffocating fancy fit. Zeke walks in with Duke, who's been grinding with the boss non-stop lately. Old guy regrets now he's babysitting too. Zeke knew this. Slacker would hate working. Anyway, off to Spring Garden. The fortress has 4 main zones. Duke says outsiders only get Spring Garden access for events. Summerlock is the office, where Draker Biz goes down. Autumnfell is for serious internal rituals and stuff. Winter huge vault for 1,000-year-old loot. In his past life, Zeke had never set foot in these fancy halls. Got kicked out of school before making the cut. After breezing through the Spring Garden and hitting the Autumnfell entrance, Duke told the kid to fly solo. Old man had errands to run, so he was skipping the feast. His only advice was to chin up and show them who's boss. Zeke had actually started digging the weird geezer lately. Having someone give a flip felt nice. Plus, their twisted humor matched. The second he cracked the door, trumpets went berserk. The main character, Sir Zeke Draker, was in the house, looking totally bored but absolutely snatched. In gold, black, and red, he was serving major royal vibes. The crowd gasped that a 15-year-old hit Blue Knight with pure golden energy. Everyone stopped comparing him to Abel. Zeke was the new favorite. Now, at the front, Arthur Draker, the big boss, kicked off Zeke's night era. The whole vibe was super serious and heavy. He was officially a made man, sworn to hype up the Draker rep. Then Arthur dropped a bomb. He promoted Zeke to formal knight instantly. That is literally never done. Formal knights outrank basics. You usually gotta grind quests to unlock it. Drekers level up fast thanks to aura hacks. Hitting purple or blue rank is basically a freebie with some practice. But the fam cares way more about actual wins than power stats. Abel only snagged the formal badge after sweating it out on the battlefield for 3 months. He held the youngest Blue Knight record, but nobody handed it to him for free. Zeke figured Arthur's announcement was totally breaking the game rules. Still, the patriarch is the GM here. Who's gonna ban him? It was kinda sus figuring out his angle though. Arthur went full proud dad, flexing about his kid's golden light and stats, claiming this kid would eventually outdo even him. Trying not to be to cringe, he cut the speech short. Arthur toasted his son, wishing him good vibes and world peace. The V hopped on the bandwagon, hyping the Draker name. That cued the booze and the party for the family's future started. In the last life, Arthur was a total deadbeat when Zeke got exiled. Now that he's got skills, suddenly he's father of the year. While mentally roasting his dad, he got waved over for a chat. Arthur wanted some private fathersome bonding time. Meanwhile, everyone was partying except Abel, who was sulking in the corner. He definitely didn't have that proud big bro glow. Once his minion noticed, Abel quickly fixed his face. They weren't here to mess with petty drama anyway, waiting on the prince. Zeke strolled out of the study a bit later, flipping a shiny gold coin. It had the fam's crest, basically a coupon for 1 free intel drop at Winter Keep. Free loot is free loot, can't complain. Ooh-ha, but this party isn't a one-night thing. It's gonna drag on for days for all the VIPs flying in. Zeke's dying inside, faking smiles for dudes he doesn't give a crap about. Just as he was mentally raging, a sweet voice hit him from behind. Blue-haired girl says she's Alencia's top princess. Melissa Alencia. Oh yeah, rings a bell. The princess destined to be the next big boss queen. Her dad's useless, but she's actually gonna help the squad. Because of that, the people stand her hard. But the shady nobles, they hate her guts. Once she takes the crown, they'll have to kiss up to her anyway. In his last run, she got a raw deal. Empire drama peaked. She ghosted everyone and just vanished. Rumors said the Empire took her out. It went viral. No leader meant war zone. The truth? Deleted forever. Before the war crap started, she was barely in the newsfeed. Weird she's at this random party? Unless, wait, I told Cliff they needed a cure for a royal. Is this? Nice girl, the patient. Zeke bowed, playing it cool, to dig for info. He hyped her up, saying he heard she's famous and it's cool to meet her. He praised how she puts the people first. Most rich snobs think her plans are weak and pointless, but Zeke backed her up 100%. He totally got her money, stress, and worries. She was shook that a knight knew her stats so well. Rumor was right. This guy isn't a basic bro. She giggled. So, Zeke asked if he messed up. Nope, she was just happy. Someone here finally got it. A few niceties later, she dipped, wanted to chat more, but didn't want to hog the VIP. Plus, those leech nobles were glaring hard. Before bouncing, Melissa told him not to stress. She thinks a better chance to chat is coming soon. Princess bailed, so Zeke faced the snob gauntlet alone. Felt like holding his breath for 24 hours. Fake smiles, cringe, jokes. He officially hates formal stuff. Rather get wrecked by King Kaiser in training than this. Then, the loud clank of heavy metal echoed, making heads turn instantly. Who wears armor to a silk tie event? Seriously. Some loud guy in gold lion gear started shouting. He'd been hunting for the VIP all night long. Rome's fourth prince, Callus, plus his squad came to hype up the youngest blue knight ever. In the past life, this blonde blue-wide tool was Abel Draker's war buddy in crime. Callus Nerva Constantinus said hi, hand out. Zeke ghosted the handshake, just bowing stiffly. With robot vibes, he thanked the prince for coming. Callus caught the shade but let it slide since he's a guest. He played it cool and friendly instead. Not like he digs stiff manners anyway. Just wanted drinks with the knight's envy. Callus yelled for booze. Zeke was trapped again. Prince called himself classy and Zeke the future goat. He messily dumped wine into Zeke's cup, forcing a royal chug challenge. The crowd felt kinda bad for the kid watching this. They hated the prince's rudeness. Toward a just glass, number one, of way too many. Callus planned to party till they both dropped. Abel cut in, asking the prince for a private chat. Since way too many snitches were nearby, they had to bounce. The prince was down and said sure. He told Zeke sorry, drinks would have to wait. Save the dragon tailies for later, under the moon. As they left for a room, the crowd froze. Gone. They instantly started talking. Trash about the wild prince and the empire. But they hyped up Sir Abel for fixing it. Looked like a big bro saving his awkward lil bro. In real talk, this spells bad news for later. Seems Abel and the prince go way back. Unlike reports, watching them, you'd bet they're super tight bet. Odds are high that the big war is dropping sooner than Zeke thought. A day later, Zeke dipped from the boring party to stare at the weird token his dad gave him. After the ceremony, they had a little private chat. Arthur was like, so, making progress on becoming the buffest guy on the continent? Zeke just gave him a vague, polite nod. It's chill. Then Arthur goes, stop with the patriarch stuff. It's way too stiff. When it's just us, you're allowed to call me dad. That it weird totally reminded him of what Carly said earlier. Now, he finally gets why the training room vibe was so awkward. Abel's out there, recruiting elders, like it's draft day. And Carly's cornered. No way the big boss doesn't know exactly what's going down. Sneaky old man knows Abel's plotting, but is acting totally blind to it. Is he subtly hinting at the Carly convo, just to mess with Zeke? To apply some pressure? Or maybe Zeke's just tripping? Either way, safe bet that Arthur is firmly on Team Abel now. Zeke played the game and called him father. So the man tossed him the token. Motivation to keep grinding, he claimed. A pass to grab some loot from the legendary Winter Keep. The Draker Vault is supposed to be stacked with insane treasures. Like everybody on the continent knows about this spot. Arthur dropped some wisdom first, though. Real talk. The place has god-tier loot, but also shiny trash. Finally, Zeke stepped onto the cold floor of the Winter Keep. Still to know why his dad handed him such a cracked gift. Whatever, he's going to exploit this for everything it's worth. An attendant was waiting there to welcome him. Been waiting for ya. Let me explain the rules real quick. We got about 17,000 rare items you can swap for that token. There's no time limit. Stay as long as you want. But once you leave, you're done. One trip only. Zeke looked around. Yo, where are the guards for all this bling? She shrugged. Guards are useless here, kid. Security magic here is on the same level as the boss's office. Plus, everything is magically tagged. You can't steal a toothpick. She pointed to a slot. Jam the token in there. Seriously, it's just a glorified claw machine. He did it and watched the massive, impenetrable gate rumble open. The giant doors split, blasting him with icy air. Okay, he was shook. Shelves of artifacts stretched on forever. It was like magic storage way bigger on the inside. He wandered around, admiring a millennium of family. The lady dipped, and Zeke realized the problem. Checking every single item manually would take literally forever. Thank God he has his system cheats to sort through the junk. He syncs the search function right to his dragon eyes. Sounds like he can't just auto-scan the whole warehouse at once. Auto mode failed, so he popped dragon eyes and stretched. Time to scout this manually. Zeke dashed out, spamming Gale arts and shadow steps to speedrun the zone. He blitzed the aisles, eyes screenshotting every item he passed. A few laps later, the loot hit the HUD, 17,138 total. Way too much. He filtered out the trash basic gear and snacks. After some math, the count hit 9,032. Still drowning. He hit anything weaker than his Stygian blade. Shockingly, every sword vanished. His blade was just too up for this junk. Scrolling the leftovers, Zeke spotted a glitch. One object totally stumped the system scan. Curious, he pinged it and sprinted to the marker. At the cords, he found a basic-looking bracelet. He expected epic loot since the system bugged, but it looked like vendor trash. Touching it, it vibed with his air title. Probably belonged to the clan's OG boss system. Finally, IDD, the gem. Sacred Guardian Stone. Its gimmick. Summoning a soul-matched beast. It's soulbound instantly. Now, he could dial up a beast synced to his vibe. Since it was loot #1, he tried to yeet it, but it glitched right back on. Thanks to its link with his air title, that rock wasn't budging. If he rolled trash, his tokens cooked. Forced into it, he just prayed Taken's legacy, beat the random loot here. He triggered the Guardian Stone. Searching for his soulmate pet, it glowed blue, spawning a huge magic circle. Fairy Monarch buff, added high-tier beasts to the gacha. Ding. Compatible Holy Beast found. Light exploded as his new buddy warped in. The Holy Beast dropped like lightning, hooves sparking every step. It looked like a horse made of pure voltage. Draconic Steed, successfully summoned. Zeke's first Holy Beast. The aura was insane. He's got Bahamut's heart and fang. Now a cracked mount. How much loot did they hoard? The Electro Horse trotted over and nudged him. He hugged it, feeling a solid Wi-Fi signal between souls. This has gotta be that soulmate vibe people talk about. Met him 5 seconds ago, yet it feels like reuniting with a BF, even though he was super sus about it before. Zeke is totally hyped that he followed the clues here. Massive case of deja vu hit him out of nowhere. System pinged. Name the beast to unlock instant summoning hacks. Dude picked the nastiest name possible. Weirdly, Bus Felis dug the cringe tag. Total match made in heaven. This thing was once the goat of dragon horses. Horns that summon literal lightning. Pretty sick. Zeke's to noob on Holy Beasts to know what that title means. First time seeing one IRL. To be fair, Busfellas quit the thinking, grabbed his collar, and yeeted him up. Electric Pony flipped him overhead and landed him perfectly on top. Guess Busfellas wants to play taxi for the new boss. It knew Zeke wanted a demo and decided to flex its specs. Zeke grabbed the mane, and the horse neighed like a hype man. He said run, but the beast went full lightning speed instead. The crazy part was the stealth mode, moving at Mach speeds, yet the hooves were on mute. He definitely snagged something completely open. Every step dropped magic circles that act like landmines. After their quick joyride inside the winter base, Zeke bailed and claimed the bracelet artifact. Guide hesitated, but Zeke was like, nah, gimme that. Pops always said to dig through junk to find the diamonds. Arthur probably categorized the bracelet as total vendor trash. Maybe for normies, but for Zeke, it's best in slot. Thought he'd have to grind hard dungeons for loot like this. Who knew he'd get this lucky with a single token? Anyway, Zeke is pretty stoked about the haul today. Time to bounce and crash at home after that draining party. Thought he could chill, but another guest was camping his spawn point. Cliff Reinhardt was there to say grats on the knighthood. Eye patch guy even threw some stiff shade at the kid. Zeke felt a migraine coming, but sat down, asking Cliff what's up while roasting him to be lower profile or their whole plan gets bricked. Cliff apologized and introed the VIP who insisted on rushing over. She dropped her hood, revealing blue hair. Voice sounded super familiar. Gert introduced herself for real this time. Merchant boss and Princess Melissa Lincia in the flesh. Zeke stayed chill despite the plot twist. Mel just giggled. She chuckled when she realized he already had her pegged. Took a sec, but Zeke did the math. Princess recently ghosted her foreign duties. But then she crashes his party? Totally sus. It clicked after Cliff hinted at healing some Royal Alencian VIP. You'd have to be brain dead to miss. what's going down with clues everywhere. Since they're buds, they skipped the intro to spill the tea. She whipped out a map and got real about the crisis. She needed him for something super heavy. First, she made Zeke peep the docs on the desk. Rose disease is blowing up near her borders lately. Nirvana Femme analyzed it. Zeke's staring at the receipts. Now, if this paper trail is legit, the Empire's scheme is already live. Nirvana says this plague is basically magic-made poison. Of the big three, Nirvana owns the magic game. Their data is totally solid. Zeke never guessed some dude cooked up this virus. Plus, it's spreading way faster than the last timeline. Mel pointed to the map. Started right on the border. Weirdly enough, the germs aren't hitting the Empire at all. They're totally safe while Alinsig gets wrecked. Doesn't take a genius to see the big picture. Rome brewed this magic bioweapon to troll Alen. Back in the day, one huge reason Alencia flopped was this nasty bug. Zeke instantly knew why she showed up. Mel wants rights to pump out the cure for the map. She was stoked he caught on so fast. Old deal only. Let the merchants make the stuff. To deal it legally, the kingdom needs a new contract. Zeke's not trashing the first deal. Mel wouldn't either if she were him. As a boss lady, she knows she got the raw deal. She just wants a fair shake for everyone. Classic Reinhardt. Boss Mushi knows how to make Zeke sign. They didn't get famous by accident. She's legit. Mel swore she just wants to help her crew. Zeke won't even have to lift a finger and he'll get paid big time. He gets 20% of company shares. Zeke froze. That's a top 10 biz on the whole continent. They're gonna blow up. Even bigger if they ditch Alencia. If Zeke cashes out that 20% stake, he's looking at millions in gold right now. And if he actually stops the war, that business blows up. And he's bagging billions. We are talking serious billionaire status. Even though it's super tempting to just sign the dotted line and get rich. Zeke hit the brakes to grill the princess first. Why spill the tea on vital intel when he might be an Empire fanboy? Plus, handing over 20% of her company shares as payment, that sounds like a total ripoff for them. Melissa didn't flinch at his interrogation. First off, she knows he ain't with the Empire. One perk of being a princess is she's been trained to read people since she was in diapers. After they met at the banquet, she lurked and watched the golden boy from a distance. It was low-key, but she noticed Zeke's vibe towards the Empire crew was icy and calculated. Heck, he even left the 4th Imperial Prince hanging on a handshake. His bow looked respectful, but she saw it was pure shade and disgust. That is how she knew Zeke would never squat up with the Empire. And yeah, she read him like a book. As for the price tag, she doesn't need to write an essay on it. Her people need saving, and she's got the cash to make it happen. 20% of a business is peanuts compared to losing lives. It's worth every penny. Zeke felt that. She's got that main character energia, real leader. It gave him major flashbacks to that lady named Alicia. Zeke tried so hard to get her to bail. He didn't want the queen dying for nothing against the massive empire. Queen Alicia knew running was the smart play. But she believed if dying meant buying her crew time to escape, she'd do it in a heartbeat. That memory hit Zeke like a truck. He hated going down that mental rabbit hole, but Melissa and Alicia have the exact same royal vibe. Knowing he can't stop a stubborn girl, Zeke signed the deal. His only rule? Keep his name out of the blogs when the cure drops. 2 boring weeks zoomed by, in a flash. For 14 days, Zeke did nothing but grind his sword skills. He's been trashing his private gym every minute of the day. Zero chill. If a pro saw him, they'd spot the dragon slaying style, but his hits were crisper, his footwork faster, and his intensity was maxed out. Every swing packed enough force to make a veteran knight wet himself. This dude was warping the air just by swinging his sword. Once he nailed the final move, Zeke went total zen mode. Just as he caught his breath, a system notification pinged him. A month of grinding later, he finally unlocked the beginner tier of true dragon swordplay. The quest Sheltern's air cleared. Conditions met. Given 3 months, crushed it in 1. Speed bonus. Loot Cronus radar. Sword sync title. 500 karma. 2 random boxers. Loot boxers mean gacha time. And that karma wipes his arson debt with McCain. All hype. He grabbed the Kronos radar ASAP. But the system was like cords locked. Major L needs a seal to unlock. Fetch quest time. Seal spots are pinged on the map. Map says 2 mid-continent, 1 north, 1 south. Crazy far apart. Total grind fest. Good thing it links to the next quest for the legendary throne loot and Kronos air title. He was salty, the reward was just a title. Maybe it includes whatever Z steals, plus artifacts buff titles too. So maybe not total trash? Too much effort. Treasure hunt is paused. No timer, so he'll focus on real stuff. K replied. Missed those southern weirdos. Z is low-key pumped for the trip. Disguise on, boat taken, hit port gulp. Zeke smelled the sharp mix of blood and salt. Just like before, same old vibes. Crew lined up, bowing hard. Boss is here. Yelling so loud. It was cringe. Totally blew his cover. Walk in the port, he realized the vibes. Pre and post regression are identical. Stay sharp here. Boom. Found his hire. Northern Rangers ready to report. Dressed as merchants to look less sus. Said prep is done. OP day, use the chaos. Save the girl. Zeke warned. Guardian and escorting his key. Don't lack till it's over. When asked if a festival was coming. Clueless about the chaos incoming. Z grinned. Not a party. He's planning a riot. McCain's gonna get wrecked. Since the Kukris mess, they fear Zeke. Nobody has a clue what makes this dude tick. Just then, a merchant guide crashed the party, walking right up to VP Zeke. He's in Murray mode now. The guide shoved him toward a carriage for the next gig. The Rangers were like, yo, you're really beefing with the South's biggest mob. Zeke told his crew to quit overthinking and just do their jobs. He was totally trolling, but the Rangers knew he wasn't playing around. Zero, chill. Zeke got his safe house. Looks sketchy outside, but it's got mad storage space. Inside, total we're talking 5-star hotel vibes. It's Don Juan's B-Day, so the to-do list is huge. Yeah, it looks like a party on the surface, but actually, it is. The one day all the McCain big shots link up for serious biz. Zeke's playing the role of K's supportive bestie to sneak in, follow the leader. He's heading to briefing number 5. A total junkie would have memorized this. But K, she needs this crap to be perfect. She's freaking out. She's not made of steel like him. It's the least he can do after dragging her into this mess. She's been spiraling about this for weeks. Total panic mode. She's terrified they're already busted as the pyros who torched those warehouses. Rumor is, McCain feeds traitors 2 shock dragons in a swamp. Yikes. Seeing her freak out, Zeke decided to troll her a tiny bit. He told her since she's a mage, her punishment would be unique. Down south, people think a dead mage's body blocks curses. So no, they wouldn't waste her as dragon chow. They'd chop her up and sell the parts for cash. She was already shaking, but that horror story nearly made her soul yeet itself out. She gasped, wait, are those actual fingers? Nope, not gonna be. Soul like steak. Kay begged him to bury her somewhere, chill if she dies. How does he know such creepy stuff, you ask? Nobody knows the South better than Zeke Draker, period. He built McCain up, then tore it all down. One lifetime, his toxic fling with the mob started after he got booted from school. That's when a slave trader snatched him up, sold him to a McCain drug farm. The vibe there? Shut up, follow orders, harvest drugs? Zeke got a promotion from slave to human shield. Lucky him. He was the last man standing, like, every time. Didn't ask why. Just lived day to day, on pure survival instinct. Looking back, he prob had some healing hacks turned on by mistake. 6 deployments as a meat shield. 6 times, he walked away. Don Juan was impressed and upgraded him to hitman personally. Old guy is a crook, but he knows talent when he sees it. Zeke was basically born to be a ruthless assassin. Low stats, whatever. He dropped purple knights with poison, easy. Those blue knights were total tanks. Even with max stealth, their radar was poison blades, like hitting them with a wet noodle. 0 damage. They'd just monoburn Divino right out of their systems. But hey, even knights bleed like the rest of us. Zeke got cracked at finding the tiny glitches in their defense. He started deleting knights despite the crazy level gap. Bagged a dozen tin cans and Boo McCain's MVP. After that, he farmed massive XP, crushing the Pabella crew. Climbed a criminal ladder, like a pro gamer. Became the Don's foster kid and heir. Thought he beat the game. But when the VA showed up for the reveal, Zeke decided to unalive everyone, dad included. Deleted the whole cartel from the server in one night. Anyway, that's ancient history. New arc starting now. While he was stuck in flashbacks, Kay wouldn't quit yet. She's going full paranoia mode. Are you a cartel spy? Figured he was using her to swallow the syndicate whole. Totally fair guess. Honestly, solid theory. Zeke ain't spilling the tea though. No spoilers. Pesky is such a klutz compared to her future self. Trolling her is too fun. Finally, after endless prep, they pull up to the Don's crib. Inside catgirl maids serving drinks. Classic anime trope. Sketchy underworld figures were vibing everywhere. Kay drags Zeke to say sup to the birthday boss don't want. Zeke scans the mansion. Okay, nice flex on the decor. Security isn't just regular goons, though they got wanted fugitives and rogue rangers on the payroll. But the real drama was brewing in the back room. Don Juan was hyped to see Kay. Loves him a mage. Doesn't realize she's a girl. Dude thinks hot mages are rare loot. The big boss is dying to hear her pitch. She took a breath and went straight for the jugular. Brought up the Soma warehouse fires from months ago. Yikes. Juan crushed his cigar. Explain. Now, the vibe in the room went from party to funeral real quick. Kay better watch her mouth, or it's game over. She gulps and drops the bomb. The traitor is sitting right here. Saying a turncoat helped Pabella to roast the goods. Yeah, that's not a joke. Naturally, the suits started freaking out, screaming to drag Kay out and school her. They would have jumped her if Juan hadn't Hulk smashed the table. Old man didn't speak. His fist did the talking. You could see the magma rising in his eyes. He got in Kay's face, asking if she could back up that crazy talk. Zeke seized the moment, snagging the scapegoat to steal the show. Blade at Watkins' neck, he casually dropped the villain's name. He called out Alino as the snake. Two-faced suits, sweating bullets, realizing he's totally busted. It was gonna be a chill party until some rondo crashed it to expose his scam. Elminto screamed at his crew, overpaid, lazy bums, let one psycho in. He called them useless, greedy losers. A minion wind, they were totally stuck and couldn't move. Amidst the drama, Kay just let Zeke work his magic. Rolling with the punches, Juan told the rowdy guests to spill the tea. The execs were shook. The boss never chats when threatened. Zeke started off surprisingly polite. Greeting Don Juan, he dropped his fake name, Zeke Murray. Claimed he's here to fix that massive underworld drama. Being a class act, Don Juan said hey back. He whipped out a cigar and snipped. The tip, roasting the kid for bringing a knife, not a gift. Everyone knew Zeke was legit. Zero rookie mistakes. Try to snipe him. Walken becomes a human shield. So the hostage screamed, he's a Pabella spy. As VP, people trust him, even though he is the actual snake. But when Zeke mentioned receipts, the traitor panicked hard. Zeke shot KV. Look, and she worked her magic. She poofed up files proving Waken's dirty deeds with rivals. Doonan grabbed the stack, getting grumpier as he read. He admitted the info was pretty spicy. It showed Watkins selling out his own crew. Also, exposed Pabella as trashy pirates. Just as Zeke thought, once they heard pirate, the vibe instantly got dark. Everyone hates pirates, but Southerners despise them most. The South has major sea crime drama. Since they live near pirate bases, they get robbed the most. Worst of all, pirates killed Don't Juan's family. He hates their guts more than anything. He can't ignore stuff involving his worst enemy. Balls in his court. Old man's turn to play. We could tell he was losing ground fast. Pics of him with pirates were in there. Total fail. True, but he didn't start those warehouse fires. But right now, he looks guilty as heck. Donjay paused, then gave Zeke props for the juicy info. But nah, that ain't enough. 2-sentence, Waka, his total bro. Zeke called it though. Gramps is stubborn, but Zeke had a backup plan. Hated to use it, but zero choices left now. Gripping his blade, he whispered some creepy stuff that made Alino go. Donjay wasn't gonna just trust the paper. He wanted to wreck the rude guests. But before he could snap, Wacken piped up. Spooked by the whisper, he spilled the tea on everything. Was accused of admitting he was a snake for Gramps stood up, taking the confession totally chill. Since the rat talked, he'd show some basic respect. Donjay moved fast, grabbed a fancy wall axe, and yeeted it at Hacken's face. He savagely spilled his bro's blood. Quick, messy, and everyone was shook. Heck of an exit for the seconding. Zeke kinda digs how these southern dudes roll. That whisper, total threat. Forced Elmino to fold. Do it. And Zeke swore on God, his secret fam is safe. Even a thug thinks a holy oath is legit. Joke's on him. Zeke doesn't hurt normies anyway. Watching Gramps yank his axe out of the corpse, Zeke had to respect the Don's boss moves. Pops doesn't actually buy the whole report. He smoked Elmano cause he literally had no choice. That fire months ago cost McCain big bucks. Lost a ton of cash. They knew a rat was inside. Easy to pin the arson on the spy with Kay's info. Plus, Zeke's Foss moves made Elmano literally eat the axe. The Pabella are pirates. Twist really spiced it up. The Don stayed chill, reading the room like a pro. His minions were totally losing it though, keeping a partial snitch alive. Rookie mistake. If Pops didn't act, the crew would go chaos mode. The Don might look savage, but his brain is huge. Boss status means ending your bro if you have to. You don't want to mess with Donjay, Zeke's old mentor. Since Joaquin is gone, the report is true. That means the syndicate peeps are dirty liars too. Paper said the fire was step 1 to ditching McCain. Don't. Juan gave the suits a chance to come clean like Joaquin. Play nice, and it's a quick game over. The suits were shook, stuttering, and trying to throw Red under the bus. Out of nowhere, a blade yeeted past, deleting a dude and repainting the floor. Kay gagged as her boss turned into a total splash zone all over her. She was shaking like a glitch watching him flop onto the deck. Doan didn't even swing. Zeke snatched that kill for himself. He claimed he was just vibing with the boss and roasting a snake. They got all the receipts. And T needed to cancel the syndicate for being super shady. Donjay was sus of the kid's plan. But it's getting obvious he's being played to take out the trash. Don had to admit that Rage Quit was actually pretty valid. He turned and asked if Zeke was some kind of holy savior or a chaotic demon here to wreck everything. He smirked and was like, nah fam, neither one. Just a biz partner chasing a bag. It's all about the cash. Dronzer definitely wasn't ready for that wild take. Zeke said they were totally on the same wavelength. They both want to wipe the snakes and reset the underworld, but with Ishtar banned and Pabella hogging the sea lanes, the only way for McCain to move loot is via the syndicate. The old guy ain't dumb. He ran the numbers. That's why he lagged on punishing the suit working with the snitch. He won't say it, but Don, was Loki impressed the kid read his mind like a book? Zeke said all the loot moving through there was handled by the big brain. From now on, they could just hit her up directly for the supply drops. She'll boss up and keep it running. Dronzer sat back to process that info dump. NGL Zeke's offer? Pretty fire, but only if he wasn't capping. Don's old school, he thinks every collab needs legit trust. That's the glitch. His trust meter is basically zero. First meet and the floor is already painted red. How can they vibe like this? Zeke got why the boomer was sus, so he pitched a side quest to prove he's legit. He yanked the messy axe and yeeted it across the room. Being extra, he also tossed the files on the fire plot. He flexed a dagger trick and stuck it into the pirate flag. Instead of just yapping, Zeke dropped a name. Paulo Santos. He swore to totally delete that coward's base. Paulo Santos is basically branded Chicken Paulo. He's famous for camping to avoid any danger. 'Cause of that, he's got zero clout in the underworld. Don Juan was totally shook that Zeke knew about that chicken, plus all the juicy As long as Zeke nails the promise, he's golden. Nothing else counts. So the Don vibed with Zeke's idea to fix their trust issues. Even though he dug Zeke's guts, Paulo's turf is way too sketchy to solo, so he sent a squad of elite hitmen to help out. Zeke smelled the cap instantly. Help just meant spying on him. Plus, McCain's babysitting his girl while he goes hero mode. That's basically fancy talk for holding K hostage. Still, Zeke said bet and played it cool. Fast forward a few days, Zeke and his babysitters found the Soma lab deep in Pabella cartel land. Once they hit the high ground with a view, Zeke hit the brakes. Manuel, the boss of the hit squad, was totally lost. Suddenly, Zeke was running the show, and the whole squad just listened. You'd have to be totally not to listen after seeing him flex like that. Manuel saw Zeke's insane stamina. Way past pro level. Dude was fast and sharp. Like he had the whole map downloaded in his brain. Best of all, he fights harder than the toughest beasts. On the trip, Zeke casually clapped every enemy, even the scary werewolves. Zeke Murray is an absolute unit. No cap. Next move shocked Manuel. Zeke told them to just chill. He tried to argue, but Zeke dropped straight facts. He knew they weren't going to help anyway. Their only job was watching him. Zeke nicely brought them to the best VIP spot to watch the show, so they should zip it and watch the fireworks. Before Manuel could speak, Zeke already dipped. He sighed. The kid made way too much sense, so he told his squad to just hold tight, like Zeke said. They're spectators, no need to get wrecked. He was going to tell them to camp out and hide, but honestly, no point. Zeke was already inside, torching the whole place. Manuel knew the kid had skills, but this lunatic went full send in the wildest way. The factory was lit. Flames eating everything up. Zeke fried the guards instantly. Straight up pirate BBQ on the menu. The survivors on lookout duty, screamed Mage. They saw a fire twister and freaked out. Way above these minions' pay grade. Time to call in the magic weapon squad ASAP. Zeke's sword is way too OP for these basic mobs. Some NPC caught him farming aura by the fire and aggroed the whole map. Real talk though, Pabella still caused major drama between McCain and the South. They're weak solo, but their team play is actually solid. Plus, their reaction speed is nuts. Too bad for these randos, trash can't beat a living Zeke flexed his blade, using flame field to insta-roast their brains. Crispy, hitting the other side of the plant. He whined that this quest wasn't even a proper warm-up. Then the ground started shaking like crazy. Paulo is actually insane for guarding this zone so hard. Magic tanks, on deck. Paulo must be swimming in dirty cash to buy those. Hiring a mage would have been way cheaper. But nope, he bought giant magic monsters. The tanks locked on and spammed magic missiles. Pew pew. Zeke just swung his sword and sliced the bomb in two. The shell duded out. Zeke took 0 damage. Zeke figured these tanks were for shady cartel missions. Switch up. No fire. He swapped to infield, spawning tornadoes for the win. As tanky as they looked, the wind blades shredded them like paper. Old Zeke would have wet himself and ran from these beasts instantly. But things are totally different now. For real. After scorching the map, he found a secret basement entrance. He deleted the door guards instantly. Speedruns. Zeke showed off his solo carry skills by wrecking everyone effortlessly. He was getting salty though. Farming weak mobs is boring. Boss fight time? Yep. Q. The sneaky backstab attempt. An arrow came zooming straight at his head. He grabbed it midair right before it brained him. Huge flex. The shooter predicted that play and trapped the arrow tip. Boom. A nasty poison cloud engulfed Zeke completely. System flagged it as black mamba venom but his resistance perk nuked it instantly. The smoke cleared, showing his gear got ripped by the pop. To troll them, he paused his auto. Gotta look hurt. The big boss finally spawned. Paulo Santos stashed his bow, flaming his team for letting a guy in. Paulo, total dummy, strutted closer and said the gas was a one-hit KO, even for top-tier players. He held up a cure, trying to swap it for info on Zeke's party. Bruh? Figured Zeke was just bait. Since it's dead silent upstairs, he's bluffing Zeke with a fake exit pass. Treats our guy like a noob. Everyone knows Mamba Venom equals game over. Any average Joe that gas would be toast in minutes. Even top-tier knights would get wrecked by the deep, but his immunity stats are maxed. It was just a nasty fart to him. So Zeke chucked his blade and smashed the bogus cure. Paulo started glitching out, stuttering while trying to act cool. One look at the intruder's eyes and the dude was shook. Realized he wasn't built for this drama? Zeke gave him the death stare. Poisons, useless. Bro, it's quiet cause it's a graveyard up there. Paulo's chicken senses are tingling. Wanted to run a mommy? Couldn't believe his squad got deleted. He had Pabella pros and OP gear guarding him, right? Don't believe it? Go check the spawn point yourself. But Zeke wasn't wasting another second. Freaking out, Paulo asked who the masked guy was simping for. Connected the dots and realized it was a McCain raid. The only crew that could clap back at Pabella like this is their rival. Paulo cried about a peace treaty, saying this attack was totally unfair. Zeke couldn't stand the trash spilling from this snake's mouth. Pabella's been camping on routes they don't own. Yet this guy's yapping about some agreement. They crossed the line. So it's wartime? Baby, Dunwine won't stop till Pabella is wrecked and toasted. Southern pirates are getting busted. Paulo bailed and ran like a total wimp. Zeke chased him deep into the underground tunnels. After a few minutes of tag, he hit a creepy room with huge pillars. He was nerfing his own speed to catch some info. Now, he's in a totally different zone. Dodged a ton of preset traps on the way here. Could have smashed everything, but kept it chill in case someone was watching. The room was ancient, but the traps looked brand new. Someone definitely just installed them. Whatever Pabella's cooking down here is sus. Just as Zeke thought, creeps were lurking in the shadows. He faked a lag, and the stalker tried a sneak attack. Easy dodge. The hooded dude was shook. Zeke stepped up and whispered something to rattle the poor noob. Instead of one-shotting the fail assassin, he's dragging out the fight to farm some info first. Guys stayed silent, so Zeke sliced him to bits with the Tempest sword. Lost count of the scrubs he flatlined tonight. Strolling to the loot drop, more hoodies spawned. Zeke clocked, damned Empire's lap. These pups act like malware, always popping up. Boss Dog raged at the southern noobs for blowing the stealth up. He's salty the cartels dragged drama into their mission. Zeke saw M, so they had to get deleted. Actually, he spotted some location south. ... Marked on maps he looted in the peaks. Bet those ruins. Hide the shiny loot the Emperor wants. Boss warned the squad about ... that wind dagger Zeke was rocking. Gotta treat that blade like a legendary item. Just a troll. Zeke flashed a scroll. He prepped. Leader barked to brace for the but Zeke was like, chill, no attack spell. Just a mute barrier. Next 30 minutes, silent wrecked mode. Nobody hears these pups squeal. Rare chance to grind XP. So out comes the Stygian blade. With no mods watching, ... time to farm some kill skills. Boss Ben expand. Sword from thin air. No item bag. This ... First, weird weapon. Then, magic hacks. Now, a massive sword. Seeing Zeke's glow buff the blade, Boss got shook. This guy is legit. ... Spamming aura blade. That's Blue Knight, tier skill. Enough to rattle the pack. Maxing their panic, Zeke unleashed, True Dragon. Chapter 1. Tech unseen since pups were helpless. Zeke wiped a whole lobby. Leader got disconnected before he could even draw. That mute scroll worked like a charm. 0 screams leaked past the barrier. 30 minutes up. Spell gone. Zeke was already torching by. Gonna look exactly like ... Nick Kane single quotes, S crew raided Paulo's factory. Sparks a war between M that Zeke can farm for profit. Done. But why's the cartel teaming with Rome? Probs hunting, ancient artifacts south. Prayer regression. Zeke visit ... here, but saw nothing. That's in 3 years. So, maybe the loot got snatched early. Maybe luck. But ruining that crazy Emperor's plan? Vibes. With his enemies toasted to a crisp, time to bounce. Just as he was about to exit, ruins, the heavy clank of metal boots frozen. A redhead in full crimson armor pulled up. New challenger approaching. Said he tracks some chaotic vibes here. Dudes dripped out like a Souls boss, ready to farm you. Mr. Bossman wind about a random noob crashing his secret ruin party. Sick mask, though, total Power Ranger energy. He loomed over Zeke, all dark and edgy. Zeke clocked that flashy red fit instantly. Looked like the legendary Herzian gear. Rare drop for the Empire's Red Knight. That kit is stacked. With cheats weight hacks, auto-regen, the works, Hersians are a steer looks tanky. But this guy's set is definitely a custom skin, not stock. Fission for intel. Zeke asked a few questions to ID the guy inside. Blade flew at his throat. Guess bro isn't here to yap? Zeke leaned back, pulling Bahamut from inventory. He gripped his greatsword to block that rude cheap shot. Boss stared him down while Zeke lost the strength check. Bahamut got wrecked, and its owner got yeeted into the dungeon walls. Dust settled, and Zeke crawled out looking absolutely cooked. No chill! The boss jumped for a savage air combo. Zeke saw the swing, coming way too late. Rip. Boss's hits were literally redecorating the floor with craters. Zeke was losing hard but kept his blade up like a champ. After tasting that power, Zeke knew this wasn't a human player. Maybe it's the hacks from that Hersian strength buff. No matter how techy Zeke played, raw stats just crushed him. Since he was getting clapped up close, Zeke tried some cheese strats from the Hero King. Used the elemental sword to spawn a steel field. Steel bars shot up, trapping the boss in a tiny timeout box. Looked like a solid way to cage him, but steel can't hold a raid boss. Boss just sliced that cage into confetti like it was paper. He kept pushing Zeke to sweat harder than ever before. Knowing the cage was just a stall, Zeke prepped phase 2, hidden by the metal. Rain. He pumped a close-range flash. Super effective. Bossa had to reboot his eyes. Zeke was basically high-fiving himself right there. Sad news. Blinding a demon doesn't make him not a demon. Tried cheesing with a flashbang combo, but got swatted like a total bronze rank scrub. Well, at least his sweaty tryharding wasn't useless. Scratch the paint. I'll take it. Sensing a beatdown, Zeke panicky equipped his dragon scale gear, guarded his face just as another heavy hit came swinging in. Blockinep pushed him back, buying space from this op boss. This endgame baddie packs. Some weird hacks. Seriously, the most annoying type of mob. Finally quitting the silent act, the boss answered Zeke's old questions. Since he thinks the kid's got enough skills for a legit brawl, he figured he'd drop his gamer tag. The dude under the tin can is Kane rocking 2 heavy hitter names there. Constantinus is straight up OG, Roman Empire, royalty branding. Plus, middle names are for fancy nobles who pick the emperor. Means House Jimmins, those Draker allies, were secretly playing politics, totally mixing their DNA into the empire's come-up ages ago. While Zeke's brain buffered, the system pinged a scary alert. Warning. Nasty funk detected. Delete the smelly guy for extra XP. Never saw this toxic smog before, but the debuffs felt real heavy. The gross vibe is totally fused with Kane's energy. Approaching this walking tank felt like a suicide mission. Kane was shook finding a decent player out in the boonies. To show mad props, he vows to go full tryhard and delete Zeke respectfully. He's bringing the pain with a massive, glowy sword summon. Basic attacks are useless against that ginormous weapon. Even with his fancy elemental gear, his stats are too low to clutch a win against that glit. Guess there's only one play left in the book. Stance wide, sword, high Zeke, channeled that pure dragon style. Chapter 8, verse 2. Dragon scale thrust. Sounds epic, but Zeke knew it wouldn't one-shot him. Kane's got literal god mode buffs, active, blocks everything, can't be hurt, and heals like a hacker. With that busted armor, scoring a kill is a pipe dream. Zeke's gotta nerf this guy down to human levels. Luckily, he's got just the exploit for that. Suddenly, Kane saw his gear glitching and systems crashing. Like an EMP blast fried all his fancy magic buffs. Tickled pink, Kane lifted his sword, laughing his head off. He thinks sniffing out an opponent's cheese strats is the best part of P. Fully charged up, Zeke lunged, totally synced with his steel. Both went from idle to max velocity, instantly, crashing mid. Zeke is totally out of cheats, praying this final ult actually does something. Kane, mask on, unbothered, zero sweat. 2 OP bosses trying to delete each other. One guy flexed a dragon aura, the other summoned a toxic sludge avatar. A shockwave hit, shaking the basement like a bass drop. Bright lights and angry mana trashed the lobby. When the dust settled, the roof was Swiss cheese and the place was toast. Zeke Draker ended up sitting in his own red puddle, salty about his miss. The toxicity levels are officially off the charts. His auto heal is totally nerfed. Health bar, flashing red. Worst time for region to lag. Blade at the throat. Kane gave props to the Draker fam for the build. He realized he was 1v1ing a Draker when his gear only Draker hacks can brick importier loot like that. Plus, that last combo was definitely Dragon Slayer style. True dragon sword play is the source code for Draker moves, but scale thrust is locked behind late game content. That part is supposed to be clan yet Kane, random empire dude, knows chapter 8. Part 2 means those Gimmon jerks leaked the meta to the empire. Realizing the game was rigged while poison spread, Zeke coughed up blood. The corruption bar is full, and it hurts like heck. Kane thinks leaving a tryhard in pain isn't cool, so he wraps it up, slowly, sliding the blade into Zeke's chest. Kane's weapon pushed until the heart quit beating. Yanking the sword, he prayed for the kid's peaceful logout.